And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the weather is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that's surrounding.
Welcome back to Project Horizon. Welcome back to VCT China. Elimination games continue here as we head into lower bracket round 2. I'm Charlotte, joined by Rigger, and we are going to be bringing you this game. It's our first rematch of Kickoff. Trace Esports taking on Wolves. Rigger.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty exciting one. I think the stakes are, we mentioned in the beginning, the stakes weren't that high because this was, I think, one of the inaugural games of Kickoff as well, with Sufa getting that first ace, but things are a bit different now. We're no longer in that middle bracket. We are now in the lowest of brackets, so loser goes out. So we might see one of the fan favorites, either in Wolves or Trace, making an early departure and not necessarily qualifying for Master Santiago.
Yeah, we saw on Saturday Wolves survive an elimination scare against Nova, but now they have to battle forwards again, and it is the gauntlet that they would have to run, either of these teams really, if they want to qualify to Masters Santiago. No more second chances, no more extra lives. This is it. Do or die here for the victory, or getting eliminated from the competition. And I think that's really the important point here, is that this is Trace Esports' first time in the lower bracket. How are they going to fight up against that? Whereas for Wolves, they've had that experience against Nova. They were able to improve their pistol win rate. It's now sitting at that 27%, which still looks terrible, but it's definitely not as bad as the 15% that it was before that first lower bracket game that they had. So they're making improvements. And that's the thing for Wolves, I think, is they need to keep making improvements. They need to figure out a system that works for them, because right now they still haven't really figured it out.
Yeah, you sort of touched on them figuring out the system. A lot of roster instability in terms of the way they run their comps. They've been exploring a lot of different looks, a lot of different agents. They are also one of the teams that are struggling right now with where do you put Veto in the current meta. So a couple of things have changed. I think the big thing to note is that pistol win rate you spoke about. I think pistols have... Oh, I could argue that a while ago, maybe 2024, pistols weren't as important, but with how snowbally things are, with how important it is to get those those bigger duration ultis, those, I'm talking your 8 or 9 cost ultis, not winning pistol, not finding any success there, delays your rounds by an extra 1 or 2. So definitely Wolves, something to look at is going to be their stability, how quickly they have been improving, and are those improvements enough? But for the side of Trace, like you mentioned, first time in the lowest bracket means they lost 2 back-to-back games, one from upper, one in the middle bracket, and now in the lowest. So can they right the ship somewhat, or is this sort of careening down? They're careening downfall. Do they bomb out here is the big question. Yeah,
I mean, it really is. We and just to go back to your point again about that system and things like that, we've seen Spring really is a player that has struggled in this new iteration of the Wolves Esports side, now having to fill that primary duelist role, whereas before, you know, they were maybe on some smoke sometimes, you know, on the Viper, things like that. And we saw 3 different agents on that Saturday game against Nova Esports from Spring. The Waylay, even when it was paired with Yoru, just did not look comfy at all. But when we start to get into the Neon, start to get into the Yoru agents, which maybe are a little bit less complex, a little bit less involved, that's when we really started to see Spring shine. So for Fade, I think that's something that he will have looked at, and the coaching staff at Wolves will have looked at, in order to get a lay of the land, figure out what system they want to use, because Spring isn't a new player into this Wolves roster. One of the, I think, only 2 that did stay from last year. It might be 3. No, it is indeed 2, Sufat, BB, and Spring. But he's being utilized in a very, very different way, and I think it's still not quite working out.
I think what's also important to note is Spring isn't the first duelist, I think, in recent memory that's struggling with the Waylay. We look at EMEA, for example, and we see Durka arguably one of the best players in EMEA that EMEA has produced, is also struggling on that solo waylay. So how do they patch fix that? I think what you are pretty much on the ball about how bringing in that second duelist might actually help, because it forces a lot less pressure on the waylay to succeed individually. Potentially integrate Spring slightly better, put him in a position where frags and actual damage is more on the forefront opposed to just general space contest and intelligence. But on the other side, they are running into a Trace that loves running that double duel, right? I think it's Delby and one more, the name eludes me. Kai, Delby and Kai. They've been running the double duel with the waylay to great effect, right? I think Trace is one of those teams that, if I recall, was the first team to run waylay Yoru on bind, to dump the raise and then pick up the waylay Yoru. So, so how does Spring, in his duelist capacity, match up against what is sort of expected as that double duelist from Trace Esports? How does, and another big thing that I wanted to allude to is the IGL battle, right? We started off Kickoff with Sufat BB getting the first ace as IGL, and now we're having Trace's Viva versus Sufat BB's IGLing style clashing against each other today. So definitely something to look at, especially because I'm expecting mirror comps. Double Duelist is arguably one of the easiest plug and play for success comps here. So how can those two IGLs butt heads in a way that makes the most sense while the Duelist also butting heads? But yeah, we have the walkouts. These are so awesome, man. I love them so much.
Yeah, for sure. And on that double duelist point as well, we've sort of been seeing three players. Trace is a roster that's kind of just full of flex players, so we've seen also sometimes Fung Fung also stepping into the fold there with integrating in that double duelist with Kai instead of Delby. It really does just sort of depend on what map they're playing and things like that. But we will have to see whether Trace are able to, like you say, stop that downward spiral, because for them, they've sort of gone on a loss, win, loss sort of pattern so far. Do they get another win? Do they continue the sort of red light, green light that characterized Talon Esports in Pacific for the entirety of last year? As for the other side, Wolves, they find themselves in the lower bracket early after winning that first game against Trace. So they know they can do it. The question is going to be, are they going to be able to do it again? Do they have what it takes to win out the rematch? Because, again, when you have these rematches, it always seems to be that the team that lost the first time wins the second time. It just is one of those cosmic forces of nature that just always seems to happen. And for Wolves, they need to make sure that they do in fact win that rematch, because again, for both of these teams, elimination is on the line. If you lose, you have zero chance of progression, and if you win, you've still got to keep on winning many more games before you find yourselves in South America.
So then I ask, you alluded to the fact that Wolves won their first match, right? They beat Trace that first time.
Yeah.
If you're Trace, what adjustments do you think need to be made going into this game to ensure that the rematch falls in your favor?
I think it's getting a handle on the individuals of Wolves. I think especially that second map, Trace could have easily won it, but for the individual moments, they sort of let Wolves get those clutch moments. They let Wolves sort of build into that confidence, and as soon as Wolves have confidence, that's when they're dangerous. As soon as they feel like they can win, they are going to absolutely take you down. So I think for Trace, they've got to get a handle on the individual moments. We saw far too many clutches, like you mentioned, the first ace of VCT China as well, coming out from Sufat BB. That was also in a 1 versus 3 situation that he was able to win that out. And it's moments like that where you give them that confidence that things start to slip away from Trace.
Yeah, I think definitely a confidence battle is on the offing here. I think if you're Wolves, the big thing is, how do you develop that confidence? How do you put yourself in situations where you're actively creating a lot of winning situations where all it comes down to is who has the most grit, right? Who's the wall that doesn't want to budge when put up against pressure, right? So for the side of Wolves, I think definitely snowballing onto that confidence, putting themselves in good situations is definitely the start. For the side of Trace, shut down. I think that's a big thing. You need to start off hot. You need to start off really aggressive. Be very proactive, and don't let the lights get too bright for you. Play the game that you're used to playing. Play the game you're comfortable playing. Use the talent that you have. You be creative, because I think at this tier, protocols and all of the fine macro, the micro, the mechanics are all relatively even. This is arguably a relatively balanced game, all things considered. And it's about shutting down those win cons from Wolves. If you were to pick one player from each side that you think is like a definitive win con, what do you think?
I would say Autumn, definitely, for Wolves. He's a rookie. He's been playing the Sentinel role, but has been looking absolutely incredible while doing it, on Bind playing things like the Chamber as well. So we will get a look at that map too. Map 1 is going to be Abyss, and this is interesting because Abyss was the first map in that first Trace versus Wolves match in the upper bracket, and Trace were able to win it out 13-7. Bind was the decider there, which Wolves won 13-5. So we end up on Split, which is a different map than we saw on map 2. That was a Haven that Wolves just about won, but Trace have banned that out of their second ban here. So if we do go to map 3, we will be seeing something new. As for these first two maps, we have precedent. We had a 13-7 Trace win, and we had a 13-5 Wolves win.
Yeah, so I think, like you mentioned, these are, I think, pretty heavy Sentinel maps. Like, how do you actually lock down your site to dissuade a lot of those executes, especially if you're running into double duel? And how do you actively contest space in a way that allows your team to snowball onto it? So, for sure, I agree with you. I think Autumn for Trace, and then I think Yosemite. I think that's a matchup we should keep an eye on. I think I have those names correct. Yosemite from...
Autumn is on Wolves. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, yeah, I think there's a... Then I'll stick to that. I'll stick to my guns. I think Autumn and Yosemite are going to be two players to look out for, especially on such a map that can get out of control quite quickly if you lose one zone. I remember the first time they went through this, they had a lot of mid problems. As we're going to see Yosemite on the veto. The roller coaster, the carousel of different agents that Wolves are playing is quite expansive, is quite vast, and circulates quite a lot. So to see a different look here is we have Spring playing that double duel as we aforementioned, and also we have the side of Trace Esports playing a weird variation. I haven't seen this type of comp before. So we have a double duel with a double initiator.
Yeah.
So no Sentinel for the side of Trace Esports.
And I think you can get away with that on Abyss, to be completely honest. I don't think it is that important. As for Wolves, this is a comp that we've seen before. This is what they played against Nova on Abyss, but they did lose it 13-5 in that game against Nova. So they've got to, I think, be hopefully a lot more confident about it. They did win this map against Trace in the past. And Yosemite was the MVP of Wolves on that map. He put up some good scorelines despite the 13-5 loss. And I think for Wolves, again, they're going to have to learn from that game on Saturday, particularly with this comp on this map, where it went pretty terribly for them, to be completely honest with you, Rigger. They did not look like they were in with a chance at all. So this could be the start that Trace want. Obviously, it's their own map pick. You'd think they would be confident enough here.
But we are seeing a lot of, robbing your opponent's map picks, right? I think we see that more often than not. Like, the team comes in with a set game plan and they kind of lack the flexibility to adapt around changing conditions on the ground, especially when you pick the map. I think that's it's a bit of a, you expect to win it. You come into it with this preconceived notion that if you do your game plan, you will win, and you sort of get shut down here. But the pistol stats 62-27 in favor of Trace Esports don't look good for Wolves. Let's hope that they've actually rounded out their pistol rounds. Sashra is going to come through, and Wolves are going to get the first kill. Thankfully, going to trade it out. Joa falls. As the side execute goes, Yosemite finds that kill. Big man on the veto. Finds his first kill. Is Sufai Bibi going to plant a spike in the first 20 seconds of the round?
Yeah, it's quick, it's punchy, it's aggressive, but Yosemite caught on the retake there. Kai fighting back into things for 2. And suddenly, Wolves looking a bit more precarious in their position. Autumn's down to 20 HP, and now he's the only one left. In a 1-on-3 situation, it seems like Wolves, despite improving their statistic against Nova, their woes will continue here with a pistol round loss.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They did everything that they needed to. They got spiked down, so up until it came to the actual shooting part of the round, I think there was a lot of flaws here. But Kai getting those 3 kills, those are massive kills. Especially, we spoke about shutdown and lockdown in the pre-round or in the pre-lobby. That's a way. Giving your duelists spots where they can just line up those ones and take them away is really, really prevalent. So we're gonna see if that's a continuous thread, because I remember the first match had a bit of a rally. It was a bit of back and forth before Trey started eking out the win and dragging it away. I think we're gonna have defenestration via Abyss. Oh, actually, they're actually gonna go for this. Yeah,
well, you might as well.
That makes sense.
If you're on attack, they got the spike down, so they do have enough to go for the Stinger Force, and you know, we can see it be very, very powerful as immediately jumping on in, Spring there, light speed, but refract away. Just to get that information on where these players are. Fun though playing ahead, Delby as well. Autumn with 1, Yosemite again. 3 versus 3 now then. As the trades go back and forth, Kai's caught out in the open. And now Wolves doing well for themselves. Guardian from Viva brings things back for Trace. It's just a 1 versus 2. Yosemite left to clutch. Doing some good damage there to the IGL of Trace Esports. Information.
He's low as well. Yeah, Viva's very low.
Very, very low. Just 8 HP information being gathered there though. Yosemite playing around this, not giving the information away. The problem for him is that the spike hasn't been planted. So Wolves should be able to get some kind of... Trace, sorry, should be able to get some kind of view on this one. Upgrade in hand, and takes down the first. Still not entirely sure where Lure King's playing. So indeed, Trace do win that round.
There was a Phantom Heaven. I don't know if you picked it up. I think they just lost the Phantom from the side of Trace. Because I think Kai had a Phantom fighting Heaven, and then unfortunately lost that gunfight. So they did sacrifice the Phantom. They denied the plants. They sacrificed a lot of guns on the side of Trace. Just to make that round somewhat tenable. But if you're a Wolves fan, you're happy with that. You're very happy with that result. 4 kills and almost a spike down is very, very impressive. As they fully lost that Phantom. So that's an investment that they're not going to get back, as their money's getting pretty skim here. It's getting very, very skimmy on the side of Trace.
The problem for Wolves though is because they forced in that one, they don't really you get a free bonus round win for Trace. They can just keep going. They get a 3-0 start. But you know, it's Wolves now back down to pistols, and well, we know their success rate when they've got pistols in hands. It's not ideal.
But they are going for it. So there is something here as the refractor and the double refractor is going to go. Sufat's going to find a kill with the classic. Classic in hand finds one. Thankfully, saturated, slowed down as Sufat finds 2 kills. Looking for the plant, 30 HP. Shot dot goes, and Pulses finds Sufat BB. The battle of the IGLs falls in favor of Viva here as Spike's recommitted here. Spring getting it down. 45 seconds added on the clock.
Yeah, and Trace fighting back in, and this is where the superior weaponry really starts to come into its own. There's the outlaw shot. Yosemite! Okay, hello. This is a bit of danger in the mix, but yet again, it's one player alive on Trace to right the wrongs and steady the ship. This time, they will probably care that they took all of that damage, because Wolves didn't have guns. They just had pistols, and it was a really nice double from Sufat actually here with a classic to open up the round and bring things into the realm of possibility for Wolves.
Those shots are crazy. I think a big thing to note here is how many times have 4 people died? I think every single round since round 1. Trace has just hemorrhaged 4 bodies somewhere. They should be on normal buy, and look at the damage. full share or 3 sheriffs and a bandit plus light shield for the side of Trace. Even though they're winning, their money's in such tatters from them forcing and not really converting their buys. So it looks very favored for Wolves actually winning this round. Just on a economical side of things, is Yosemite actually has that evolution online around early, because the 5th round is oftentimes that exciting round. So Spring's gonna find the first kill. Kai falls looking for something, but he only had Sheriff in hand. Not too devious, not too bad, as B main seems like the destination here as the rotates start shifting towards this B side of the map.
It is just Dalby over here. It does have a Guardian. And Viva and Fung Fung are coming in to assist him. Oh, the shot's just a little bit wide, a little bit wild. Yosemite able to shut that down, and here are Wolves in their full front, in their full power, up against the, albeit very weak purchase from Trace. I think there's not much of a chance in this one for Trace Esports, just potentially even just go down to the spike in this one. 2 versus 5, spike continuing to tick. But Noah King going for a bit of a fight, puts the bandit to good use. Again, just trying to do, I guess, a little bit of damage into this one. But Yosemite just denies it. Says, absolutely not, we only lose 1 body.
But it's money problems. I think that's going to be the theme of this game. It's going to be the theme of this series. We spoke about small wins. Money is a not insignificant part of winning this game, right? If you can continue buying those rifles, you're in a better spot. So, yeah, dying to a bandit there doesn't seem like it's that bad, but this is also how Trace ended up in the spot where they couldn't buy guns, right? By giving up those easy kills with those guns that they spend so much money on. So, Trace gonna opt for the operator, a big money investment, so let's hope that this round doesn't completely implode of itself. Wolves have been playing for a very heavy execute style, as Yosemite evolution pops, Vito immune to any kind of disabling effect, any kind of ultimate or utility damage as well. He's somewhat resistant to, as Yosemite's gonna find the first one, swings through the smoke, immune to blinds, looking for the second, nice card, looks for the third, finds one onto Delby as well. The 4th kill for Yosemite doesn't quite work out as Viva shuts down his rampage. And it's a 4v2 in favor of Wolves.
Yeah, potentially overheating there a little bit, Yosemite, but he's 11-4, you can absolutely give him that. And Trace will just save here. Operator being escorted away. Now Viva falling away from the angle as well. So Wolves up to 2 rounds here. And nice one. Yeah, just quick, punchy, and didn't really allow Trace any chance to even react to what was going on before they had full control and Yosemite was marching them down.
And I think this is the one side effect of playing this double initiator, double duel. Don't have a sentinel to lock down those sites, right? You have to be playing just heads up with your face, actually face a lot of the util and face a lot of the gunfights. And Yosemite is 11-4 is you saw those shots and you understand why. I think he got the double kill on the sheriff, got a triple kill now. Definitely ramping up into things. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he did a bit of an overheat there, but we did speak about how when Wolves starts warming up, it's going to be a bit of a problem for Trace. And 2 rounds on the board looks like warming up to me. And Sky now has the operator again. Yep. Save from the lock. So Kickoff operator actively in act now. We're going to see how long in this play takes before it actually gets the payoff. So he's on the wrong side of the map, firstly. Not going to happen this round. Might have to play retake, but he is being very proactive with this operator. All the way down B main is Tian. Potentially going to face this. He's kind of trapped here, no? He drops down, he gets up, he walks the window, he gets waylaid, so...
Wolves are going into this. Wolves are rotating towards B. This could be the perfect opportunity for Kai. They'll be up close with the sheriff for now, and he has been spotted, but maybe that gives the game away. But Trace think it's a fake. They're going all the way over to A, and this is when Wolves choose to go on in, spring jumping in, refract on out. just to get some information. Site control now in the hands, and the operator shot rings out. They're going to know about this now, and Autumn finds the first kill, nearly the second as well. Fun still good for one. Kai caught out in the open. Oh my god! I don't think should be able to hit that kind of shot, but hey, does it regardless. Now the information to deliver the Hunter's Fury on in. Autumn falls. And now Trace have the advantage. 2 versus 3 for Wolves, but the spike is down, and Sufat BB brings things back. Viva 1v2, made a 1 versus 1. As IGL versus IGL, Sova versus Sova, starting to stick the defuse here. Sufat's got to check this. He's got to check this. Viva just about gets off, gets the kill. Is there time? I think he's got plenty.
Yeah, it's insane round from the side of Trace. I think that's an eco as well. So an eco conversion into a rifle round, and I think they salvaged the op as well, as you mentioned, Kai finding that massive pick. Yeah, off his screen. He saw it in the peripherals. As he finds that kill, and yeah, just a lot of kills just go untraded by Wolves. You would think in such a situation where you have so many advantageous spots to play, and you're aware of the old util, that you are a bit more knowing, you're like positioning yourself more knowingly to those situations, but they just get caught untraded, and it's become a big problem for them that round. But score's still relatively close. It's 4-2 in favor of Trace. It's Wolves making their way down B. Double refract going to go through, saturate lands, but the recall popped. First Hunter's Fury pulse. Second one doesn't pulse. However, as Lua King finds one, doesn't get killed by the Hunter's Fury, and actually finds a kill on front side. The Rolling Thunder is going to be committed here. Dissuaded, playing for Flood. The side of Trace. Fully flooded out. Viva taking the spear point, Feng being the shaft. Finds a kill here as the converging pass gets committed. As Joa finds 4 kills silently on his way towards an ace. Swinging wide, trying to get it. Swings, and Sufat BB takes it from his lens, takes it from his grasp. Same spot that Sufat got an ulti, or got his first ace from. And he denies one as well.
Yeah, it's a bit cruel, bit mean there from Sufat, but there it is. A lovely use of the dimensional drift there, and then fighting back in from heaven. Okay. Yeah, that's unreasonable. Just about spots the shoulder of the second there before he dips away, and you got to feel for Viva on that one. He came up with a clutch, and then that happens. So Trace now back on an eco round. Just a Marshal being brought along by Viva.
Yeah, there's money problems once again. Money. It's gonna be the boon of this team. It's gonna be the death knell as well. Joa now has an outlaw in hand. Looking mid, trying to catch Tates. It looks like it's gonna be a B main hit.
Yeah, smart with the outlaw. Sorry. To be fair, no one on Trace is gonna have any shields up, and likely Wolves predicting into that. Delby is close by. Oh, able to get first, and still fighting for more. 2 kills though, the way back for Wolves, and now find themselves in the advantage again. Spike should go down. They should be able to hold on to this post plant, but stranger things have happened.
It's a 4v3 in favor, but it's fully ecos for the side of Trace Esports. Is Sheriff's gonna ring out? That's 5, that's 6, and no kills. Joa's gonna find a kill, and Lua King gonna trade it out almost immediately. And Yosemite is gonna close it out. We spoke about the trades, and when the trades happen fast and well, they favor Wolves.
What happened in that one? Kai sent about 5 warning shots, and I think it was Autumn or Jao just wasn't looking. A nice start though for Trace, but yeah, very quickly Wolves got the better of it, and yeah, Autumn just did not send any shots on the way back towards Kai. Doesn't matter, in the end things stay as they should, and it's the first timeout of the game here as Wolves tie us up 4-4. Destroyer is going to want a chance to talk with the team here and figure out what's going wrong.
Yeah, you kind of want to stabilize as well, because you had such a blistering start to the game that now that it's 4-4, it doesn't really look like your start amounted to much. But like I mentioned, it was the money. genuinely those 4 rounds that Wolves won were just because on round 3, by the time round 3 happened, there was no money from the side of Trace to stop it, and then they found a formula that worked on that 1 round that they won, and then they just kept stacking those wins over and over and over again, and eventually the score became from 2-0 to 4-4. As this half is quite explosive and quite blistering, I think. We haven't had much fakes in the way of starting one side and faking another. It's always just been 5v5, you head up to one site and it's just brawl, from beginning to end. Oh, dog.
That's fun.
Yeah, that's neat. People are dying, but there's a doggo in the picture.
Yeah. There we go. Every cloud. Either way, back into this one. Trace with a goodbye. Cosmic Divide on side as well. Perhaps not the most impactful ultimate, but one they hope they'll be able to utilize. 3 players over here towards A. So predicting correctly. All 5 for Wolves. As they're just going for this one. Viva straight through the smoke, takes down Yosemite. Spring though, jumping on in, dealt with. Jawa also falls as he exits the Dimensional Drift. This one is looking really nice for Trace, although Fung has whiffed up horribly. As soon as I say that, gives Autumn a double. Kai now trying to fight back in from heaven with this operator. Sufat planting the spike in relative safety as well. How's this one gone wrong? How has this one gone wrong? It's Autumn, the one to do it all, and Kai, just with a classic, can't find it.
Absolute shambles from... That's a massive whiff as well. I think Frankfurt just had one... I think similar round to the round before, where the warning shots just didn't find purchase, didn't even find a collateral. Is started off so well for Trace. When did it fall apart? Yeah, we get the Dimensional Drift, we kill Spring. That's it. Okay, that makes sense. Kongxian found some really good kills there, but off the back of just a massive whiff, you know? Just a massive whiff caused him to be in the position where he can find both of those kills. And is it nerves? Do you reckon it's nerves? It's finally getting to these players, and an over dependence on thinking that they need to win opposed to staying more present and just doing the things that those wins? How do you explain these whiffs you've seen in the last couple of rounds?
I mean, Valorant's a difficult game. You know, it's a difficult game, especially when you've got so much to consider. And for Trace, now they're certainly going to be feeling the pressure. They've lost the lead. They're back on a save. We've spotted Yosemite in A main, down to 28. 3 players outside B, and more on the way here. Lua King is going to be dealt with. And, well, that just sums it up, really, doesn't it? Just to jump in, get the kill, spring to 3. And it is just Viva, tagged up from the previous engagement, up against 5. Now, I'm not claiming to be able to see the future Rigger, but I don't think he's going to win this one.
Really? Are you hedging your bets on?
Yeah.
I think he pops Bladestorm and kills 5.
Yeah.
Oh wait, he doesn't have ulti. Well, do you know what? Wrong ulti, different agent, different map. I think your prediction might be true, but just being contrarian, I think he does. I think he finds at least 1 kill here, maybe.
It's a bit different to winning the round out, but I suppose there's the 1 kill. He does need 4 more and to defuse the spike though, and that's really where the trouble lies. There we go. I win again. And so do Wolves, but more importantly, I'm correct.
No, exactly. I think it's easy to make those predictions because a lot of these rounds are just foregone conclusions after the dust settles, right? The minute the execute happens, 3 people are dead, and it's kind of easy mathematically to see who's winning, who's losing, etc. And it's hard for the team to bounce back into it as well. Because oftentimes, especially with this double initiator, double duel, you kind of want to be on somewhat even footing if you're Trace, come the retake. Wolves don't care as much. They have a sentinel. They can play for after the dust settles and you set up on site, and you can have sort of these stronger castles. But if you're Trace, you lose that space. You've lost the space. You have to regain it. It's no longer contested. It's just lost space. Now you have to contest into it. So the side of Wolves, winning based off of the nature of their comp and how well they're shooting into these initial phases of the round. With the new half on the horizon, you have to ask yourself, does that double initiator have some pocket ace in its sleeve that's gonna make these defensive rounds somewhat more worth it? As the conversion path gets committed, doesn't find anyone, and he drops Dolby full. Dolby finds Spring and sits him down. Yosemite's gonna find Dolby and trades it on immediately, but Yosemite, not one to sit idly on his hands and not win the round, finds 2 kills. Is the Hunter's Fury going to be popped? With the breach fault line, as Jawa getting angsty looking, shows a little bit of leg and gets a couple of bullets for his troubles. Is Sufat Bibi on site in a spot that he's aced from before, a spot we know he's comfortable from. There's the recon bolts, looking for something as Fengfa challenges him first, and Viva and Fengfa find their kills, Joa and Sufat Bibi respectively. It's a 1v3, or 1 or 2v3. Autumn and Yosemite have a lot to do, and Cosmic Divide splits the site in twine. Cosmic smokes off the operator as well. As first tap comes through, Viva gets it to half. Lua King finds Autumn. Viva commits the spike entirely as Lua King finds Yosemite, and it's a Trace win. It's a bit shaky. It was a bit shaky from Wolves there, and Trace takes a bit of that chaos and wrangles it in favor of them and gets a round win for their troubles.
That they do. Nice shot first off. Was that? I think a Spring served the shorty in hand there, so not quite ideal. Yeah, the Cosmic Divide works really nicely just to sort of separate the crossfires from Wolves, and they've been able to use that to good use. This time around though, Trace, they just completely shut that out. It's now again once more into the blender, the final time in this half. And number 12, Spring, jumping in, will get found by Feng Feng. Hunter's Fury on the way. Some more shots coming in. The Aftershock as well to actually take down Jawa, but Wolves trading things out and finding themselves in the advantage. Autumn gets the plant there. Dimensional Drift coming in to get that information. This time is a Cosmic Divide from Wolves. On the other side of it, Autumn, good for one. Kai now left the 1v2. Might have spotted out Sufat there, but certainly has an inkling here. First tap, Sufat, unmoved. Not revealing anything, not revealing his hand, but does get spotted. Still the time gonna be wasted here as he dips away, trying to find the kill. Kai chasing him down and gets the kill. Running towards this.
He doesn't have time.
He doesn't have time.
No time.
No time for this one. Wolves get up to 7. And they win the first half.
Yeah, 7-5 is definitely a good look for this Wolf side, from its side that lost their pistol to actually rally back those 7 rounds. But we mentioned before the double initiator, double duel. Is this the side that you want, right? If you're Trace Esports, you have a lot of execute util, and maybe that trend of just those vertical hits, those straight sight hits, is going to continue and even be exacerbated going into this next half.
Well, 7-5, we mentioned that Trace, double duelist, double initiator, it should suit them better on the attacking side here, realistically, than the defense. Obviously, is, you know, they don't have the Sentinel or anything like that. As for Trace though, as for Wolves, sorry, they're now going to be heading onto their defense with a Sentinel, and you know that should also set them up well. So for Wolves, in the ascendancy, in the advantage. It's Trace's map pick though, and Wolves chose to start on the attack. We should probably see them find some success. So heading into this one, it feels like it is going to be the stronger half for both of these teams. And we will see whether that's the case. To be fair, it's all based on idle speculation. It's always different in reality than it is on paper. For Wolves, again, the pistol win rate is a concern. Trace already won the first pistol here. Potentially, they could win a second here. Autumn is under a lot of pressure as Wolves starting to come through to try and assist him. Spring is also on this side, but has to dip away. Trace finding the kills they need, but again, there's a player on Wolves to try and level things out. It's Jawa this time around. Finds a double, but no more. Cut down, and now Sufat, IGL, 1v3. The captain has to clutch, and he will not. It's a triple from Delby instead to take the round for Trace. And that's their second pistol. Again, pistol rounds are the concern for Wolves, but when they have guns, they're still able to win out these games, win out these maps. So, 7 rounds to 6. Wolves still with the lead, but they should probably, all things considered, lose this round as well. Just a Sheriff on side classics for the rest. Standard follow-up, no forces this time for Wolves. Tries to get the information, doesn't quite see it, and Wolves looking to really exploit the fact that there is no Sentinel on side here. All 5 players in this death ball looking round, exploring out through A main. And they know that nobody's here. Spreading out through spawn as well. This is really quite something, as Trace still unsure themselves and slowly scaling up through towards the B site. Wolves might be able to get some kind of flank, as it's not being expected at all. Now Lurking is looking in this direction, but there's going to be 5 players trying to shoot back at him. And Trace is starting to get overwhelmed. As the kills come in, Wolves in the ascendancy advantage, and upgrades in hand as well. Jawa though falling. Delby still providing that pressure, providing that support. Now Fung Fung, just a ghost in hand really for him. Still good enough to find the first, and the kills come through. Trace Esports just about stay alive here, but again, it's a risky one. And it's a costly one as well. When we talk about the money being such a deciding factor in the first half, and in how Wolves were able to get that fight back, get the lead from that half, it was those eco rounds, those save rounds, where they were able to do so much damage. Now this time it's Trace with the save, but a Bulldog still in hand for Delby. Means Autumn will fall. Jawa spotted here as well. Has to gate crash away from the Saturate. Avoids being hindered. Yosemite now sending some shots in. Spike will go down here. Divergent paths as well being sent through to try and cause a bit more disruption. Delby wants to delay this Wolves retake as much as possible. The Woking with a bandit finding a double. Sufat Baby up next to step into the ire of Trace Esports Astra. My god, does he make that gun sing? Yosemite has not really much for him to be able to do in this one. Does find a double, but this is a bonus round. Trace won't care how many they lose. They still get the round, they still set themselves up to have a very good economy coming into this. Really nice shots there from Lower King, and while Yosemite does try to make it costly. Again, I don't think Trace will care too much, and Fade calls the timeout here. Need to chat with the team. Things starting to go wrong, and that is Wolves' first timeout. Still got another one in the back pocket if they need it later on in the half, but for now, just 3 rounds gone in this half, and Fade is starting to no, I wouldn't say starting to panic a little bit, but certainly starting to feel a bit more uncomfortable in that situation. So sending things in takes that pause, takes that break. Now heading into round number 16. Wolves with the save. Just a Guardian on hand for Yosemite.
Very, very nice work from Wolves so far on this comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, the voices might sound a little bit different. We can explain everything to you in just a moment. But for the meantime, Charlotte, you can take a breath, Queen. You've been doing absolutely phenomenal work. And we can get into round number 16. Trace, obviously, on the attack side now. Going for a lot of shenanigans with the Outlaw as well. I've been seeing a lot of good work from, well, a lot of good work, apart from that one round, which there was some aim, there was some jitters kind of coming through, very much to be expected at this stage kind of the tournament, especially once we kind of look at the brackets and get the schedule going. But Charlotte, how's it been going, sister?
Well, oh goodness. There we go. Everything's all fine, everything's all good. Immediately started to pass away there, but no. I mean, for Trace, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy game, really. You feel like they should have had a better run at things so far, and again, it's the rounds where you don't expect Wolves to really be putting up much of a fight, that they take the first kill. Delby goes down. Potentially an upgrade should be in hand, and Feng Feng down to 22. Again, it's risky. Again, it's dangerous. But oh, Yosemite gets the knife out. He was watching for that, ready and waiting. Kai lines up another. Sufat down to 8 HP. But Wolves still finding their success. Again, Feng Feng's low on health. 2 versus 3 into red time as well. This one could go very wrong indeed. It's working again to be the one to find this sort of clutch that will be needed. Dips away, starts to try and get things done, but it's a low HP Sufat to take him out. So Wolves tie us up yet again.
Insane back and forth. Yes, I had been watching, and back and forth definitely does seem to be the way that the Wolves Trace matchup is currently going. It's down to a lot of very explosive gunfights we're noticing. It's down to some kind of small timings and these kind of micro decisions from both of the teams, but they're answering each other well. They're playing each other at the same pace, whether that is the kind of more flawless, deliberate Valorant we're used to seeing. That's a different question, and even based on the coaches and based on some of the kind of energy we're seeing from the players and the coaches from both sides, it's very clear that I think nerves are starting to get, like, for anyone that doesn't know, we are on the lower bracket here. So, like, teams are starting to really get concerned about relegation or elimination. If anything, the the stakes are actually higher here, and as you can see that coming through now, we have to have another very clean execute coming through from Trace. Cosmic Divide is down, Kai's already in your back line, and the control's already been gained.
Yeah, so much room here for Trace. Blindside is sent through the Cosmic Divide. Try and cause a little bit of chaos, but even still, Jawa not really able to scale anywhere from it. Dalby is in danger from that Hunter's Fury, and Yosemite Spring fighting back into this. A 3 versus 3 now. As Trace start to steady, but Spring gets on the defuse. There's Overwatch, there's Oversight on this one. Viva does not care. He still finds the kills necessary. Quads up for 4 and regains the lead for his side.
I've been here for 2 rounds, and already the show off between Viva and Sufa has been pretty legendary. It seems like these 2 players are the last ones standing on their team. Kai playing off of the Cosmic Divide, that's absolutely beautiful. But it really does come down to these 2 players that you need. And when Viva's landing shots like that, when everything's looking as crisp, I mean, I say that actually, I'm disrespecting the fact that Luo King was, or not Luo King, sorry, that the Astra there from Kishan was just sitting there in the background ready to back it up. So, you know what, maybe not as one-sided as cut and dry as I'm giving it credit to, but regardless, B-site was a bit cut and dry. It did work out very well for Trace's execute. They don't have as many ultimates to work with this time, but with the economy in their advantage, who really cares about ultimates?
Oh, well, that's certainly a good try from Wolves. Spring jumping in with a backup from the blind side and recon bolt as well. A lot of utility sent through from Wolves. They trade things out, but you still favor Trace in this situation. Viva now utilizing this Hunter's Fury, gets a couple of tags, but nothing concrete. Jawa still finds kill on the back of it as well. Trace now still in dangerous position, but Viva lines up too. Collateral from him. Skewers these Wolves players, and Yosemite up top is good for that one. So now Lua King left in the clutch. Upgrades in hand for these Wolves players. There's the first, but oh, he's caught in the astral form. Looking like Boaster out there. And Sufat knows that he's got this round in hand. 9-9. Again, it's these save rounds that Wolves seem the most deadly on. Nice opening kill from Jawa. And Wolves with threatening to really take the lead here. But again, it's just the instant reply. Back and forth this game has gone, and back and forth it seemingly will continue to go. Beaver now answers back, but still this operator on hand from Jawa, watching the right angle there. Now has Dimensional Drift to gather up even more information. I think has spotted every single one of these players, now has. He knows. They're in library, they're in this position. Nebula up in his face though.
And they are good to go here. The post-plant scenario we've been seeing so frequently. But Wolves starting to answer back a little bit more. That is a critical It's not a miss, but it means Joa has to do that extra little bit of work. Now, he's going to do that comfortably. Leo King falls, no concerns there. The operator's still doing a great amount of work here as well. Has to be considered by Delby and Kai, and there's not too much left to work with here other than the time. And if Delby and Kai can just make that work here, Wolves seemingly forgetting they are on the clock. There's been a lot of patience scoping this out here. They have to make this work now, and Kai just needs essentially one more here, able to kill some more time off the spike, and eventually the members of Wolves will get the retake coming through. But they are playing with this time, Charlotte, and it works for them this time, but we've certainly seen that not be the case on others.
Yeah, certainly letting the risk be a factor here. Nice opening kill there, though, from Jawa to make sure that these things stay as they should. Destroyer calls the timeout. Catching players in the utility there, and there's just these little moments all throughout the map where Trace are getting caught out like that, and perhaps need to shore up on things. Perhaps that's why Destroyers called this tactical timeout, but really, you've let Wolves get the lead again on your own map pick, facing elimination, and we know how badly Bind went for Trace in that first series as well. So they really need to get this one on side to ensure that they can at the very least take us to split, take us to that deciding map.
Not going to be a foregone conclusion, but what I will say is we are no longer seeing these teams, and I do mean this with all the love in the world. I appreciate all of these teams are a million times better than me, and I've got wall hacks. It's a lot easier for me to say all this stuff, but we're not seeing the teams at their absolute peak because of these nerves, because of the fact that they are now potentially facing that relegation, because of the fact there's a little bit extra that they have to work against. And at the end of the day, that's still part of the competitive game, right? That's still something you have to do, where even if you're on that back foot, even if everything is kind of facing you down, you have to maintain that composure, maintain the belief and the coordination in your team, because that's what makes professional teams of any caliber really worth their salt. We know that both of these teams, Charlotte, are easily worth of their salt. They just need to prove it to us yet again.
Yeah, Interceptor there from Yosemite to take away some of the utility that's making its way through from Trace. Reveal as well. Autumn should be in trouble, and indeed gets dealt with. And Viva now playing ahead of this. He's ahead of the convergent paths, and well, with that recall, Delby still falls. Yosemite in for a double himself, and suddenly again, I was starting to count Wolves out of this round, but it's Yosemite the one. Bring them back into the conversation. Put Wolves back in my lips. As now he's dealt with. The rest of these players have to fight on out. Blindside, forwards, Sufat backing up from this library side. Fun underneath gets the kill, and it's a clean shutout in the end from Trace.
It's nice seeing the timeout certainly working there, because they actually coped with Wolves' retake far better that round than we've seen sometimes previously. It does seem that Wolves were usually able to, especially off the back as well, the fact that Spring loses their life to that, and the Cosmic Divide as well, or not the Cosmic Divide, sorry, the Convergent Paths, is a big deal, right? Usually that's the time that then, yes, Wolves are still going to be able to get the retake, they're still going to be able to use the utility, and Trace managing to hold their own. Not surprising, we see the last timeout here. I've been talking about timeouts quite a lot, Charlotte, just in the other kind of regions and the other kind of setups for VCT that we've been seeing, and some teams have been letting them lag.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to say who, by the way. Like, in case you think that, I'm not going to do that. That's me. If you know who I'm talking about, you know. If not, I'm not gonna air their laundry.
Now, I think it was in this first game. I can't remember it, but I think it was where we saw it took a couple of rounds for Trace to actually find the success from their timeouts. This time, it seems like it's a bit more immediate than in that opening series, but indeed, Wolves are going to have to adapt and adjust here. Probably not in round 21, Looking at the buy, it certainly doesn't seem likely, but for the future, you kind of have to seed that 11th round to Trace, and then if you want to win in regulation, win the final 3 of the map. Final 3 of regulation, certainly, in order to get there. But we've seen these thrifty rounds from Wolves. Spring immediately dashing through to get the information, and Autumn calling the reload there, still able to find one before getting cut down.
Oh, what a... Yeah, I mean, that's just confidence, right? That is the ability to stand your ground, get that information. And again, whether or not the aim has been a little bit jittery time to time, clearly confidence is still there from both of these teams. There is no denying that. These fights are going back and forth and back and forth. And like you talked about, Charlotte, it is going to be basically Trace's one to lose, and with the repositioning from Leo King there, a very, very nice calm from the team as a whole, just to say, we're going to fight mid, we're going to meet Trace kind of halfway, but Abyss is a big map, and with those long sight lines, the lower buy is going to become a factor, which we just, I mean, demonstrated with your own eyes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Yosemite's on track to get 30 kills here.
Will it be enough? The ultimate question after all of those frags, is it enough? And we see the cross coming through here. Jawa trying their best to get out the gate cracks. The light speed all coming through to cause a bit of a hectic scare. The Hunter's Fury as well. Sufat PB picking up 1.5 of damage, and Trace's attack might have ended before it ever started.
That hit is certainly cancelled. Now, what do they go for here? A refight into A? Seems likely, but Spring has this judge right up close with them. Oh, this could be disastrous. This could be an absolute train wreck waiting to happen. Looking left on the other side of the map, wondering what on earth has gone on in A main. Wondering where on earth his team have gone. But it's to the afterlife. It looks like he soon may be joining them. Or perhaps we'll just have to save this rifle into the next, because 1 versus 5 with only 35 seconds on the clock certainly does not seem likely. He doesn't even have the spike.
No, that's comfortably set up from a high and low here from Jawa and Spring. The additional Astra utility as well being put through from Autumn on the other, on that mid side of the map there. Does get one at least, so it's a good frag, but we see the power of highs and lows, especially at this level of play, where you're not really going to be able to get much work. That Astra, that gravitational pull as well, absolutely incredible. And then you get to see from Jawa's perspective there, the frag coming through, and I'm comfortable in Yosemite's ability to get the 30 bomb, Charlotte, but it needs to be Spring, honestly, I think, is the person to actually bring Wolves over the finish line here. I think Yosemite has already done enough. They've been impactful. You rely on that waylay, and I think from this explosive here, from this push coming through, it's about to get very hectic.
Hectic indeed. Does things stand? The plant comes in. Trace, 5 versus 4, but again, 2 cosmic divides coming through. Ultimates being used to crisscross the map, split it into quadrants, but now, as Trace's one fades away, they're trying to get this. Oh, what a combination! Convergent paths into the aftershock. It completely cripples this Wolves retake. As back they go. Jawa fading away himself as Trace find 12. And Wolves are going to have to hope for overtime in round number 24.
Ladies and gentlemen, it might be an early start to my morning, but it is a pretty brisk late evening for... Okay, they'll be maybe going to sleep a little bit early there, giving away the gun to the spike. The economy don't think is going to suffer too badly from that regardless, but you know, at any time it might be the difference between an ability or not. That mechanics, that shot there is showing off exactly how strong these players still are, and that coordination, especially with everything else going on, because you've got to remember you're going to be having 2 people maybe calming in your ear, especially with both cosmic divides up, as you said, Charlotte. The map defined into quadrants and split up, but that was last map. This is it. A stack from Wolves here. They believe it's a B push. Trace with one ultimate left, but it might be the difference maker here.
Great start from Wolves. And I would like to apologize to Yosemite, as ever since I pointed out how many kills he was on, he's not found one.
the
And the opportunity goes wanting there again, as Fung Fung is able to escape with 41 HP.
Oh, the caster curse is alive and well. I've stopped saying a lot of things, which is ironic because it's my job. But some things I am scared to say, Charlotte, and sometimes it is pointing out the efficacy of one player. Because exactly as you said, you can get those kind of 27 bombs, and Yosemite has been doing absolutely pivots for his team. Do not get us wrong, but if you start to teeter out near the end, it is how you end the game in Valorant at the end of the day. Yeah, you can start amazingly, but if you start amazingly, you can get 12-0, sure. But if you don't end well, you could be 13, you could be, you know, at that point then 14-12. It's unlikely, it's uncommon, but it can certainly happen here as we answer back one frag for Kai. The spike not gonna just go down just yet. Super PP getting raised up, actually being yeeted into the sky to an advantageous position. Can't quite get the frag, the spike still needing to go down. 16 seconds left, Charlotte.
Yeah, and a 1 versus 3 to try and find. Both players sort of jumping on through the angle, breaks up the sight lines, no collateral here today, and Fung Fung not able to find it. So we do in fact go to overtime here on map number 1. Certainly a closer affair on Abyss than the last 2 times these teams played back in the upper bracket round 1. Trace had already won this game 4 rounds ago, but not to be this time. Instead, it's OT. It is sudden death from here on out. You have to win both an attack and a defense. Otherwise, we keep on going, and we keep on going, and we keep on going.
We run it back. We run it back. We run it back until eventually someone goes forth. That is exactly now what we decide here, ladies and gentlemen. The OT set up the triple stack from Trace on the defense side here. It's not a high and low, it's a high, a slightly higher, and then highest in this way. And the setup though, it's very much prepped here. Good fake from the gate crash as well. Would have been certain death for Jawa had they went through with it. So excellent stuff there, good use of the utility. Everyone's coming back online, just the split from mid to A. And here we go, the first attack of OT.
Yeah, Wolves back on this attacking side. Trace flooding back in, but again, trading things out for a 3 versus 3. Still though, advantage being pushed. Viva trying to find something, and he doesn't. Kaido through the smoke for 1, and it's Fung Fung 1v2 again. This time, he finds the first kill. Sufan out above, takes him down.
These sofas. These sofas are absolutely fire. I know we're talking about Yosemite, and he is absolutely stealing the show with the with that kill feed, or with that kill death. Do not get me wrong, but damn, it seems like it's coming up to Viva and Sufa a lot of the time to kind of be the beginning of the end, to kind of really seal the deal for the round. And these executes are so damn strong from both sides. You can see the timing of the flashes certain times just not really working out. But that there, yeah, we're getting full monologues now, ladies and gentlemen. There is no longer any love lost, and we're gonna have a translation for you live. I can see that type, and I am curious to see what was said. And of course, we do get one more timeout for the non-regulation side, and you can see the kind of almost pleading from the coaches here. Wolves are a bit concerned, I think it has to be said, Charlotte.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. They want to just make sure they can close this out nice and quickly. Settle things maybe after that close win as well in round 25. To sell the nerves, make sure that the boys are in a good headspace for potentially the last round of this map. And again, taking the time out after you win a round can also be a bit of a detriment, but here in OT, it really is do or die. And I mean, that's exacerbated by the fact that we're in the lower bracket.
It's scary. Again, this is for everything here now, ladies and gentlemen. Again, like one of these teams are going to get eliminated, and the only time that's going to be any difference is for the lower bracket final. All those go to best of 5, so you've got a bit more time to work with, but these teams don't anymore. And Yosemite's position here immediately just gets himself out the teleport, showing off a little bit more of how strong Vito can be, of what this agent can do for site control, because that's absolutely pivotal. But speaking of control, speaking of positioning, speaking of everything, it's down to Kai, and it's down to Luo King backing him up here, because this has been an expert clear of the mid. If this oil drone doesn't get the information it needs, it does. This is a huge deal.
If they try and fight into towards Library here, they're going to be met with the chokehold of Yosemite. Jawa, though, trying to fight on forwards, is going to get cut down. And Spring, jumping in to assist, falls to a similar fate. Trace in the advantage, in the ascendancy, but only 30 seconds left on this one. And Sufat has found Kai. Autumn is there to back him up. Yosemite does find 30 kills. I've not cursed things just yet. But Fung Fung now in trouble. Has to make the 1v3 a 1v2. Spotted out by the recon as well. Sends in the flash, just to try and give himself a little bit more space, tried to buy himself a little bit more time. So both these players are above him. I don't think he spotted them. Finds the first, but again, the cool hands of the captain, Sufat BB, gets things done for the boys in black and gold.
Absolute show-stopping work from Wolves there. It looked like it was Trace's map on some cases, Charlotte. Maybe it should have been, but at the end of the day, a solid performance. One of the players even getting lost just there with the celebrations, because we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. It is Wolves' map pick on toward Bind in just a moment, but we really do have to talk about the performance there. Yosemite getting the 30 bomb and then converting it is a huge deal.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was very worried. Very worried that I had, in fact, cursed it. But no, it's fine. It's all good. He gets 30. But, you know, you still can't be complacent about that. You know, you look at in VCT Pacific, I mean, very recently in DFM versus Global, map 1, Patman went 36 and 5 or something ridiculous like that. Had a crazy scoreline, and even still did not win out the series. Yeah, sorry, 32 and 5 for Patman on their first map, and instead GE ended up losing the series. So just because you can win map 1, just because you can have an incredible performance from one player on this first map, does not necessarily mean that the series is yours. You've still got to convert it.
And that is the aim of the game, as we kind of discussed, and a big stat we're going to be talking about after the highlights, but just getting a little bit of a spoiler here, and I want to talk about it because it's massive to see 10+ assists from 4 members of the Wolves roster. That's absolutely disgusting. That means basically everyone were in a team manner clambering over each other to get these frags. Whether it was to flashbang the opponent, to get the smokes out, to get the saturates that we can see time and time again. If 4 of your team are getting 10+ assists, or each, by the way, not like collectively, each, then clearly your team play is just on a different level.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems like that both of these teams were firing on all cylinders, and with the team comms coming up very shortly, we will get a chance to hear what was going on in the Wolves camp.
准备哦，捡球了，1、2、3。
在他明 pick。
OK， 小心，没有捡球，
捡球准备去哦。来开刀，
近点，
等我，
近点左边，
他走了。
来，我们开下包大，开下包大。
2个包点后，
慢，站，来 go go。
包点后，
走了，哪个左边？
pick 包点后
，2楼。
慢，我变慢了。
2打2有追，
我去 CT。
2楼追，
下小的爆吧。
压一组不知道，CT包也行，CT包。You go hide the corner.
6发子弹，6发子弹，头。
小心屁股。
屁股有机会，
我被
他可以下来啊。
两个，
回来，
1打1，1打1。Bottom next round。
又没狙了，哎呀
，Go
you till I kill them right？
Yosemite.
Well, I mean, yeah, you killed her, right? Absolutely show-stopping stuff. And who else was it going to be for the MVP, Charlotte? 303 ACS, 1.6 KDA, which is not usually kind of a show-stopping statistic if it wasn't for the fact that we went to 26 rounds. That's a much bigger and a much more impactful statement when 1.6 kills over the course of 26 rounds is massive stuff here. In Yosemite, one of those team members on Wolves that I pointed out with the 10 plus assists and lethal zones from Vito, he can kind of be anywhere, and I think teams are going to have to start to respect the fact that Vito, much like the rest of the Agent roster, much like your Yori, your Waylay, taking some time to fully understand his power, but he clearly has some.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we've seen similar performances from Yosemite on this Vito on Abyss. In Saturday's game against Nova, yeah, Wolves lost the map fairly convincingly. I think it was a 13-5. He still put in a great performance, was still providing a lot for his side. So it's good to see that this time they're able to get it over the line, and despite it being a close game, that he was still able to continue showing up throughout the entire map. And that's really the important thing. Like you said, you can start strong, but if you don't end strong, then that's where the problems lie. But like we say, look at the assists here coming through. Sufat 12, Jawa 9, Autumn 15, Spring 11. I mean, just absolutely outstanding work.
I need to do my quick math here, but that's something like 40 assists. Like my quick math is failing me. It's quite early on. What's that? 30? I can actually do it. 36, 47, and then with the 4 from Yosemite, 50. I was going to say 51. Doesn't matter. Either way, it's 50 plus assists. That's big. That's ridiculous. That is absurdity if that's going to be the case here. And we get to see then the attack side coming through. 7 out of 11 for Wolves in terms of the spike kind of plant conversion rate. Very, very solid stuff. 6 out of 10, though, 60% Trace answering back well on their own.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, it's just the way things go sometimes, is you put in all of the work and it just doesn't quite work out in the end. But for Wolves, they're just, again, even the IGL is able to put up these incredible performances. But this is what we know from Sufat. This is what we know and love from him, is just being able to not quite carry the team, but have these really good performances and able to just be the hype man as well. And that's incredibly important in a match as close as one we just saw, Medante.
Oh, it absolutely is. A big aspect of it as well is the fact that Sufat is keeping up with the average that his own teammate kind of skewed. For anyone that doesn't actually know by the numbers that well, that's very much the white line is the average for the entire server, then the red is the player's performance. So if your IGL on Sova is managing to kind of connect all of those dots when Yosemite is sitting there essentially ruining the average for the rest of the server because everyone else is at least kind of performing on a similar level, it really does go to show you the power of the IGLs and the power of Sufat BB, and to be honest, a commiseration call out, but Viva playing phenomenally as well. So ladies and gentlemen, though, that was Abyss, and when we come back just after this short little break, we are going to go to Bind, and Charlotte, as you said, maybe a 4-con conclusion, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he blows me, and he gets caused real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't release this until they feel it forced apart. And if you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars ripped to be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Hello. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. It's us. We're back. We're still here. What to say about map 1 apart from the fact that it was crazy. And map number 2, I hope is going to stay the same, but it's not looking good for Trace. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Dante. I'm pretty sure I don't think they've won on this map since like November.
It's been a rough one, I can tell you that. It has been a rough one for them in terms of the recent matches that have been kind of going through. Basically, the last time, as we talked about, they went against Wolves back on January 22nd. It was a 1-2 for them. I believe that was also, we did see the bind come through. I just want to double check that just to make sure I'm not spreading complete lies and misinformation over the internet. I do have a habit of doing that. Yes, it does look like that was the case. So the fact that we're getting to see a reset of this and the fact that it seems to be going pretty similar, honestly, to the way it was going through. Trace, at the very least, were able to get themselves a map pick initially, but that was because Bind did not come up so quickly in the pool, and Trace's Abyss was looking a bit cleaner.
Yeah. Yeah, I did just go back through. The 13th of November was the last time that Trace won a map of Bind.
Oh.
So they're going to have to buck the trend here, but Wolves have already bucked a trend. They're both the two Abysses that they'd played so far didn't look that great, but they were able to scrape out a win here today. Though potentially there is a chance that we see split after all, Medante.
I'd love it. I'd love
Yeah.
to see it. I'd love to see it. Any more maps is good for us as commentators. It's great for the audience because it means shenanigans. It's bad for if you're the fans, depending on which side you're on, depending how die-hard you are. And of course, it's not great for these teams playing these amount of maps anymore because at the start, yes, okay, upper bracket, you don't play as many games. A lot of these teams are very kind of cemented anyway in VCT China. There's no real surprises coming up, but even still, you don't want to give away potential pocket picks. You don't want to give away a potential lineup switch that even is just swapping, let's just say, Sufat off the initiator to maybe go onto the controller. Do I see that happening? Do I see that as particularly likely? Not necessarily, but neither would any of the opposition of Wolves, which is why that becomes then an aspect of the more matches you play, the more kind of setups you have, the less opportunity you have to keep an additional ace up the sleeve.
Yeah, and then the other thing as well is the games start to come through more one after the other.
Yep.
When we're here in the lower bracket, if you keep getting 3 mappers, if you keep having to grind it out every time like that, you're gonna exhaust yourself out before you're able to. Again, for Wolves, they would have to win every single round of the lower bracket to qualify to Masters Santiago, which means that they pretty much just have to play every single day, going on and on and on. They want to have a quick win so they can have a chance to just have a rest, because if they keep grinding things out, again, exhaustion will play a factor. They will trip up at some point. So Map 1 was certainly a grind. For Wolves' sake, they're going to be hoping that they can just keep things nice and simple here. A clean Map 2 for the 2-0. With the comps coming in, though, we see Autumn on this chamber, which excites me greatly. On the other side, double duelist, double controller here. Again, very similar looks. I think the main difference for me, and the thing that I'm really going to be looking at here, is the matchup between these initiators. The Fade versus Sky is going to be an interesting matchup for me, Medante.
Fade versus Sky is always cool. I think Sky does get a little bit underrepresented for what she can actually still do. I do think in terms of her ability to clear both hookah and lamps, I think she is nigh uncontested, especially if you've got backup with something like the kind of paint shells, the satchels and such to kind of back you up there. Plenty of stuff to work with. Now, Sufat obviously not going to have the satchels and everything to work with, but the Spring, basically that Silva drone in the light speed, in that refract as well, very, very clean. And then we've seen there, obviously down at the bottom, it was the map win rate, attack, defense, and then the kind of the comp that we've seen the composition use rate. So it's a big deal to see those stat lines really shoot up. Essentially get a brief insight, Charlotte, into why you are so concerned about what may befall us.
I am also slightly concerned for Wolves though now. Having seen the agent select, Spring, I think, on the Waylay is certainly a worry for me. I mean, we saw Spring up against Nova in the lower bracket play Waylay on that Abyss, and he did honestly pretty dreadfully. Like, he went 8-14, was the lowest rated player on the team, and that was even a part of a double duelist setup with Autumn on the Yoru. This time around, he's having to do everything in terms of the duelist role. He's gonna have to be that sole player in that role, and with Autumn falling early as the other tip of the spear on that chamber, it now does just fall to Spring, where we've seen him find more success on a Yoru, on a Neon perhaps. Instead, Waylay has proven to be a little bit difficult.
Waylay is gonna be, I mean, I've talked about this a decent bit before and never really had the chance to, just with how quick everything has been, but the trifecta of duelist Charlotte, I think you've heard me yap on enough about this, where you do see the difference between Yoru, Neon and Waylay, and it very much at the kind of highest level that we're seeing, teams are able to kind of swap them out bit for bit. Excellent swing from Yosemite here though. If there's one person to keep Wolves alive even when the initial frags go Kai's way, it is certainly this Viper under control here. And if you look at it, Charlotte, it is an empty B site. Whether Wolves are fully aware of that or not yet remains to be seen, but Trace are going to use this very patient aggression to get the control of the rest of the map, and that's something I absolutely adore to see. Trace understanding that, yeah, okay, cool, It's being played very slow on the attack. We can take all this space in the world, and the TP now not even really going to be an option.
Yeah, Yosemite's watching for this one. Has spotted Feng Feng on the approach up sand. Certainly taking a lot of time away from the defense and takes the player away as well. Exploration in towards Elbow, in towards Hall. There might be a clash upcoming with Viva, but has slipped his way in towards the site. And here's Sufat. There's one. Luo King. He's going to have to clutch up. And again, just too many players to deal with. The smoke so oppressive on the site. And Wolves do get another pistol. It's a rare commodity, the Wolves pistol, but they do find one.
The big one as well, especially whenever you did not start off with those opening frags. It was Trace. Kai managing to take down 2 so early on there, and then just getting answered back. And a scary aspect already has to be considered, that if you're not converting those first bloods, we've seen for the most part the first bloods on Abyss fairly even. I think it was a bit more sided towards Wolves, if my memory doesn't do me any disservice. But if you're losing the round like that, especially with kind of that initial 2k, I was talking about Trace, the idea that they're really wanting to take this map presence and this control. But that's a double-edged sword, because it was a very late lurk from the Brim. It was a very late lurk from the side of Luo King to try and get that flank down. And with Kai already running through, giving away his life, Trace, you're on the defense. Wolves have to push into you.
Creeping slowly. Autumn might get caught here. Nope. In fact, has read the position of Luo King. Even with a Marshal at that close range, is still able to find the shots. Now the smoke's coming in as well. I mean, Wolves certainly looking to really take the control of the site as Saturate deals with Delby. Viva only good for 1 and a second to throw a bit of danger back in the mix. He's now getting pressured here by Yosemite. So just the 2 for him. And 2 rounds for Wolves as well.
It's a nice push from Wolves, but it really has to be said, it's an uglier push from Trace, and they are playing this very aggressive. Like, you can see the amount of map control that Trace are kind of trying to force. Like, Kai's up on shore, Luo King's down in showers that deep. But what it means is you're giving away the 1 versus 1s. You're giving away those fights, and especially when your economy's on the lower buy, you need to play to your strengths. You need to be stacking up 3 players swinging 1 person. Yes, you lose 2, but the 3rd person maybe gets the frag, picks up a gun. The refrags could easily go any other way as well. If you've got 4 classics staring down 2 rifles, especially at this level, those 2 classics can, those 4 classics can somehow find a way to end up walking away. The Victors get 2 frags and then get the guns away. That was last round though. Trace with the full buy here now, playing a bit more defensive, making Wolves force their way into them. But it's a fast rotate, it's a fast use of the TP. Trace gonna have to meet them.
Now that they are. I'm still very worried about the damage that Spring could do with this Bucky. Jumping on in, no light speed or refract to be able to use, so perhaps hampered a little bit, but the spike still has been planted. And Autumn has a rifle in hand to be able to try and do something. Her orbital strike as well, but the rest of Wolves falling. It's just Yosemite to try and stand up against 3. And well, shot through the wall. Isn't going to be able to succeed.
That's already instilled me with much more confidence that Trace can really bring this back, or at least finally break the curse of them being in such a bind. I have to use that play on words, I'm sorry ladies and gentlemen, but it does really show that. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I'm ashamed of myself as well. It's okay. You don't have to be ashamed of me. I'm more ashamed of myself than anyone else needs to be. But getting those refrags coming through, getting those kind of double swings, Trace are now kind of demonstrating that, okay, it was just maybe a bit of an overzealous pistol round, and then just a low buy that isn't really going to go your way most cases anyway. Now they're starting to say, okay, no, we can answer back. As I say that, it's Luo King going for this aggressive showers push, potentially on his own yet again, and that flash that hits from Sufat, that may have actually been a blessing in disguise. The smoke, of course, is down to give that little bit of extra space. The ult orb very much wanting to be farmed, and if you can not only take away Wolves, but get the orbital strike for your defensive side for Trace online even earlier, that is a massive boon, don't get me wrong, but not worth sacrificing a player over, especially if it's the first frag down.
Interesting that Autumn isn't able to buy here, so just opting for the Headhunter. Potentially might look to try and find an orb or two to get the Tour de Force online.
An elbow? Oh, I saw, maybe this is again, maybe with the outlines and stuff, I'm thinking Springsteen an elbow, but oh, there might be just an end of days here. No, never mind.
Wow.
Fung and Leo King hold their ground. Yosemite, meanwhile, though, using this distraction to try and take quite a bit of short control here. The Molly, the snake bite is going to be enough, and Kai gets found out from the TP as well. What looked actually so solid for Trace, Wolves have an answer for yet again.
Delby, though, fighting back into this, has been able to take down one, and it forces the TP pivot away from this from Wolves. Sufat planting on the empty site. Without the backup, that could have been risky, but both Trace players still over on the eastern side, so nothing to worry about there. Now these Wolves players have reconvened, doubling up, but watching different angles, and still no information to be able to get this one done. All of the utility from Sufat has been taken away, so it's just face checking, just running into this, and we're running into a collateral from the IGL.
Literal face check. 2 bullets checked via the face, and it was at the end of Sufat PB's rifle here. An excellent showers hold here from Trace, at least initially, but they gave up short. And this is the thing, Trace seemed to be so wanting to force their positional advantage and so wanting to play around that they give away the other aspects, and Wolves are just showing that they can adapt. Wolves are showing that, okay, you've got 2 set up on mid, do you have, or 2 set up on shower, sorry, do you have anyone set up on shore, anyone set up on mid? Do you have that additional kind of positioning? And on a map like Bind, really, you shouldn't. You need to kind of have 3 and 2. That's just the way of it. The teleporters do make life a little bit easier for the rotates and such, but you do have to make those stacks kind of risk-reward, and Trace are really struggling, especially with a map that is still the most defender-sided map in the entire pool, and potentially including the entire game maps that aren't in the pool withstanding.
Yeah. The weaker side here in terms of the man count also has the weaker weapons, but the working's been unchecked here in the corner. Good for one. Might still be able to find a second. Pops a stim beacon just to give himself a better chance of escape. Wolves now look to pivot to short. This one's still risky as there's a Bucky waiting. Kai up close. Oh, gets the spot, but Autumn just a bit too good with the movement there. Still getting chunked down the HP, now 53 in hand. Yosemite's fighting back, but there is the shotgun to find its impact.
The exact same kind of storyline here. Yes, okay. 3 versus 3, and that's a really late rotate actually from Delby there. Essentially a 3 versus 2 for quite some time. Dimensional drift from Kai now to get this information. Will spot out the 2 members of Wolves, and with this background, the 3 members I should say from Wolves, means that Delby and Leo King can get their 1 apiece. The Molly should have been used. The Guardian online though from Jawa doesn't need the utility. Happy to just fight back. Pure mechanics, pure aim, and Wolves confident on this map, and Trace looking a little bit lost. I do have to just highlight Delby's rotate so late.
Yeah, just really not ideal there, but for Jawa, those shots at the end of the round, just so done clean. Look at that. For the 1v3, has done well for himself there. And now Autumn immediately with that Tour de Force online, just getting stuck in, takes down Kai as the trials and tribulations for Trace persist here on Bind.
They really do. And it's a scary thing, Charlotte, because I can imagine some people, and it is a good question to ask, kind of going, okay, Trace haven't won this since November. Why isn't it one of their kind of auto bans? And it's because so many teams are comfortable on bind that if Trace don't get the opportunity for the first ban, you will be going to bind, basically. Okay, yes, there's a couple of niche decisions, maybe niche teams where just neither team is a particular fan of it, but for the most part, bind is tried and tested. Teams should be comfortable on it, and it means you can't really afford to sacrifice a very pivotal either first map pick or ban on a map like bind, unless you're Wolves, who have been having a dominant performance on it. Imagine from this first shot and from the fact that Autumn is able just to stand on this box completely uncontested. I say that if no one peeks him, he might not be able to get anything.
But it's now the last one left, and the shots go wide. Headhunter, though, still good for this. As the paint shells force him out of this position. Just can't quite react in time. The Ferrari peak from Fung Fung gets Trace the closer of the round. And they finally do have a bit more success in one where we thought, especially considering how things started, that it might have gotten away from them. It's nice from Fung Fung, though.
That was really nice spray control from that range as well. That's a hard kind of transfer to get and so cleanly. And I'm gonna start saying, I know we've joked kind of maybe about VCT China being like the thrifties and kind of stuff like that. I'm really starting to pivot towards you don't want first bloods on this region. You do not want to be the first one to get a kill, because it seems to be your downfall. Whether it is just it kind of causes the team that gets the first blood to maybe pivot and play too tight. Maybe it just gives them a little bit of overzealousness, a bit of misplaced confidence. It really does seem like getting that first frag is the kryptonite, and the way to avoid that is simply don't let anyone get the frag. But with everything coming through here, I believe that may be just a madman's rambling more than anything else.
I didn't want to say anything, but I mean, it certainly would be a clutch for the ages from Yosemite, and indeed, he's not able to get it done. So, bit of stability now found, potentially for Trace. Obviously, it's an eco for Wolves, but with 2 in a row, they've given themselves a bit more of a platform. And it's one that Wolves don't do a lot of damage towards them either, so in terms of the economy, should still be looking quite good for this one. Interesting to use the Orbital Strike on an anti-eco, but it does help secure the round. Lua King's already a quarter of the way to the next one, so all things concerned, probably not too big of a deal.
I don't think it's bad, and I think players are very scared, and it's nice to really see these regions. China especially does seem to be not use the ultimate on cooldown, but very much just a if we don't need to worry about this angle if we use like an orbital strike for it. And as you said, Charlotte, it's already 2 ult points back online. I mean, Leo King dies and gets a kill for these next rounds, basically into the half. You know, there's 4 more left. All they would need is either a 2k in one of the rounds or an ult orb for them, and they're guaranteed to get 1 more orbital strike. So honestly, I do very much think it is the play, and I think teams should be a bit more comfortable, because looking at Jawa here, the orbital strikes from Wolf have been very clean as well, don't get me wrong, but it's easily an ultimate that can suddenly slip away from you, and you can very much find yourself only having access to 1 when 2 was very much on the cards.
Being sent on in now, Spring. Gatos get cut down, but sends a Saturate in. Orbital Strike doesn't catch those players out, so Trace still in with a chance, but Yosemite does the damage in through lamps, finds a double. Now can invest the Viper's Pit into this one. Surrounding Sufat BB as he's planting the spike, and becomes a very difficult retake for Trace to try and complete.
The fact that Yosemite is just seemingly walking up through short and has done it so many times is kind of a concern for me here, to be honest, because it is... Oh, speaking of a concern, no, okay, I'll finish that point later on. The Viper's Pit falls. Viva and Leo King able to get themselves a frag each right now. The spike can't get quite half. The incendiary and the molly is going to be enough, especially as well. Del B popping the Viper's Pit here. Jawi, you're just going to have to run in and try and fight this. You're not going to get the opportunity. Manages to spread out. Leo King nearly, honestly, gets the conversion towards Del B, but it will not be enough. And if the Viper's Pit is what is needed to convert that 8th round, then an absolute masterclass done. And you cannot say that is a wasted ultimate. The round was converted.
Well, indeed. Rough one for Wolves, though, in all honesty.
Oh, yeah.
Again, really nice work from Yosemite here. Gets the Viper's Pit online. But...
Guy jump scare.
yeah. I agree, calling the timeout here, because that's a round that's gone very, very wrong indeed. And, well, I mean, we've already seen Trace almost put up the same number of rounds on this map as they did in the first time these teams faced each other.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up, so I'm glad you mentioned it. And I also want to... I was very, very shaky whenever we were looking at that 3-0, Charlotte. I was very concerned that Trace weren't calling the timeout. And kind of once you hit those kind of 3-4 rounds, especially with Trace's history, you're going, okay, call the timeout. Like, please call the timeout. Definitely, like, your coach needs to come in to be able to say something to kind of rally the team. Trace, to their credit, did it on their own. They have not yet called a timeout, which means this capitulation, this kind of complete twist of the aspect of the mindset that Trace are working with is down to themselves, is down to potentially the IGLs, is down to potentially just the players keeping that mental strong. And they really need to, again, it's elimination point here. And the winners, as you said, Charlotte, they don't get much of a respite.
No, indeed they don't. They do get a little bit of a rest tomorrow, day off, but then day after you go straight back into the breach. February 5th, February 6th, February 7th, February 9th.
A full week, essentially. Yeah. A full week, essentially, of non-stop. And again, in theory, tournament bracket, it means you're only going against better and better teams as well. Like, that's the scarier part, because you're going in against teams that have fallen later in those upper stages. And yeah, especially if they're coming at you, there's a lot that you're going to need to be able to adapt to, a lot that you're going to be able to engage with. That is, for either of these teams, that's just after they walk away from this initial engagement. They'll be able to walk away from theirs. 1 HP, manages to barely just escape. Autumn, they're good for it, but Wolves still fighting back, and fighting back incredibly cleanly.
Yeah, but as Trace got overwhelmed, they steady themselves, steady up the round, and take the lead here on Bind with a 5-4 score.
And at this point, it really has to be said, what slash line are Wolves going to be happy with? Because Trace, I think, are already a little bit displeased with this slash line. Again, Bind, very defender-sided map, and it does require a lot to work from to kind of make work. I've got to wonder, you know, the Wolves think they could have maybe got a little bit more here, especially with Sufat kind of getting the Skydog, getting that Trailblazer. That's a lot of information can be found. Same with the Guiding Light. We've just seen it fired down short towards A side there. I wonder if Wolves were maybe thinking they could have done a little bit more. And I'm looking at that one Waylay, Charlotte. Your crystal ball so far is not requiring its warranty.
Yeah. It's Spring on the Waylay just is not seeming to have the best of times. So I hope for split we see something different. Yoru or Neon, honestly, either I'd be happy with. But that's if we even get there, because there's still a chance for Wolves to fight back into this map and take it for themselves. Just a 1-round deficit, and in this round, they've now brought themselves the advantage. 4 versus 3. And Autumn has control of B site here. Belby gets the spot, relaying that information to his side, but Wolves, the rest of them flooding in here as well. That's full control in their hands. And now pushing for more. Is lurking, caught on the iPad.
Can Brim be doing that? Brim's in his 60s. Brim's not an iPad kid. That's
but
ridiculous.
Brim was born in like 2008 or something, so you know.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes, I guess I forget that the Valorant's time frame is a little bit different to ours, but what certainly isn't different at the minute, at least, is Wolves' capacity just to kind of get onto this site, and I want to kind of echo it back to earlier. It's Trace really trying to push their aggression, push their positioning, but it's kind of backfiring. It's biting them a little bit on the back, and as the scores get equalized yet again, I think, to be honest, Wolves could be looking at this half going their way. They just seem so confident in their executes. Everyone is so good at not necessarily taking engagements to get frags. No one is like taking a swing that's just, okay, I'm going to get this kill. But Wolves are so good at poking and prodding this entire map, and even if the first frag doesn't necessarily go their way, Trace just seems so good, or Wolves just seems so good then, despite that man disadvantage, playing to their strengths and playing to their outs to convert the round regardless.
I mean, Trace are doing better than they did in the first. They only got one defense round actually in that game, so quintupled their count. I don't think they'd be happy with that though. Want to take every advantage that you can, every round that you can.
Little bit quiet here again. The pacing coming through this poking and prodding I was talking about. Viva good for one, but immediately Automancer's back, a Saturate and a Trailblazer stun. That utility coming through, absolutely beautiful stuff. And Wolves yet again, off the back of the utility, off the back of that initial poke and prod, it's Viva's first frag, but losing Viva and Delby in the process here. It's down to the remainders, and Kai and Fung again answering back solidly to start with. But now, a 1 versus 2. Kai, the dimensional drift online, the operator here coming through. Oh, the jiggle is not going to be enough. Spring managing to just get the movement through, and despite a kind of weak showing from the Waylay as a whole, everyone else from Wolves is showing up in spades.
Yeah, and that was a good round from Spring actually as well. You know, we have been critical, so I think it's fair to sort of give him his flowers in that one.
Oh yeah.
Takes a dash on in, Saturate. That's the information there, and again deals with the smoke and has the movement to evade the operator there from Kai. Like you say, Wolves have the feeling that they should be able to take this half, and will certainly be feeling that now. With a Guardian, a Stinger, a Bulldog on side for Trace, Wolves certainly with the economic advantage here in round 12.
Strongest gun in the game as well. Autumn's just pulled it out there, so the tour de force as well. Certainly a force to be reckoned with. And that's not to highlight though, Trace do have a lot of ultimates online for themselves. Leo King has not been able to play around the ult orb that I've mentioned, and they have not yet got a double kill, so the orbital strike not online until Leo King can find one more here. But lurking in the smoke from Viva, that's genius, but not expecting the rest of the team to be stacked up, not expecting Wolves to be able to back it up. Delby though, able to back it up themselves, doesn't need Nightfall down. The Stinger, the run and gun, Spring holding their ground, takes a lot of damage but still able to fight. Autumn's just in the smokes, living in your spawn. Fung not prepared at all. It's still a 2 versus 2.
And Spring's on 8 HP. The Wolves decide to explore towards the defender spawn. I think Leo King might have been able to read this possibility here.
Genius.
He's watching for this, deals with Spring, and able to escape, get away. Now Autumn fell between his legs, back towards the B site, and around where Wolves should have been favoured. We go into red time, and a 1 versus 2, and Delby's still here, still lurking around to get the catch and get the kill, and tie up the first half 6-6.
And all the back of that orbital strike. Leo King, we've been talking about the kind of, well, It's been highlighted over the course of the map. The Shires control that kind of initial fight. Finally, it's given up by Wolves. Leo King able to comfortably get the orb online, gets the orbital strike, and that forces Wolves just to second guess their strategy on B here. And I mean, it's in their name. Delby actually popping off huge whenever it was required there. Keeps it online, forces again. That angle will still be possibly held. And now with halftime, 6-6. But Trace, you've got to do a decent bit on this attack.
Yeah, plenty of work here. Honestly, for both teams. But I think I'm still leaning towards Wolves here, Medante, just based on the past record, I suppose you could say.
Yeah.
And, you know, you look at the attacking half. Again, I'm referring to that opening match a lot, but I think it is probably the most relevant example we can point to. Yeah, Trace only got one defense round, but it was also an 8-4 half from Wolves on their defense anyway. So, with Trace only able to secure 6 rounds here, if they still have that same sort of performance, they only get up to 10, that's not enough. So again, we need to see continued improvement from Trace, not just in the first half, but here in the second as well.
That is, for anyone that is maybe requiring a little touch up on their math, 10 is not 13. Charlotte. And a fantastic teacher. I've learned something new today. Thank you, Charlotte. It's been a while since I've brushed up on my math, but it's really down to this remainder. It's down to this, and can Trace kind of steal themselves? Because, as you said, it's maybe not the performance they were hoping to come back onto this map with, but it's what they're working with. It's what they've been given, and they do have a very solid lineup here. I mean, Feng on that raise, the attacking raise is very, very clean. Wolves, though, trying to go for the active defense, not allowing any sort of initial attack to come through, but Kai answers back here. Yeah, Jawa put down to low HP as well. Leo King on the 35 HP, still a very explosive opener to the pistol round, but one that comfortably goes Trace's way.
Yeah, and that's where you start to worry. Obviously, we know that Wolves have struggled on pistols throughout, or really the entire stage so far. And again here, losing the first player. Damaged out though, like you mentioned, 35 HP. Autumn, good for one, and the second. King will indeed fall.
I thought it was a third. I wasn't sure if there was a collat involved. I nearly jumped out of my chair. Apologies.
I think he took down Lower King through like the leg of Delby or something.
Okay, right. Okay, that makes more sense. I was about to actually scream. I was about to burst everyone's eardrums, but it's not over just yet.
Indeed not. Wolves still trying to fight back into this. Again, the 3 versus 3 situation. First tap on the spike, and well, there's no one really to try and disrupt this. Kai peeking out from triple, and while the rest of Trace combining each for one to find the victory there. Another pistol round goes against Wolves, and the lead yet again in the hands of Trace Esports.
Very, very nervous initial disposition there, but very good patience, honestly, there from Trace. 3 people all kind of set up next to that spike, but no one initially contesting it, letting it get to that half. But everyone very confident in the comms, very confident on the reswings and the trades there. So very, very cleanly done from Trace. And if their attacks look like that, granted, it was off of Wolves trying to go for a very cheeky setup play, and, well, there's 4 people here currently tending to the flowers and gardens, so it might be a second follow-up very quick round.
Yeah, indeed, it might be. There's the first kill. Flash up over the top, and Kai in trouble. Has to gate crash out of there. Paint shell sent through to try and deny some of the space that Wolves are taking, but they do have control. That forces Trace away.
Yes, a bit quieter here, and I'm surprised we weren't seeing as aggressive of a rotate, because we got a waylay piece of utility, we got Skydog, we got the Brim smokes come through, so like you're given a decent bit of highlight that there's kind of 3 or 4 players playing here, but you have to wait for Delby's kind of instruction, and I'm gonna take the head clean off the Viper before ever having to wait for that. The setup on the smoke, decent survival of the initial utility, but there's a lot more where that came from, and Trace bursting out of the smoke. They know where Autumn's gonna be, the spike gonna get planted, and I don't know how many shots bullets are in that headhunter. I think that's make it 4, but I doubt Autumn can make that work.
There are 4 people, you know, one bullet each.
Most die to a body shot, no? 3 out of
Yeah,
those 4
I think
died to a
so.
body shot.
But
Okay, and you know what, Autumn? Go get him. Go. You know what? Actually, I've changed my mind. Go get him. I think you can do it.
I think he's expecting them to push him, but instead Trace being very disciplined here. And again, this feels like conceding the round for Wolves. It's waiting potentially to die to the spike here. So Kai is just looking to push forwards to take this out of his hands, and the knife comes out at just the wrong moment. Kai won't survive, but I don't think he'll care too much about that.
No, he gets his ult point for the frag. He gets the economic bonus anyway for it as well. Yeah, that's more than comfortable for Kai here. And shots, man. Autumn, very scary on that chamber. You need good mechanics. You need to be confident in everything that you do that is regarding aim, and so far certainly seems to be the case from him. Not quite enough at the moment though to stem the bleeding. Trace lose a couple of members, they lose 2, but they get the spike down as well, so the economy for the most part looking all right for them here. We do see the Spectre come through from Leo King though, so Wolves with the advantage here. This is their round to lose, and the fact that it's mostly a commit towards Showers and Trace, whether they've just read it or it's just good instincts, but they want to try and get on this B site instead.
Autumn's in the way though, and he's proven to be such a difficult player to fight against. Yosemite caught up closer in the smoke. As the rotations from Wolves come in, Trace are backing away from this. Just Jawa standing over towards A. You think Wolves will get this information at some point, and indeed, they figured it out now. Spring going back to rejoin his Brimstone here over on A.
Comes through. We're seeing a difference here. It's not, Delby has not managed to single-handedly walk up short 4 rounds running, but instead it's the rest of Trace coming through. It's all of Trace joining them for this, but it's going to be the lights are going to have to go out. Wolves is telling Jaya that everyone is not welcome here. Jaya, no concern, just snapping that door shut on 3 members of the Trace side. And I mean, a very clean defense, but let's face it, down to 1 position and 1 spray.
I mean, it looked like it was about to be a whiff as well, and then Jawa comes in to save the day. What a spray down. Autumn, of course, always one to get involved. 2 kills in the round for him, completing the full house. And for Wolves, that's, I mean, it's the bonus round converted. It's one that they would have hoped to get on the board. But still a bit of a costly one. Seafat still on the Bulldog. So Trace again looking good for it, but the guiding light sent through. Ajawa again stepping up to the mark.
Oh, and it's such a rare aspect. Finally, someone gets healed in a professional game of Valorant. The HP, the body shots being very relevant there, because Jawa back up to a couple extra shots. Leo King not caring though if the shots can find the head quite like that. Nowhere near as big a deal here. Jawa going for this corner. It doesn't get cleared. The spray is still clean. Jawa, 2 4Ks, I want to say, back to... Oh no, a decisive 3K, then a decisive 4K as well. That is 7 kills in the last 2 rounds out of a possible 10. Gotta give credit where it's due, though. Sufat BB's guiding light certainly showed him the way.
This Jawa kid might be pretty good at Valorant.
Yeah, who would have
As it turns out, a prospect from NA Tier 2 now brought in and is absolutely performing. here on the Tier 1 stage, and Destroyer calls his first timeout as Wolves bring things back to even. And Trace probably don't have a bye for this next round, number 17, so indeed they will probably go down to the disadvantage, and again have to fight back in to stay alive here in Kickoff. Wolves already one map up. If they take Bind, it's a 2-0 victory, and well, they don't get eliminated from the competition. As we keep saying, Medante, as we keep reminding, we are in the lower bracket.
Oh yeah, there is, for Kickoff at least, there are no second chances anymore, ladies and gentlemen. For these two teams at the very least, this has to be do or die. And so far though, I mean, 8-8. I'm not saying that Trace are certainly, you know, going to break the streak. I'm not a betting man by any means, Charlotte, as you know, but with the way Trace are currently answering back, the timeout being popped here, like, and this round number 17 going in, the fact it is their first timeout, it really goes to show that I think Trace weren't as concerned about how their defense was going to go. They seemed very concerned about how their attacks going, and with an execute like this, maybe that is the right focus to have.
Yeah, just going straight in and straight into the blender, really. Eva still good for one in the middle there, and Fang Fang as well with the upgrade in hand. I've given away his position with the boombot, but now knows these three players are all on the site.
Oh, that's
from
so
elbow.
space.
Beaver in garden. And Fang Fang collects the other two.
Oh.
Okay, Dave.
Oh, Viva.
Oh dear.
It's okay. No one's seen it. No one's seen it. It's all right. Yo, hey, he used the ult. They won the round. It's worth it. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say that. We're gonna move on. I don't care that the ult was used after the round had ended. He used the ult and they won the round. That's all I need. That's all that you need to say about that. Because Fang Fang there, that positioning set up. Yeah, that was given a lot of space actually from Wolves, and an excellent flank from Trace Esports here as well. And credit to Viva, there's a lot of other ultimates coming online. They are on the attack side, so the ult orbs are a little easier for them to kind of stack up and get. So we will likely be seeing another Nightfall come through before the end of this half, but still a blunder regardless.
Yeah, I'm still just in awe at the fact that Fang Fang was able to just kill the last two immediately. Either way, straight back into this round. No rest for the weary. And Wolves certainly might be feeling the pressure. Seem to be still playing with confidence, though. Immediately pushed down B long. They've got control of Fountain. Zhao going exploring towards Cave, and Market does get cut down. But even still, they have restricted the playable space on the map from Trace. But if they just keep getting the kills, I don't think they're going to care too much about it.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. That really seems to be the name of the game here, Charlotte. And I mean, this was what Wolves were kind of struggling with. That yes, they got this map space. Yes, they kind of took all this control, but if you're not winning the gunfights off the back of it, if you're not capitalizing off of the space, it's one thing to know where your opponents are. It's another thing just to be able to take those gunfights, especially with that lower buy. The tour de force as well being expended by Wolves, potentially a massive factor to consider. It's a good round to use it on, but just not finding any sort of value, which is such a heartbreak for Autumn, because they have been showing up for the team where needed. Just that's a touch too far, and already the second time I'm now being called here in the space of 2 rounds, and it's Wolves using their last one to try and right this train before it decides to go off to split.
Yeah, indeed. They want to keep things contained to Bind. And, well, like you say, they want to keep it in their hands, because as soon as you go to split, it's a bit more of an unknown. And to go all the way to the map 3 after such a commanding position, winning map 1, your own map pick on map 2, and yeah, it's a long way from It's a long way from Morocco to Japan as well. That's the
Yeah.
that's the other thing. Bit of a journey, but either way, if you're Wolves, you really do not want this going to a map 3.
No, you cannot really. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think you can really afford to have it happen. Even if you still manage to convert it, even if you still manage to get that kind of running, it's still gonna be too much here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is coming through. Everything's finding its mark. The dimensional drift from Kai stops Autumn from pulling out, and all ultimates being expended here. We've seen Lamps absolutely get cooked alive. No one inside though, so it is just gonna be an empty fryer. But still, the frag's going one way either side, and the showstopper not online for Fang anymore. Trace Esports losing a very pivotal ultimate that could have gained them all the space in the world. Could that come back to bite them? We'll see. The Trailblazer goes through the TP, spots out at least one. Believe also sees Kai as well. So whether that third or not, is Jawa ready for it? They've been so ready for so much over the course of this game, Charlotte. They just need to do this now.
Jawa puts the smoke down. He's playing tucked close to the corner as Delby still on the A-lurk. Forever separated from his team, but oh, the barrel of the rifle there just spotted from Kai. Trace fighting back in towards A. It is the stronger side. More players over here in Yosemite watching for Delby. He's now been dealt with. And a 3 versus 3 on side. Spike Button starting to come in. Spring tries to deny it, but gets cut down. Even still, the time being wasted. Only 7 seconds. They still can't go anywhere. 4 seconds. Sufa BB just needed to try and find a way to survive, but instead caught up in the carnage and cut down. The round goes the way of Trace.
I'm a bit stunned, and I think you could actually tell that some of the Trace players were a little bit shocked the way that engagement went. It was so pivotal, it was so good, but just that concern as soon as that 5-second hits, you don't really need to re-swing that. You don't need to give that away. You can see the look of sheer relief on the Trace squad there as realized kind of they maybe stole that one away. 3 rounds back to back, all just for frags. Blindside come through very, very close to just clear out that close garden angle, and the Viper's Pit now going online to very much make a statement here. But Fang has that showstopper online, could just put a rocket through the Viper's Pit, and it could be enough. The pre-smoke onto the TP, the swing from Fang just takes down Autumn. We see the pre-fire into the Viper's Pit. Yosemite put down to 4 HP. Fang following himself up, and he keeps going, Charlotte. He's going for an explore.
Yeah, indeed. Spring trying to break the ankles there of the Trace Esports duelist, but not to be. Instead, gets out of there. Too many players watching for his position. With a judge on hand now, Lightspeed already used, it's going to be difficult to fight back into this one, so Wolves going for the save here.
Rotate.
12 rounds, map point now for Trace.
Play for OT is always such a scary comm, especially with 3 players up. I don't disagree with it, of course, but just to have that statement to say that you need to play that level of kind of reservedness, especially again when it's potentially not quite yet for Wolves. They've got another map to make it work, but very close to elimination here. Delby moonwalks out of the TP and finds Jawa regardless of that initial advantage. Very much going to Jawa's way, and that's one extra gun that Wolves were so desperate to save being denied. And from this initial entry, especially for Fang, yeah, let's see that from both angles, because that was very, very clean. Jawa losing that gun alone could be the difference here, Charlotte.
Yeah. Now a Guardian in hand. I mean, it's not a pretty buy, is it, Matante?
No.
It's really not a pretty buy for Wolves. Spring still got that judge in hand as well.
Buy it. It's always down. It seems like Autumn is always ready and waiting to try and get this frag. And usually, to be honest, if he's the one that kind of goes against Del B's lurk, he's usually the one to come out on top, and it would be a killer of a show to do that this round, because you can see Viper's Pit online as well. The minute Trace Esports get onto the site, there's no Seekers, there's no Orbital Strike just online yet. There's the Convergent Paths, sure, but there's not really too much else to unsit the Viper from her nest. So we'll see here. The swing is huge. It's not going to be Autumn, but Yosemite might have done enough.
Autumn is in a bit of trouble here, though. 13 HP. Page Shell sent towards him, and Kai swings as well. Crazy Sports back in the 4v4. The TPs come in. Wolves regrouping in towards Showers to fight back into this one. As the shots come round, and Sufat, a long walk all the way from B. Again, Wolves in a bit of indecision here, taking time to wrap around further. It's going to be bleeding this clock dry. As Convergent Paths comes on in, Fung already sent ahead of it. Kai as well, fighting on in. A 2 versus 4 for these Wolves players. Jawa has been spotted, has been caught, but still gets the one. Teleports away from this. He's accidentally walked through the teleporter, I think. And that's the round, that's the game. From Norway to Morocco, and now to Japan. We span the globe in this best of 3. And Trace Esports win map 2, 13-8, to take us to that decider.
The curse is broken, ladies and gentlemen, but Charlotte's caster curse remains strong, and I would have it no other way. I would much prefer we see the third map and my caster have the curse than Trace Esports continue to deal with that, because it was looking very, very shaky. It was looking very, very concerning, and I think we really have to say, we'll talk about it more whenever the stats comes through, but I've definitely got an idea on who maybe could have shown up a little bit more, and just how some of these encounters could have gone a little bit differently. That was just clean from Yosemite. No notes there at all. And Fung then answering it back. Very good hold. Very good late positioning. Sufat BB, though, just getting turned on to, even with that very late lurk. And as we get to look at the highlights, we do get to see that what a back and forth this map was, and to come off of Abyss is very nice to see it continue.
Yeah, for sure. And again, like we say, Trace, we sort of saw them struggle as well at the start of this first half, but brought things back, were able to steady things out, and even this 1v3 coming in from Jawa in round 5 did not dissuade Trace from being able to take things their own way.
I mean, you said last map, kind of jokingly, who do we think is going to be the MVP? And I mean, I think you can keep continuously seeing that name show up on the kill feed, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be able to kind of show you that later on. Okay, we'll see it, because obviously it's from the winning side, but Jawa really does deserve the MVP. It really does need to be said. I mean, that's just phenomenal stuff from them. The spray control, the map positioning, absolutely pivotal. This round, a heartbreaker for Wolves, not the way they would maybe go. We can get to hear the bombs going through.
我跑了，我跑了，我被大了，金家被我了，有闪吗？对，黑雾。我被大了。 没事，他们有一个人要断后的。你们能从2楼先跳吗？我1楼慢走。可以。1楼应该有大，哦，没有，包上大。包上大，包上大。我只有一个捆。板凳没有。你混右手，对你混右手，把浴室清。浴室没人。右边往前走。我捆。滚。混死了。 哎，黑雾在这，黑雾 ，A 小一个， A 小一个，我开他，我开他。没一棒。拆，浴室小心，过来帮他解，就要一个。没事，拆，去打他，打他，打他。狙掉一小了，没关系。
What a performance. What a performance from Trace and Fung Fung specifically. We see the 280 ACS, 5 first kills as well. That's what you want from your dive duelist. That's what you want from your race player, to just be able to send it in, open up the space in the site, and just really deal with things there. And I think was a key factor in these 5 rounds in a row that we saw from Trace to close out the map. I mean, Fung Fung was pivotal to that.
Oh, I mean, the kind of the aim like speaks for itself, of course. But we talked about like that showstopper out of Hookah into the Viper's pit. I think, okay, I was genuinely gonna think, are we about to see that now? It's a different showstopper because Fung Fung certainly had a few online, but the rest of the team play, the rest of the coordination was perfect. That map control there, that lurk behind the 2 members of Wolves, absolutely pivotal, absolutely clean. That's the one I'm talking about there. Yosemite not going to be able to do much with what is presented for them. As we look at the team stats as well, they're very evenly split, I must say, particularly for Trace.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, you gave Jao the shout out as well, so good to see him topping the scoreboard there for Wolves. But again, it just wasn't necessarily good enough from Wolves. You know, we didn't see everyone sort of contributing the same way we did on Abyss. And I mean, Sufat started 15 assists, but you know, it's certainly not the 51 or 53 or, you know, whatever figure that we had from that first map. And I hate to point it out again, but Spring 6 and 17, it doesn't look good on the Waylay. I hope on Split we see a different agent out of him.
I think we will. I would be surprised if we see the Waylay. Neon and Yoru are both so solid on that map, and they do a lot, so it would be very surprising if that level of headstrong stubbornness does show up. Love the post plants as well, by the way, like a full 100% conversion from Trace. Very surprising given their previous run on this map as well, and we get to then have a look at Kai on the Yoru, because while not necessarily MVP, I mean, look at that ADR, look at them multi-kills, look at everything there, just completely cleaning up the average side. And I being an instrumental member, not as explosive as Fung Fung, of course, but certainly showing up where needed.
Yeah, the double duelist for Trace really shining here.
Oh yeah,
on Bind, and there's plenty of options for comps as well when we look towards our 3rd map of Split. Just before we go to the break, Medante, one word: who is winning, Trace or Wolves?
Trace.
Find out if he's right after this.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemies are road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't release this in until they feel it for their heart in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Well, I certainly didn't expect to find us going to a map 3, especially after we looked at the last time Trace had won on Bind, which was the 13th of November. They've now reset the clock and have now sent us in towards split between Trace and Wolves. Dante, you said you had Trace winning this. I think I'm going to have to disagree with you here. I still think that Wolves might have it to go through, and also I predicted Wolves before the game. So I want to stick to my guns and say that Wolves are going to win. But honestly, I am a little bit scared because after that Bind win, Trace should have the momentum heading into this decider.
Hey, they broke a curse. That's a big deal. Honestly, that is a huge deal. Like we do kind of joke about it. We pointed through, but to be able to actually turn around and say that, yes, okay, Abyss was mad close, and Trace could have easily converted that map had it just went, you know, 1 or 2 rounds, 1 or 2 shots go a different way. But to be able to then, off of that bad momentum, go into Bind, your opponent's map pick, particularly with the performance you're doing, and win that out, you know, fairly comfortably. Yes, okay, like 13-10, 13-11, but it did seem pretty confident by the end, as you said. Now we go on to split a much more comfortable map for weirdly enough, Trace, the way they like to play. Their win rate has been far more successful on this map than what Bind was. And hey, if you are a Trace fan right now, if the last thing I'm going to mention, for me at least from Bind, maybe Wolves play Waylay again?
Maybe. I mean, this is going to be a new map. We've not seen Wolves in Kickoff play split yet. As for Trace, they've played it once. They did beat JDG on that 13-11, but they have had it as their decider as well against Billy. Unfortunately, they lost 2-0. They didn't quite get there. This time, they have an opportunity to show that map again. So for Trace, I think they should still be feeling pretty good about this one. They had the Kai on Neon, Fung on Waylay that last time, and we see it coming through again. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, it's the exact same composition.
Yeah, Miracle.
As for Wolves, we see Spring now on his 4th duelist agent of the split, with a Raze coming through.
Just to be contrarian, I talked about Neon, Yoru, and Waylay. That's 3 duelists. That's the triangle. And Spring goes, what about 4th duelist? And hey, to Spring's credit, Raze is definitely very solid on this map. There's quite a lot of good stuff that the paint shells can be used for, like stopping any kind of push out of the smoke on A Heaven. On A Heaven coming out of tower. That's always a nightmare, because even when you smoke it off, you still kind of have to dedicate a gun to holding that, because the swings are usually so confident. So getting the paint shells in on that to kind of support the push, don't mind it at all. It is very much down to, though, the 2 ways you play Raze, which is, do you walk on site with your team, use the satchels for a lot of displacement, use the paint shells just for a lot of kind of post area clear, or do you soar across the sky, fly like a bird, only potentially to get skeet shot out of the air, because we are seeing some crisp aim from both of these teams.
Yeah, if it's shooting that you're looking for, then you're certainly in the right place, as we do indeed head to the streets in Japan. And Splits is our final destination here of this first best of 3 between Wolves Esports and Trace. Wolves just 26% on the pistol rounds, 25% today. They just won the first one in Bind. Everything else has been a Trace victory. And Spring does fall early again. And Kai just wasting no time getting up and Purple in their business, in their faces. Rushing down Autumn, and that's the power of the Neon that we were talking about, Medante.
Took the words right out of my mouth, and Kai's taking the players right out of the roster here. Just absolutely zooms past Joya, doesn't get the frag, and Luo King here though able to just get that additional lurk through, and that's the power of Neon. We said it earlier, and it's cool to see it put through that decisively. Kai gets the first frag on the Spring. Yes, it is through the smoke, but no hesitation then. And that little slide past Joya, Joya almost kind of looking and going, am I not even worth fighting? Only to get shot in the face by, I want to say that was that Luo King backing him up? I think it was. Very decisive round for Trace, and despite the fact, and I know I'm going to like create some, maybe a little bit of stirring by saying this, Split objectively is a defender-sided map. However, if you've got executes like that, you can make it look attacker-sided, no issue.
Oh, for sure. I mean, sometimes you come into maps, you're like, well, it's either defender side or attacker side, and then one team just completely dominates. You're like, oh, it's not either. It's just whichever team is winning sided, and that's the way it goes. Obviously, we're just one round in. Still the potential for a very close match, as we have seen throughout the rest of this series so far. And Kai is in trouble. Yosemite still just tucked close, not revealing his hand. Could be the jack-in-the-box that is required, and indeed does take down Fung Fung, but now his position is noted.
Oh no!
Kai, hello? We're dropping the gun prematurely there, and Sufat finds another. The Trace in a little bit of bother and trouble, but starting to come out the better of it. 3 versus 3, but some upgrades now in hand for these Wolves players.
That got a bit scary, didn't it? And you can even see Kai even kind of shaking the mouse in a bit more of a, what you would see in the rank ladder whenever you miss a shot, kind of shake the mouse to re-stabilize the aim, but kind of shaking them head at themselves, but able to get the gun regardless, able to get out, able to get the spike planted, and Trace playing these angles very, very well. Love to see these crossfires kind of coming through. The shots from Delby are very, very clean. The Marshal's not going to have any sort of concerns there, and then Kai just meeting up with Autumn just to go for that long-range engagement. Very solid push, very shaky initial holdout on Market there, or up in Heaven, sorry, not on Market, actually going the way of Wolves, but then finally just a good disengage to say that yes, we sunk some of our eggs into the B site, but we've got another basket on towards A, and it works out for Trace.
Well, here is the round where we really start to see if Wolves are in trouble. Bonus round here for Trace. And the full complement of rifles on the other side of it. Autumn, though, fully flashed up with the guiding light, does have to get away from this and has ceded control of A site over towards Trace.
Already been given away, though. Trace does have that site gone, and as you said, it's already kind of been conceded, and Kai is just on a tear.
No way.
Kai is on a tear. They were doing solid on the Yoru, but it really does just go to show, if you're warmed up, if you're comfortable, you can make things work. Sufat BB, though, hush my mouth, swings essentially on their own and just takes 3. I was going to say make it a 4th, but it's Spring to do it, and suddenly Luo King watched his team get cut down. Sufat PB only with the 15 HP, but doesn't care. Your Neon's good. My Sky is better.
What a round from the captain. Completely tearing Trace apart. And like you say, it's a really nice start from Kai, but Sufat now getting involved. That is a lovely triple kill up in Heaven, and then the catch onto Luo King to finish things off. So there you go. No drama. The buy still a little bit interesting here. And Wolves I mean, Spring is only going to be able to bring a Guardian into this one. Pair that with a Judge from Jawa as well. So Trace still looking good for this. But we know what Wolves can do when they've got a slightly shaky bite. It is quite scary.
We see another Thrifty come through. It happens from time to time. It happens pretty damn frequently, honestly, all things considered. And with Yosemite getting spotted out there, the stun, finding her through the smoke, it gets the opposition the ability to aim up the shot, and Autumn just falling as well in meal. And here you go, you just kind of have to watch Sufat BB just watching onwards as the fast lane goes through, throws the guiding light in to try and get something. Does at least delay the spike from being planted just for a moment, though. Still going to be comfortably very put down. Kai does fall, Spring swinging in. No concerns, no hesitation at all. 2 versus 3 here, Charlotte. Do you expect the retake to go ahead?
Not with that kill.
No. That's
Definitely
fair.
not with that kill.
That's fair.
Spring is just going to see, I think, what damage he can do here. Creeping forward. Spots Fung Fung. Gets the catch there. But again, the time just running too low. And is going to get caught out by Delby. So for Trace, it's a bit of a costly one, but they should be able to reinvest here. And Wolves, again, continue to struggle at the start of this map.
Scary map if you don't have that momentum, if you have to deal with a team that are just making these kind of call-outs here, that are just managing to find these shots. But Wolves are kind of staying firm. They are holding their ground. With Delby as well, adding on another 3k as well. It's no surprise here. The timeout has came through, and I imagine it would have to be from the Wolves roster. It would be very surprising to see Trace opt for it whenever they are playing so commandingly, at least at this stage here. And if you're Wolves, I really think what I want to see just come through is a little bit of a lighter engagement from the defense side. You've got like the chamber set up. You can do trademark. You can really let the you can play off the pace Trace are dictating, and Wolves have shown that they are more than flexible to do that.
But they have, proving to be a very capable side. And yeah, I agree. If I was Wolves, I would start to be a little bit worried about what's going on in this game. But there's still plenty of chance and plenty of time to right the ship. Let's not forget, I think it was a 4-1 start for Wolves on Bind, and well, Trace ended up winning it. So, like you say, Medante, map number 1, it's not just about how you start the game, but how you end it as well.
Oh,
We've
and
seen
it
that
could
be very, very true.
It could be a fast end as well. No one, though. I think Wolves at least adapting and learning about the fact that Trace are going to be doing very explosive round starts, and the positioning here reflects that. Okay, Yosemite's not stuck up on ramp on his own. He's pulled back. Jawa's got the backup as well. You can see how deep Sufat BB is on elbow, and the fast rotate as well coming through. It's a pretty confident comm that Trace are going to be executing off of this, but the way they've been playing, Wolves would absolutely be correct to make that comm. The Trailblazer does gain some information. The stun does come through. Kai manages to find the one, just pops overdrive, chases Sufat BB into the smoke, into the wilderness, and Leo King as well with this lurk. Still all the control in the world, no concerns just yet, as it's Spring and Autumn to try and deal with this push from screens. But I can't really say I have too much faith unless this hunter can certainly find that head.
And come the paint shells as well, just to try and deny even more space, even more presence, as the kills just continue to go the way of Trace Esports. Spring also caught. So flawless round from Trace to get their 4th on the board. Looking very, very nice while doing it.
Being a flawless, it's cool seeing the flawless come through. Now again, I like the overdrive being popped. Yes, are you against a lower buy? Is Trace Esports aware they're on a lower buy? Absolutely yes to both of those questions, but you're only on round 6. The first half is only about to be halfway completed, and Overdrive does charge at least relatively fast, especially in comparison to some of these other ultimates we're looking at. So I love the idea that Kai just goes, yep, it makes me harder to kill, gonna pop it, I know I'll get it back.
Especially as how dangerous Wolves have been when they've got pistols in hand, but also dangerous with the rifles. Yosemite certainly proving that right now. A double from him, and both Kai and Fung fall. It's going to be up to the supporting cast now as the duelists go down to get Trace their 5th and continue the run.
Need to be able to do that, and they can comfortably, I would say, they can confidently do it. Moment here, yeah, the snake bite comes through. Sufat drops down to help the team. There's a lot of people on this site here, very close proximity. Jawa doesn't care about anything else, just swings, and Yosemite goes, fair enough, if that's the way we're going to play. That's the way we are going to play, and gets the second round on the board. Shakes off a little bit of the rust. You can maybe feel that just with the pace that Trace were playing at, Wolves were initially struggling to breathe, but they can answer back, Charlotte, and it seems like very much they have.
Yeah. Lovely work. The full house coming through. And for the side of Wolves, bit of confidence that they can fight back into this one. You know, if it goes 5-1 down, then maybe that's when the mental game starts to suffer. But Trace, not deterred. Let's go straight back into that. Just very quickly aggress up ramp, very quickly find our way in towards this A space, and even dealing with the showstopper as all the kills go up red. Kill feed filling up color of the blood off their enemies. Trace in a 4 versus 2. Make it a 4 versus 1. Just Sufat, just the captain, and he's very quickly dealt with.
Make it a 4 versus none. And honestly, with the way the Wolves had played very much defensively back, they'd pulled away, they seem to have kind of forgotten that. The round that they had won was that kind of lighter disengage, or that lighter engage, I should say, that very much they weren't meeting Trace head on. This time though, very much was the case yet again. You've seen a flash of that scoreboard. Is that 14-3? Yes, it is from Kai. The next highest kill is Luo King on 7. So exactly half of Kai's kills with only 1 less death, which is a big deal, but that's a 3.5 KD versus like a 4.3 recurring. It's an insane showing. And yet again, look what's happened. Wolves are trying to meet on the engage, and the utility means they're going to fall. Fung and Del B gonna get the frags. Yes, okay, there is a trade out, but Fung not really been the duelist that's been reliant for frags. He just needs to gain the space, and he's been doing that in spades.
Lovely work with the shorty. Spots Yosemite out as well. Nearsighted up, and Fever deals with it. Operator from Autumn just has to be saved into the next. 6 on the board for Trace, and they are starting to run away with this game.
Much like Autumn runs away with the Operator. And an aspect here, ladies and gentlemen, we've actually really started to see it come up a lot more in these professional leagues, a lot more as well. Even just kind of in the lower leagues as well, where the Operator is starting to very much become this potential curse that your team are opting to have, where you start to realize that you can't really go back on site with your team, so you're essentially a man down. You then try and play around angles that mean you have to try and save the Operator, which usually then again means you're at a man down, or there's a bit of a disadvantage for you here. It's a double-edged sword, and sometimes the best thing is just to let it go. Sometimes.
Yeah. I think it's certainly not seen the impact they wanted to have that round. Song only getting 1 at the start of that did make me slightly worried, but then Trace just come through and completely clean up shop. So no worries, no drama. And it looked like a very convincing round, despite the fact that Kai didn't even get a kill in it. And that's the worrying thing as well. It's not just the one player popping off. Everyone in Trace contributing. Everyone on Trace is finding their impact. Utility being sent through. Fast lane. Trailblazer as well to clear the information in the space. Operator forced out of this one. Already the spike plant coming in. First 20 seconds of the round. And what is Luo King up to here? Oh my goodness, this is ratty as anything.
This is very cheeky. There's no Viper's Pit come down though. Delby with the mid lurk, actually, I think waiting for the opposition for Yosemite's Viper's Pit to kind of fall down here, and Wolves the very consistent kind of patient retake, but maybe just a bit too long, especially as well with Yosemite only able to find one from that judge, and the mid control now gained from Delby's lurk. It means the Viper's Pit doesn't have to get spent, can be used for another round. The operator at least going to get saved. Jawa, don't they care too much about saving a stinger? Try your best to do what you can, but that is just going to be a fall come down through here. Can Delby cannot get the timing, and actually 2 members of Trace falling to the spike. I doubt the economy going to suffer too critically, however.
Yeah, plenty in the coffers. Kai still has, I think, nearly 7,000 before you even get the money from winning the round. So, yeah, plenty in the bank there for the side of Trace. Nice shot from Sufat, but again, just sort of a kill in isolation. In the second timeout being used here from Wolves. Fade really needs to get a handle on the team here, get something going again, because Split does not seem to be a very good map for Wolves at the minute, and maybe their lack of experience here is showing slightly.
Scary aspect here really to consider as well, that both your timeouts are gone on the defensive side. Again, if people look at the stats and everything, it is statistically a defender-sided map, and it's not necessarily like a complete 50-50 split. It is one of those kind of 51 49s, 52s, 48s, which doesn't sound that big of a difference, but whenever you've got as much of a sample size as we now do in Valorant, as we now even do for VCT China, it does start to kind of highlight that discrepancy, and the fact that both your timeouts have been used just to try and deal with Trace Esports' aggression. It really does get me a little bit concerned for when Wolves move over towards that attack side, because Trace Esports here, with the way Kai is playing, 2 rounds on the board could be a pretty expected result from them, I must say, Charlotte. And if you get everything else going through, that could just be enough in and of itself.
Virgin Paths coming in, kills going every which way. But trading out in the favor of Wolves. Autumn, though, dealt with, and Fung still providing pressure on the site. A triple already, make it a quad. Sufat BB up in heaven.
ACE?
Wants to try and deny that ace opportunity from Fung. As the guiding light does take him down. But it's still around for Trace, and Fever collects the final one.
A heartbreak, honestly. I'm very rarely one to root for the ace, but that was just so clean from Fung here. It's going to be the only replay we really see here. Spring and Yosemite start us off, and then Fung just with everything here. The Saturate doesn't even go on to Yosemite. That's just pure mechanics. Same with that shot there, and Viva just playing that angle perfectly. Even gives the smile, thinks that, yeah, you stopped the ace, sure, but we still took the round, and at the end of the day, aces are cool. They are not what... Well, they are what win you rounds. They are not what win you games.
Yeah, indeed. Already near-sighted up. So much pressure. And Kai, not content with having the back seat for a couple rounds. Now, looking to put his name back up in lights. Up on the stage. The biggest star of them all so far, with 16 kills in his first 11 rounds, and looking to push for more.
Beautiful guiding light, but doesn't get overzealous. Does not get greedy. Understands that playing these really tight, close angles are how you die against a smaller bind. She's got her back though, yeah. I was going to say Autumn is kind of sneaking down ramp there, so maybe we'll just get Kai on the back foot, but Delby still there to prevent any additional lurk, any additional control that Trace cannot afford to give up. And Yosemite here just waiting with the stinger in hand. Will need to die to the spike, doesn't want to save any sort of gun that is going to be that cheap. Goes for the little jump peek here. It's going to be at least a fight, and a fight for Fung, and just barely Yosemite manages to take the frag and steal the credits away from them.
Yeah, and gets a step closer to the Viper's Pit as well. Just 1 round left in the half. Wolves want to make sure they have every ultimate that they can get. But, I mean, in that case, now up to 3, I think you're probably not going to get that ult. You'd need 6 ult points to get it online. So what's that? Both orbs and 4 kills.
Yeah.
Certainly seems like unlikely, and Kai immediately there with the operator gets one. They'll be caught though on the lurk through mid. Operator of Autumn Zone to find that one. The overdrive hasn't been able to get anything done either. It's Feng Feng jumping in with a shorty to deal the damage instead. And yet again, Trace find themselves in an advantageous position. A player to the good. Spike planted. Guiding Light coming on in. And actually, the kill's going the way of Wolves now. Showstopper, Operator, getting the job done. Viva trying to fight on the site itself. And he's doing a spectacular job.
Oh, Viva La Revolucion. Incredible double frag there from Viva. And there is so much there to talk about because Kai's overdrive did not get the most value out of sheer fragging, but it forced a lot of respect out of Wolves there. This initial op shot forces a lot of different kind of perspective, especially when you lose your Viper to the mid in an opposingly very clean op shot, but it's Viva there just to hold the line. Showstopper not going to be a concern at all, and a 10-2 half on Trace is absolutely beautiful work. It really feels like, Charlotte, when you look at the round differential so far, it feels like Trace just needed to get themselves warmed up.
Yeah, and it also feels like that maybe, again, with the performance that we'd seen on map 1, that maybe Trace could have won this out 2-0 as well. That's the scary part of things. I mean, yeah, goodness me, especially on, again, a map and a moment where it feels like Wolves should have been favoured on Bind, and to be able to take this 2-0 instead. Now we head to Split, and Trace are up 10-2 before the switch.
It's a kind of heartbreaking show from Wolves, because this was, and I think maybe I'm kind of living in the past now. Maybe move on, old man. It's the future is here. But Wolves will always kind of be the team that made, you know, the Toronto run that made VCT China suddenly pop up kind of into the scene. And I wanted to try and talk about Wolves, but how can you ignore that performance from Kai? The Yoru was clean, but that is on a whole other level. I want to say ACS, ADR, frags, and then First Bloods at 8. Not to take away from the fact, though, the support he has been getting from Feng Feng on that Waylay, even if not as many frags going Feng Feng's way, Kai would not be doing the work that he is doing without that second duelist.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see that as well with the 4 assists from Feng Feng. But just this double duelist combination from Trace are just, they're working in such good tandem with each other that it really is showcasing the struggles here from Wolves. It's certainly not as punchy as we saw in the first half. TFAT calling a slower round. Exploration in towards mid just for a second. Now grouping up with Autumn at A.
Just this little kind of... Well, to be fair, what Wolves are still very good at, and they are actually better than it on attack than defense, is kind of the poking, right? The poking and the prodding, kind of seeing how their opposition are playing the defense side, seeing how that works through. So, especially with this amount of control here,
Viva's in trouble.
A collat dig, though, from Viva. A decent bit of damage already done if they can just get out. Love trying to be at the reload, but not the knife, Viva. That is okay. You were doing good. That's a bit of an overheat, but Kai and Delby still fighting back. The relay ball come through. Delby with the elbow swing. He finds 2. We're sitting there yapping about the knife, but it's all over. Trace Esports take the pistol round in a convincing retake. 11-2
now the score as well. And things just go from bad to worse. Wolves not even able to plant the spike here. Don't really have the money to go for this force. Do anyway with the stingers. But now a completely broken economy. They're going to have to hope they get this thrifty win, because otherwise that's just the round over, the game over, and their kickoff run over. Every round has to be a force. Every round has to be perfect, and they've not checked for Luoking up on the corner. He gets a kill. Delby as well, just completely massacring this Wolves Esports take. I think Fung got a double in there as well.
And this is right. Okay, I do want to point out, no disrespect to Wolves, but that's kind of the defense should be kind of positioned the way Trace Esports are. This is how the hold should be looking for that defender side. And Charlotte, I'm surprised you didn't, because you are usually someone that is so confident in keeping me right, even if I look foolish. But so far, Split has been more attacker-sided for this kickoff stage, at least for China. And a lot of that has to come through from a performance like Trace Esports, but their defense seeming similarly solid. And with only one round the difference between them and eliminating Wolves, you got to make everything work out here.
Oh, well, it's a nice opener from Autumn, who doubles down on it, and Jawa in the smoke with the Sheriff gets that kill. 2v5, Delby and Viva left to stand, and now just Viva. It's all up to the captain to clutch here, and a 1-on-4. Still plenty of opportunities, 10 chances for Trace to take this map before stumbling into overtime. And, well, it certainly looks likely that that number will be 9 fairly shortly.
Yes, I don't think it would be a stumble as much as a full driving off of the cliff into overtime. This performance currently from the attack side, Trace just looking so warmed up, so clean with themselves, and Viva, who really has been making things work. And I mean, we gave a lot of love to Kai in the opening half, but to be honest, Delby's really actually catching up. A stronger KD now as well on that 15-5, and I mean, yeah, if one of your controllers is doing that much work and one of your duelists is doing that much work, it's why we're starting to see these compositions really come through as like the main controller, the off controller, main duelist and off duelist in such clear defining ways. But for the meantime, we'll still keeping this alive off of a very clean adaptation there. The shorty not initially working out for Autumn, deciding to do it himself.
Yeah, well, one thing that we talked about a lot in the first map is the assists, and we can see here again, 10 assists for Viva, 8 for Luoking. So much impact from the supporting cast, even if it's not in the kills department, and that's really where we're not seeing the comparison to Wolves, who, yeah, did get that round on the board and have started to stabilize their economy, but for Trace, all they really need to do is just make sure they can get one big ult round with all of their ultimates and have it be a buy round as well, and just close out the game.
Just to build off your point there, it's 26 assists on Trace Esports versus Wolves 12. And Wolves, and Wolves were on the defense. So when you're on the defense, you're usually the one pushing through smokes. You're usually the one that, you know, is kind of having to get that utility played off a little bit more. You're the one that can kind of dictate the pace if you know where the attackers are playing. And it means that, yeah, Wolves just weren't able to really get that covered, to get that back up here. Viva, confident with a shot, nearly a pixel or two away from the collateral. The reswing comes through to try and give just a little bit more time, a little bit more space. But the information's been gathered here. It's actually down to this lurk. Autumn has managed to get all the way up in meal, essentially for free. Luoking about to swing through, but it's not until that smoke dissipates that we're going to have any sort of result from this push. This is very, very patient from Wolves. I do like to see it. Surprised we actually don't hear the steps towards vents and then just that lurk up. Instead, it's just a recommit. One member from Garage, the remainder from Heaven, and Luoking has to fight it all.
I mean, that was a crazy play to TP up, and Delby's now caught in the middle of nowhere. The other side of the map. Again, a 1v4 situation for a player on Trace. And again, I think he's just going to be fishing for exits here.
At this point, it's really getting not shaky for Trace in terms of like the rounds or anything, but the fact that Wolves just got that commit towards the B site, they seem to be very confident that they knew on attack Kai was who you should be scared of. It seems they really know on defense right now. It is Delby. Delby is the one that deserves the respect, and that's why you're not seeing the push on towards the A site. It's also as well because that Viper wall is hell to deal with on A site. At least unless you have an incredibly solid performance, unless you have an incredibly solid push, and whether we have that or not, whether we see that come through, I'm sure eventually Trace are going to adapt to this. They're going to stack things on B just to force Wolves to walk into Delby. And in fact, based on the change-up, looks like it's already happened.
Yeah, it was good management of the end round there, though, for Wolves just before we head into this one. They had Spring immediately wrapping through mid to get the flank on Delby as well. So just really nice management there. In the end, it wasn't a needed flank as the players on the site got the kill, but even still, just to ensure things go their way. Again, this B main look. Autumn here with the tour de force. And this time, Wolves don't really have any angle to go from mid, as Delby's Viper's Pit is in the way, but Lower King is alone here. Sensing the paranoia, near-sighted up. The Wolves push, stunted slightly, but still fighting on forwards. And Spring has taken down Delby as well. So Trace in a real spot of bother now. 3 versus 5. They got to retake here on B. And Viva's still fighting ghosts over towards A.
Brother is fighting demons, but I think he is clearing that site out from those demons just for the save here. And I really like it. I really do like it. We are seeing that Delby still manages, or no, Delby actually shouldn't be able to keep the Viper's Pit on there. That's
No.
the UI hasn't updated just yet, but that is a lie, ladies and gentlemen. Delby loses the Viper's Pit there, so the Seeker's the next thing online. And while we say, you know, like, okay, it's a hell of a comeback if Wolves are able to. Do not get me wrong here. Nice double from Kai. Probably going to make it a triple. Absolutely. Tour de Force not going to be able to find its mark. But, I mean, that was, you know, one of those guns was just an op. Was just the ult, sorry. It'll get lost anyway, so not as big a deal. And, okay, Wolves answering back. Still a long mountain to climb. But with these B site executes going as smoothly as they are, it's up to Trace to adapt.
If I'm Trace, I'm taking the timeout here. I'm going to be completely honest. Because, again, I mean, it's a criticism that was levied towards Gentlemates last year of just using their ults as soon as they get them, not letting them charge, not letting them like build up to have one big ult round. And I with Delby using that Viper's Pit, it did sort of worry me that we are going to see a similar thing come in again. They just need to stop this momentum as soon as possible. And this timeout just gets a bit of a break. Wolves can't like get them really amped up as they have to sort of take a bit of a breather. And this should hopefully be the round, or in the next couple rounds, that we see a lot of ultimates built up. They use them all at once. Because I swear, if we just keep seeing that same issue that we saw from Gentlemates last year, where they would get to 12 and then never be able to close it out, I will be honestly furious.
I mean, that's the thing. We would be annoyed. Can only imagine how the coaches, how the players would feel, how Viva would feel, how Kai would feel after such a strong performance. But hey, it was Yosemite dropped the 30 bomb on Abyss for Wolves, and it very nearly looked like it wasn't going to go Wolves' way. So who knows, potentially a foreshadowing, a bad omen of things to come. Maybe the crystal ball actually does lead everything through all the way back there. Trace deciding now with the lower buy. I say that actually, I mean, there's still 3 full guns online, but they're just going to lurk it down mid. And Wolves have actually got this read incredibly well, and the utility's not being dealt with here. 2 members of Trace already down. Yes, you forced out the showstopper. That is great to see. The Seeker's online as well, but it's doing a great job of cycling these ultimates here from Wolves. And these rounds go by fast, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like a lot whenever it's 2 and 12, but suddenly we're already at 6 and 12. That could easily be 8 and 12. And Wolves suddenly could put double digits in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely could. spike plant coming through now. I mean, if Delby even gets one, I would be pretty impressed, and he has managed that. And also able to escape. But again, just if he's able to save this rifle, it would be a boon. But yeah, the whole Wolves roster is running him down.
No!
No way that he lives there. Still gets a double spray down, and for a second, Dante, I believed.
I believe it was very evident on my screaming that I believed as well. We've seen Delby, we've seen a lot of very good spray control come through from both of these teams. That was something that could have potentially went catastrophic, especially where, you know, yes, as the rounds kind of go up and as Wolves kind of just win more and more rounds, their economy in theory should just get stronger and stronger and stronger. And you are seeing that kind of come through. Everyone now with the buy up, everyone with the full shields. And one ultimate only online here for Wolves. Sufat BB has the Seekers, but a scary aspect as well when you're Wolves is, do you risk using the Seekers kind of immediately? Because if Sufat BB ends up swinging early or just ends up getting, you know, an errant shot to the head, you could end up losing this entire series with a very strong ultimate in your pocket.
Yeah, that's always the danger. You've got to balance the risk versus rewards. And Beaver uses the Seekers here to get that information. Yeah, they're definitely over towards A. Figure that one out. Kai still posted up over towards B, but instead the spam shot to come through and find the opener. And Delby now looking over towards the B site as well. It's still an A focus here from Wolves.
Maybe just with the call, maybe it's a pretty heads-up play if it's right, but the call just looks to be okay. Actually, they'll go through vents, they'll try and go back through meal, especially with that opening frag on the Jawa. You've lost kind of a big controller there, so those angles are kind of more impactful for you to take, but it is that full A commit, as we said, and it's down to these initial frags here. 2 and 2. Fun online. One last player remains. It's Yosemite. The information's been gathered. A 1 versus 3. With 12 seconds left on the board, Charlotte, I don't think this one is done. I don't think this one can be completed in any other fashion other than Trace Esports. A 2-1 from them. And I can't remember what I put on the prediction before we started. I'm just glad I answered one word correctly.
There you go. What a win from Trace Esports, though. A complete domination on map 3. And you can see how tough it is to take for the Wolves players. Bind should have been the gimme. Instead, they let it slip and did not really have a chance on splits. So Wolves Esports eliminated in the second round of the lower bracket. Just the third team to depart China Kickoff. As for Trace, their story continues.
A lot more chapters in it, potentially, but again, with bigger and badder raid bosses, with scarier and scarier teams as everyone else is playing up and getting their rounds committed. Because again, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got plenty of time here. We still have, as spectators, as viewers, as overall enjoyers of VCT China, there's still a lot more to witness here from these teams, from these next days. And as Charlotte, you highlighted, we still have a hell of a bracket for them, and this will not be the last time we see Wolves either. The mascot's starting to pop off, give a little bit of hype, and the players very much able to now go and give away the signatures and stuff to the adoring fans.
Yeah, indeed. I believe the Trace Esports mascot is an otter, I think is the confirmation that we've had. Obviously, no prizes for guessing what one Wolves is, but regardless of that, we've got the interview, so we'll send it down to Bidos for the translation.
大家好，我是 T 的 Viva。
欢迎 Viva， 因为我们其实会用百花齐放来形容当下版本的一些队伍阵容，大家是各有理解，各有所长。那作为队内的指挥，你会不会也比较考验每次赛前的一些准备工作呢？
我觉得因为赛程比较紧嘛，所以说我们就尽量去研究一下对面吧，更好。
Yeah, as an IGL, it's like kind of like challenging for you to do preparation in this version where there are so many different methods.
韧性非常非常强的队伍来到了霓虹钉之后，尤其对方在不断的追分的时候，你们是如何想办法去延续图2赢下来的手感和状态的呢？
打完之后，不管是教练也好，还是我们经理也好，都会说当做。
Like on map 3 split, how what did you do to like
第3把对方在不断追分的时候，
like move the team forward
是什么样的状态？怎么样
finally get them over the finish line?
因为我们比分领先的比较大吧，所以就养好自己的经济和手感，包括大招，然后一步一步赢吧。
一步一步相信自己。那很多时候，其实我们是会从失败中总结出更多经验的。
And he says because we had such a big lead, I think the more important thing was to focus on our economy.
中学习到了什么呢？
可能我们确实有点慢热吧，然后前几把比赛感觉我们都是在一个追分。
And what have you learned in your past 2 losses?
决胜局我们是被追分的嘛，所以说可能对于我们来说有更大的自信提升吧。
那其实我们可以看到你个人的状态在最近也是非常好的。第一张。
And yeah, he says that in the past 2 losses, they kind of like started very slow, and a lot of times they were like catching up, trying to like make that comeback. But on map 3 today, they were the ones like they were like
悬崖边上的一场比赛，赢下这场比赛之后，还有机会继续向圣地亚哥大师赛发起冲击。接下来会用什么样的心态去比赛？
虽然我们可能在生死组里边，但我觉得打好每一场吧。
打好每一场，相信自己。
And what's going to be the mentality?
那我们本场比赛也设有符能掉落的抽奖活动，在比赛期间，
And he's like, we're still in life and death
游戏资
situation,
产。
but we're just going to play every
接下来
match
为我们
well.
抽取一下幸运的现
And
场
that's it for the
观众，可以
interview.
喊
It's time for the prize draw for the
开始
audience.
开始，3、2、1，停。
好，恭喜。
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, a very defiant sounding interview at the very least, and a big shout out to Vidos. Thank you so much for the translation. And yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't seem like Trace are particularly concerned right now. They understand what is needed of them, and yes, it's stressful, but hey, that's Val.
Yeah, indeed. A stressful game for sure, but for Trace, one that they should feel fairly happy with. Perhaps not about the Abyss performance, where I feel like they maybe did let things slip a little bit, but either way, a great performance on Bind to get their first win since November on that map, and then showcasing Split, a much cleaner performance than against JDG as well. So, despite some of these highlight plays from the Wolves players, I think it was much more in the hands of Trace. And again, I don't think we're really going to be surprised about who the MVP is at the end of this, but you know, I mean, these things just happen, right? When you've got one team that is completely dominating, and especially with, again, despite the fact that Kai was doing so well, it was everyone, as we can see here with Feng Feng as well, just doing so well to have everyone involved, continue that momentum forwards, and even despite the rounds that they did lose on that second half, just not letting it get to them. Instead, just keeping things nice and simple, and we'll hear that in the team comps.
我们给我们一个警戒眼。如果没有人，我们进；有人，我们去慢慢玩。来，试会儿。
哦，可以连。
爆点一个斯凯，2个爆点，2个爆点，2个爆点。我跟陆真了。我被黑了，我被黑了。广告牌黑。我跟你陆真了。还有一个，我跟你。警戒我家，警戒我家。好，2楼是我的。能拿一口吗？可以。不，我先下包。准备补警戒枪，一个。2楼有前方陷阱。我可以开车等会儿。我再加几次，再加。容器已部署。选 A1，选 A1。我带我。然后路能看吗？我甩个警戒闪。好，我开2楼球，我开2楼球。有，警戒有。我支架准备补枪吧。补击，我支架。没事，我还支架。2楼上我也能看。没事，不管了，我还支架，只加一个。还有一个警戒，加吧，我们加。小心 A， 警戒。来。
Who else was it gonna be? We did say it was a foregone conclusion. I will say, however, though, Delby was kind of sneaking up there by the end. Definitely a great showing, but you know, a 2.8 KDA, and again, only what 19 rounds That's insane. Again, like it's a much different thing to go for, oh, it's a 3 KDA whenever you've had like 30 rounds. Or okay, 30 rounds is a bit of an exaggeration, but 24. You know, that's the kind of thing where it's still an incredible performance, but when it's as quick a game as that, and you can really see why Kai made it such a quick game. Look at those lethal zones. A lot of them are probably mid-slide, trying to get into the position that Kai was actually hoping to get kills from.
Yeah, I mean, especially we saw it so many times on that first half, just getting ramp control, or you can see sort of the same pass sliding back in towards elbow as well, just doing such an insane job, and by the numbers, I mean...
4 times average first kills? That, we knew he was a first blood demon, but damn, that is absolutely incredible stuff. And I mean, again, it does look really to show up Kai here, and you're going to be seeing it in the highlights, but keep an eye for those other team members, because Charlotte, you rightly pointed out, it does feel like a one-man show. It certainly had a lot of performers in the background too.
Yeah, I think it was near the end of the first half, from like between round 8 and round 12, Kai didn't get a single kill, and still Trace were looking just as dominant. So it really does just go to show that on this map, this was a full team performance. And yeah, just huge credit to all of the Trace esports players. You do have to say though that it feels bad for Wolves, especially again, map 1 was close, they're able to scrape it out, and you're like, great, they should be able to get 2-0 now. Bind is such a good map for them. It's really a terrible map for Trace, and then to have everything slip away like that it's brutal. Honestly, it is brutal.
It is, and just to actually kind of even lean on the assist, just to kind of throw back to earlier, I mean, it's 26 versus 19 again. Wolves just didn't really get the backup. Spring, I mean, a better performance than what we've seen from the WOL. Of course, would love to see Spring kind of keep up towards the Yoru and the Neon, but it's just not really enough. And Neon versus Raze especially, I think, is very much just been highlighted. The disparities, not in terms of like necessarily player skill, but just agent capability for what they can do. And especially with the first kills lining up and those pose plants as well. Trace, just dominant performance all around from these stats.
Yeah, indeed. 9 out of 10 post plants as well. Just
insane number.
A truly incredible one. Yeah, the only one that didn't go that way was the bonus round, where you're like, okay, they're probably not going to win that one anyway. So yeah, doing a very, very good job here in this first map, and you can see over the entire series just how much it was in Trace's favor. The Wolves map win was the 14-12 overtime, and since then it was really just kind of Trace in command, in control, and on the front foot.
No fear. They had no fear at all. They stared into that abyss, and honestly, the abyss blinked. And that's exactly what we've seen from those follow-up 2 maps there. Congratulations to them. A commiseration to Wolves, but we know them as the previous run to the Masters Santiago for a reason. We know them on that world stage, so do not be surprised if you see Wolves show up a lot more, ladies and gentlemen. However, do not be surprised if VCT China, this side of it at least, keeps showing up as well. Charlotte, you pointed out we still have so many more games to go. And, and the action isn't going to just stop here.
No, it absolutely isn't. We've got now heading into the middle bracket for use at home. It's going to be Dragon Ranger Gaming taking on TYL, and well, this is where I make my leave. But also, don't be surprised if you see more Medante today, because he's still trucking on for the second series. I salute you, my friend. I wish you all the best. It's a long one for you, Dante, but yeah, you have my prayers, and yeah, hopefully a cinema series. So make sure you stick around as well. Not just Medante here, he's locked to his chair, but you at home, make sure you stick around for this game, because it should be a very, very good one. We're going to go to this break, we'll get Crafty in, and then we'll head into that second match of the day.
Inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones comes clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes me. And he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't release this until they feel it forced apart. And if you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped to be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. This world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out. And now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with some more VCT China Kickoff 2026. My name's Crafty, and I'm still joined by Medante, who's going to do some extra rounds today. Are you still excited, still energetic for this upcoming matchup between DRG and TYL?
Oh, over the moon. And by the way, just for anyone that was wondering, a big shout out to Rigor. His electricity just died, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
These are tragic things that just happen, and so yeah, big appreciate for jumping in with Charlotte. And now I get to cover what I was actually prepped for. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I am prepped. TYL here, showing up here. We're getting to see the rosters we've already talked about. We've already seen DRGs. We can flash back to them in a moment. But there's two players in particular. One of them has made a name for himself over this entire circuit, and the other one does get a little bit less love, but that's Sword 9 on the IGL. They've been a very strong competitor that, in my opinion, has helped to kind of shine a star on the kind of star player himself. And I think you know who that is, Crafty.
Yeah, he's certainly made some waves already. It is Splash on the side of TYL, the rookie, with some insane numbers coming into this tournament so far. But let's look at some team stats as well. So far, TYL getting the better end of this one. But then again, they also had a couple more maps to play. So DRG maybe not quite there yet, but certainly somewhat the favorite in this matchup nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean, DRG will probably always be the favorites, but it's just very quickly pistols, attack, defense, and the clutches. So the fact that everything's going TYL's way, particularly the defenses, particularly defense, because, as ladies and gentlemen, if you do not know, DRG are stubborn. They are bone-headed and they rely on a composition and kind of a agent framework that they have relied on just so heavily. And it has done them wonders. These are Ascension champions for DRG here, so let's not forget about that. But can they continue that momentum, especially with probably the most flexible Valorant has ever been?
Yeah, and looking at some of these numbers for both the IJL on the side of DRG and the controller over on TYL ERV, also, I mean, such an important role right now in these teams, but in terms of head-to-head stats, I mean, they're pretty much even, I'd say. Maybe a bit better on this side of ERV, but still taking a crucial role in their teams and certainly backing it up with the numbers.
Absolutely, and it's really going to highlight as well a lot of regions, everything. Game Changers has been doing it, VCT Pacific I think has been doing it as well, or Game Changers EMEA I should say specifically, but you're seeing a lot of regions even respect that the head-to-head doesn't necessarily need to be the duelist anymore. It doesn't need to be the duelist or like the really high impact initiator because of how strong these controllers have been, because the meta has so casually shifted Sentinels away as a role, not the team, but it has also happened, and everyone keeps making that joke at me every time I make that point, so I'm beating you to it. But it does mean that the controllers, we're starting to see kind of someone plays Viper, someone then plays anyone else, whether it's the Omen, it's the Astra, and because they're the more flexible controllers, they're usually the ones you see a little bit more of. Spirit Z, he's just a fragger, just by all nature, and Yoru has always been this man's bread and butter.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably coming down to him and Splash in the matchup between the duelists, because Ackerman so far has not had his best showing throughout this tournament. He has some of the lowest stats in the tournament even, so a lot of weight on the shoulders of Spirit to actually be that high impact duelist on the team, especially in these double duelist compositions that they're running.
Needs to be it, and Ackerman has been kind of, I mean, we're talking about kind of, you know, Vikashi and stuff. Ackerman very much kind of trying to force the Clove, where I have some love to Clove, think the agent is really good, but maybe just a bit too weak otherwise. But we mentioned him here. There's a reason his name has been showing up so far. That Pentagon is being absolutely misshapen by Splash, by absolute domineering performance there. A lot of number ones, a lot of number twos, and even KD, number 3 at 1.14. But for being typically the kind of entry fragger, you're usually kind of hoping for like a 1.06, honestly. You're usually hoping you get in, get a kill, die, but you've got your space.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane how well he's been performing coming into this split as the newest and the only addition to this roster, right? The rest of the team pretty much the same from last year, but he has had such an impact, and I mean, especially with someone like Sword9 who has so much experience in the game. I mean, he was a head coach of the same team, then took over the role of the IGL again, and has led this team so far. I mean, they're still looking for a new IGL, but I mean, as long as it works, don't change it, right?
Look, I have no disrespect to Sword9 at all. I mean, yes, okay, we're not upper bracket, so clearly something has went wrong, right? If everything was going all sunshine and rainbows, we'd just be in the upper bracket. We'd say that was the case. But Sword9 definitely does seem to be able to rally TYL in a way that maybe wasn't as confident beforehand. Now, yes, okay, Splash is just doing incredible work, but I think it really does come down to those micro plays, those decisions, again, especially with maps that very much are composition heavy. We're starting to see Bind really like have an impact just between who's maybe picked WOL, who's picked Yoru, who's picked Reyes, who's picked Neon. I've been referring to it as the trifecta of the duelists. Reyes is that little bit of an outlier, but you seem to just play WOL, Yoru, or Neon. You will basically always be happy if either of those two show up.
Yeah, and they're so flexible on pretty much all of these maps inside the map pool right now. And but speaking of map pool, DRG hasn't really shown much yet, and they do not seem to be willing to play all these maps. On the other hand, TYL are very much happy to play pretty much anything. I think they've played every single map in the pool so far, at least showing that they are flexible, that they are also within the map veto able to ban out these maps that their opponent is particularly good at, and then leave the rest open to basically play whatever they want. You think that that's gonna hurt DRG in the long run, being this like unflexible in terms of compositions and map pool?
I mean, you have to say it will, right? I mean, we have kind of passed by the days where you could rely on Haven being your go-to, and then everyone will play Ascent, and then everyone will either kind of run Bind, or like even when Lotus was a thing, it was very much just like everyone's gonna play Lotus. It doesn't seem like we have that anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Pearl, which isn't exactly the simplest map to play. Does require a little bit of specialist knowledge. Same with Corrode, even though Corrode has now been a fair bit more solved. And then you kind of move on to like the other aspects. Even Split is a good example of a map that a very violent attacker side, and we've been seeing how explosive those are. But overall, logistically speaking, outside of this region, still a defender-sided map. So we will see if that adaptation comes back to bite people, especially with Breeze potentially always being a factor that ends up being a decider, even if it is just in the map veto.
I mean, we have seen both teams play Breeze already. You were slowly touching on it earlier, as we see some moments of these players. I mean, they look pretty hype. I mean, I would be too.
Oh,
if I was playing in an arena like this.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, I will never get sick of this, and I'm very certain we have absolutely glazed it here, ladies and gentlemen. You've been hearing every caster. I think I've said it a couple of times now at this point, but you do really have to understand just how cool this is. And I really do implore anyone here, if you've never been to like a LAN event like this, get to experience one in your lifetime, because genuinely the feeling, the atmosphere, everything, just the hype is just immense. It is completely ridiculously hard to understate how cool it is, especially with the way that it's being done here. Every player does seem to get their own personal highlight, even if it's only for a couple seconds.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. The walkouts, always hype. I mean, the fans love it. The players probably love it too. We see Lukashu on the left here, the man himself, the Cypher OTP, who has certainly been carrying DRG in the past. Not so far throughout this tournament. I mean, they dropped into the middle bracket versus all gamers, but ever since then they sort of looked like their former selves much more, and as you said already, we'll go into this matchup as the favorites as well.
Yeah, it's again, China Ascension cannot be overstated. Again, they won. That is a big deal to win, and whether people want to say that, and maybe that was just, you know, they're kind of living off the high, or some fans or anything, they very much don't think that's the case, just based on the performance we are seeing here. And meanwhile, similarly over to the side though, TYL, I'm sure gaining a lot of fans just bit by bit, game by game, as more of a performance from Splash, as more of a performance from Sword9 and the rest of the co come through as well. There he is, the man himself, the follow-up, ERV. And again, you get this entire reveal of every player flashing up with their IGN. You know who they are. They are given their own little moment of respect. And previously, I think for a lot of regions, just in general, it wasn't really highlighted in that. It was very much just, you know, here's your star player, you get your walkout, that's good. But everyone walking out at the same time, it does show that individuality, but it shows that this is a team game, and it brings that cohesion in, especially with the backup of the mascots that are so cool. I hope every region steals that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, please.
I love it.
Can we have it in the MEA as well? I mean, certainly struggling compared to this, but it's just lovely. And to have the teams have their moments with the fans as well. And it's just so cool to get hyped up before a game like this. We haven't seen the mascots yet, have we? I mean, I was ready for the Dragon versus Dragon mascot battle. Usually they're joining the walkouts, aren't they?
Steve, maybe for anyone that we're not doing them anymore, but back whenever like the series started, for any teams that didn't have the same seeding, we were getting the skirmishes. So it was the 1v1s. You selected a player from your team. Sad we didn't get to see the mascot 1v1. Sad we did not get to see a mascot skirmish.
That is
because
true.
That would have been absolute cinema. And if somehow we can still see that if anyone is watching, please steal my idea. I don't want the credit. I just want to see it on the screen. That would be more than enough for me. And as everyone gets hyped up, as everyone gets ready here, you see Ackerman there, Spirit Z as well. This is a big, big moment for both of these teams. Lower bracket was scary. We just seen how it looks.
Yeah.
You do not want to go there this early.
No, not really against teams like that. And they are.
They are.
The two dragons. They look kind of fun, though. I mean, the bright colors for dragons, for TYL. But, yeah, absolutely. You said it. You don't want to go into the lower bracket. There's still so many best of threes to win back-to-back to then make it to Santiago. This middle bracket, certainly a lifeline for these teams. And we are heading into the map veto. I am seeing what's that map? I'm stupid. It's Haven. It's Haven, right? It's Haven banned and
Haven,
Abyss banned. Yeah, then we go into Corrode and Split to start it off. Bind and Breeze also banned, so we get a Pearl Decider. I'm a bit surprised by this map veto, to be honest.
I don't necessarily hate it. DRG have been a little bit shaky on Haven, and especially with how good, again, the Waylay and the Yorus have been. You really need to... I'm saying this just to the audience, by the way. It's not to yourself, Crafty, but you really need to understand that this map veto potentially is around the fact that Vukashu still refuses to get onto Viper. This map veto may very well be lived and dead. Or be alive or dead based on the fact that Vukashu, statistically speaking, is not going to change over to that Viper, and DRG don't have that capacity to play it. Corrode typically does require a Viper, but the angles are good enough that the Cypher tripwires and the cages can really get set up. Killjoy as well does the same. But when you look at basically every other map that they're going to have to play, I mean, Pearl as the decider is a big factor on that, and you know, getting rid of Abyss, getting rid of Breeze as well, a big deal. Splits will honestly be the decider here, ladies and gentlemen, because I can't comfortably say one way or the other. I know I had my predictions on TYL, but I was expecting the map veto to go a teensy bit different, I must say.
Yeah, I actually did not expect TYL to let Corrode through, because that so far has looked like the strongest map for DRG, even though they're playing without a Viper. No surprises here for their comp. They are running the same comp that they also played against All Gamers and JDG with that Gecko and the double duelists in Yoru and Neon. On the other hand, they got rid of the veto again. Oh no, they didn't play it. Never mind. It's the same. It's the same for TYL as well. 2 times played. Once versus Nova, and lost against Titan Esports.
Yeah, and the Titan Esports was a really kind of shaky side. So just for those stats again, ladies and gentlemen, map win rate, attack, defense, and then comp use rate in that order. It does go from left to right. So very, very... It's good to see the comp use rate for 100% from both teams. Who's surprised? No one's going to really flex things up at this stage. DRG looking in a good mood, but it is down to starting on a defense when Gecko is so good at kind of getting into the site with Wingman. Again, it's a risky play because you sacrifice the spike potentially, but for the most part, you're going to be a gun up. You're going to have that advantage. Then just see the rest of the backup coming through. Vukashu has done absolute miracles on this map and every other one. We'll just have to see if the adaptation is good from the opposition. If TYL, if the Yoru and the Neon can kind of manage to sneak their way around those trips and those traps, because Waylay is universally fantastic at it. Yoru and Neon do struggle a little bit more.
Yeah, indeed. Waylay has been so dominant in the meta so far, especially on Corrode. That all-in potential you get from that kit is just incredible. But neither of these teams opting to run it once again, as we see a bit of a slow start. TYL contacting towards A, whereas DRG already took some space in mid. Looks like it's gonna be this A execute, but the paranoia from Flaxen is beautiful to stop them in their tracks. And Flaxen gets another one. The rest of the team popping out of that smoke. A 3K for the controller and a pistol for DRG.
Very, very solid hold. No surprises there. The utility just very, very clean. The read from the push, a little bit of a shaky, potentially a shaky relay bolt from Ackerman, but doesn't matter too much indeed. Well, doesn't matter for that round because it's already over and DRG still gets the convert here, but still a lot more that needs to be done. But definitely a good dominant showcase from DRG's potential on the defense, mirrored with the fact, though, that they did seem to have the right call that TYL were going to go for the A site. This time, though, not as much. And this is the man, the myth, the legend we've been talking about. He kind of has to do this all on his own if TYL decide to go for this explosive aggression. The blindside comes through. Splash a little bit too overzealous, so has to slow himself down. Can't quite get off of the aggression. That actually alone is enough to cause a disengage. That could be scary for TYL.
Yeah, actually had a pretty good read with that B side, but that team flash, certainly a bit of an oopsie there for TYL. It looks like they're gonna try to reclaim that space. No one has pushed out of B so far on the side of DRG. Still holding that space in mid as well. So try to insert scales for TYL. He's not gonna advance any further. With that cage being down, Kashi certainly has to be a bit more careful here on the B side, but he does have the support of Nick through the smoke. Scales caught in mid as well. It doesn't look like the pistols are gonna do it for the side of TYL. Everyone's here for DRG. And the follow-up round. Easy there.
Very.
For the Dragon ranges.
Very, very clean stuff. Indeed. You cannot really ask for more of a kind of cleaner defense there. Nick getting a bit fortunate with the spray, of course, no, but everything else there was just down to the pure execution. And an aspect there that you're going to have to keep an eye on, ladies and gentlemen. Fukashu's Cypher Trip lineups there, they actually got jumped over by Splash's Neon. Like, he fully just sent it and jumped right over. So if that tripwire wasn't cleared, that could be a factor for the next round, sorry. And you could look back at this round number 2 going into the round number 3 as an example of just that indeed. And it's a big commit, it looks like, towards the B site. Meanwhile, though, DRG are more than happy just to walk it down that mid site. We're not getting any opposition here. We will just take that battle to you. And now with all of this A site control, with all of this control coming through, there should be no doubt as to where TYL are trying to get onto.
It was a beautiful piece of aggression there towards mid. They did expect the lurk from Scales once again. And now with a Vandal in the hand of Fukashu, this B-side hold looks pretty scary. Spike is dropped even, slowly getting into Elbow, but loses the 1v1 versus Fukashu. A double kill for him to most certainly secure this round. ERV goes down as well. It is a flawless bonus round for DRG. What a start to Corrode.
Exactly what we would kind of expect. Exactly why, as you pointed out, Crafty, we were a little bit surprised that Corrode was allowed through, because DRG are so confident on this map. They have been doing things time and time again, a flawless on what is meant to be TYL's round. Essentially, like, statistically, TYL's round. It's one thing to win it, another to do it flawlessly. It means the buy-up can even comfortably go through, assuming any guns needed to be bought, which, to be honest, actually, I think everyone managed for DRG just to get a donation from TYL, and now they're back to square one here. A lot of guns, a lot of classic setup, but it's a firing squad. It's already over.
Blink and you'll miss it. That was nasty from DRG. TYL are getting nothing on their attack right now. I mean, it was an eco, but still. Usually you don't expect teams to go that aggressive versus an eco. But DRG, as you already said, they're just so confident. The flash is beautiful. Hits all 4 of them. And just trading the kills in between Spirit and Akman. And an immediate timeout. All from TYL after 4 rounds. Coaching staff certainly does not like what they've seen so far.
Hypnotizing is a little bit scary. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit scary for well, maybe a little bit scared is more how I should say it right now. He can absolutely rally the team and get TYL back on into this, but it's going to be a big thing. It's also, there may be an aspect of, and this is way too early to say it, but sometimes you do just have to accept that a team is excellent on a map and they are performing well, and it's a difficult balance to make. But once you kind of get around to, let's say, maybe 8-0, 8-1, and then the momentum just immediately gets taken away from you again, at what point do you say, we no longer invest the energy, we no longer invest the care to try and get this map worked when it's clearly not going our favor? When we can move on to Split that we're so comfortable on, then we can then move on to Pearl to kind of close out the 3 maps overall. Not saying we should see a give up by any stretch of the imagination right now, but something to consider as DRG look poised to potentially just commit their 5th round. Again, a very aggressive setup, a push up already from Ackerman to take this control on mid.
And that's what having a player like Wukashu allows you to do. You know, you have that anchor on B. You can be a bit more proactive, a bit more aggressive on A or mid, respectively. DRG perfectly showing that. Spotting slowly as well. Has to take the TP. It's like they want to take the spy towards A. Away from the Cypher, most certainly. But so far, they didn't really get too far in these past couple rounds. It's a trade of kills. Most importantly, ERV got through the smoke already, but Ahmed is just holding the off angle. Hitting slowly, and ERV finally able to trade that one. Looking a bit shaking right now on the sides of DRG, and all of a sudden the round's over. TYL. Once again, they didn't get onto the site, but they didn't need to.
No necessary, nothing else other than the necessities, ladies and gentlemen. If you kill your opponents, you don't have to plant. Granted, it is a miss out on the 1500 creds. Don't think there was quite enough time to get the spike planted after the frags. No, certainly not, now that I look at it. And gotta really compliment the paranoia there coming through. That was absolutely clean from Irv. And then to pivot towards elbow. Yeah, let's go, boys, indeed. Get yourself that enjoyment. And very quickly to talk about it, Spirit Z in round 4 had 7 assists on Yoru. The blind side is not for him, it's for his team. And that's another just showing of how DRG are going to be so coordinated on this map. And as we get forward here slowly, has to kind of get everything. An excellent clear out of the map. Beautiful TP as well from ERV to back it up. It's going to be a spike plant without too much of a situation. Wukashu able to actually get the frag, able to prevent the plant. Apologies, there's going to be a massive interruption, a massive situation, but TYL still managing to get the frags to go their way. 2 versus 2 now on the site.
Yeah, most importantly, Wukashu is still standing. Gets the neural theft as well. With that, slowly his position is known. And he'll most certainly try to make this work, but he doesn't have a flash. Only a TP. Even Thrash invested now just to make sure. Wukashu with the 3K. You do not want to hit B side as long as he's there.
You really, really don't. And a big aspect here, ladies and gentlemen. If your Omen's planting the spike, it means Gecko's wingman certainly isn't. And that's a difference. That's a big deal. We go from losing, okay, yes, he's adorable. Yes, he's cute and he's squishy, he's cuddly. Absolutely. But he can't shoot. Maybe in a future patch. Right, we'll change that. You can put an operator on wingman. Would be hilarious. But it means you end up losing ERV for that post-plant scenario. I say that, it wasn't even a post-plant scenario because they didn't get the spike down. And that's, again, DRG's complete cohesion from this. TYL really having to try and answer back. It's a good first kill, a second from Splash's Bandit. And suddenly, the mid looking a lot more controlled, overheating potentially without his team. But the back and forth here, Crafty, no one seems to want to stop.
What is going on right now? On this map, some struggles there from the side of DRG versus these pistols. Oh, Wukashu is spotted. It's rough. You can call him out already. Beautiful paranoia. He tries to get past, he even gets the kill versus ERV. Spike has not been planted, but it just looks like they're gonna abandon the Viper's pit and rush over to B.
I like that. You know what? It's still getting value. Are you in the Viper's Pit? No, of course not. You're not going to do the damage onto Nick, but he's on 11 HP. Viper's Pit damage does not matter. Shorty's going to kill. Classic's going to kill. Any bullet that lands should frag out here, and especially with all of that utility. I mean, Sword9 is still working with the entire bag of tricks here, which maybe could be an actual criticism in the end. Yeah, Nick understands. Just a little bit of the stress toy. Just enjoy it. You're not going to have any chance here. But Sword9 with all of the utility in play, it was just a very gun-based round, but you would like to see at least the Haunt getting thrown out very early.
Yeah. It looked a bit rough there for the side of DRG. Trying to take that mid-fight aggressively once again versus a Nico, but this time losing out on it, giving over those crucial guns, allowed TYL to then transfer that fight over towards A. And with that, they get another on the board. It's still a 5-2 lead for DRG, and they certainly look like they're in the driver's seat. But, I mean, if they're getting a bit too overeager, it might bite them. In the end, still enough money left in their pockets for another full buy round.
Indeed. They've got the economy to work with, and do not disrespect, and well, do not give too much respect, but similarly do not disrespect. And Splash right now 2-7, not the triple MVP that we're used to seeing, but sure, give them some time to get warmed up. I'm sure it'll be a different Slash line by the end, but DRG, these aggressive pushes are kind of showing to me that they do not respect TYL's attack at all. This is their map, they have the control, and that was a solo peek, by the way. There was no backup on that operator. If Spirit Z got double swung, he could have maybe gate crashed to get out, but it was unlikely. Scales as well, able though to at least answer back, but no map presence gained yet for TYL.
What was that flick by Spirit? This time takes the gate crash to get out. But how on earth did he make that one work? Still 2 kills on the side of TYL. Make this as 3v3. But Spirit is having none of it right now. Looking like the dominant off player that he is. Another trait for Sword9. Still possible. It's a 2v2. He has the spike. Waiting for Scales to maybe get contact from elbow. But it's Spirits with the dimensional drift now. Spotting out that one player on site. Probably expecting Scales to wrap around. Oh, Vukashu just saw the feed, but still doesn't get the kill. Scales gets the 3 kits to 1v1 now. Another flash for Spirit. This is beautiful. And with the 4K clutches, the 1v2. What a round from the Yoru.
Holy, Vukashu just maybe blinks. You will get to see it in a moment. There's confidence here. Okay, I lied. Spirits, he did have Vukashu's back up at least, but definitely didn't feel like it with how far. Yeah, that's through the wall and the box, right? That's a double collat. Because Splash wasn't on the other side. So that, I think, was a double collat, ladies and gentlemen. Spirits one, listen to that war cry. 4K, he is screaming into the 9th round, and deservedly so with a performance like that, especially with Vukashu. A rare miss, but not gonna cost them this time.
Man, I mean, in every other region, coaches would go crazy if they saw what Spirit is doing, and like how the way he's playing. But in China, it's just another day at the office, and he gets another one through the smoke. Wide out. The fast lane helps Zuckman cross towards his teammates, but looks like TYL might already switch to a more defensive stance. They do have Scales inserted in A-Link, though. That's a free kill for him. Let's one slip. Oh my god, does he get another one? Oh, that's beautiful! Trigger discipline from Scales to find 2. And all of a sudden, it's just Spirits on A. He's just trying to ignore the Nightfall. Pushing past it. Doesn't get the kill though. And Vukashu, more importantly, is here to help him out. What a shot from Nick, and this time Vukashu doesn't miss.
Oh, the overdrive is undercut, ladies and gentlemen. Nightfall as well, not respected. And again, DRG, they really do just show off that Corrode is their map. I want to even highlight this Paranoia. So Spirits gets the kill, then the Paranoia came through. And just minor details like that are showing that TYL are not comfortable kind of setting the economy, setting the utility down exactly when they need it to. Meanwhile, DRG not only happy just to make the utility work for them, but all of these gunfights as well, despite Scales' incredible trigger discipline, which I honestly have seen so much trigger discipline bite people recently. I had my eyes covered. I was very scared how that was going to go, but nicely done. And yet again, this re-engage onto mid, and it's back and forth.
Nah.
You not feeling it?
Nah. If I'm... Nah. I don't like what DRG are doing in mid. Like the 2 times they decided to go for that aggressive fight, they basically just threw the round away right there. And once again, unable to win these duels. I mean, credit to TYL, they were expecting that sort of fight to happen. Immediately there to cover for Splash. Even though he goes down, they find 3. And I don't think DRG are gonna go far in this retake. Not even a single kill. Taken slowly this time around with a 3K, and TYL still keep it somewhat close in the first half.
I mean, that's the thing. Corrode again, another map that overall is defender sided, but from the way we've seen from this region, the attackers have been very much thriving. The executes are just very, very solid. That lurk from Scales, absolutely beautiful, beautiful stuff. The map control and the presence from TYL, not shaky by any means. DRG just maybe a cut above would be the better way of describing the scenario. And I mean, I don't think you've got that any better than Vukashu, the Cypher at 10 and 5, a 2 KD for him. And this setup yet again from him and Spirits, the dimensional drift from Slowly just to gain all the information that they could possibly work with. It's going to be a fast execute, it does look like, unless the utility slows it down.
Yeah, with the way the past rounds have gone, this is an eco for the side of DRG, but still they find the opening, pick up the guns, and most importantly, have the overdrive at their disposal. Once again, a B-side hit just does not work out for TYL. In the eye of Vukashu, he will lose these duels, but what a perfect round from Spirit once again.
You can't blame him. You cannot blame this. And there's that tripwire. I called it. That is the tripwire that I was talking about there. That is the exact reason Splash dies, is because of that trip. That trip that could have been cleared, that position, and that should have maybe been read out by the dimensional drift, but it just isn't. There's too much other information that has to be gotten with that dimensional drift from Slowly there. The little attempted body block from Vukashu there. That's cool. I've never seen that. That would be sick to see it on an agent that could maybe make that work, but the smoke's still going to land down. Vukashu's actually pivoted away. It's him now towards the A site with Spirits, and then it's the triple setup towards B from the opposition here. No one on mid right now does mean that Slowly has gained a decent chunk of control towards that, but flexing very much set up, and Vukashu being trusted essentially to kind of hold this all on his own with the backup of Spirits if he's got the time.
Yeah, this time around, once again, they missed the tripwire. The first one, and basically just sell Sword 9 straight to it. But it's only 1 kill converted. Scales pretty low. Most importantly, with that neural theft, positions revealed. He will have to watch out for Slowly. Still holding that A-Link. Even finds another one. Nick falls to his prey as well. This should very well be the 4th round for TYL, unless Achman pulls some incredible stuff, but he does not. Slowly with a 4K to secure the round, even though his position was revealed prior to that first kill of him.
Just because someone knows where you are, it doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna land the shots, and slowly he's there. That timing just absolutely perfect, and that was all kind of on a protect the president there, because you see the Viper's pick go down. You had to deal with the fact that no longer was the lurking Viper the play. You had to deal with the fact that you had to transition that onto the site, which TYL did absolutely phenomenally well there. I mean, yeah, Scales just really showing off how to get that Viper play off, and TYL as a team showing how to pivot from a lurking Viper, a lurking controller to, okay, we need that Viper's pet on site. How do we get you here without just giving your life away for free?
Yeah, beautiful recovery there for TYL to at least make this an 8-4 half. I mean, DRG still looking like the dominant team, but as you said earlier, how are they gonna convert this on their own attacking side? Because having that Viper gives you so much more flexibility in terms of how you can play out these lurks, in terms of how you can get these timings versus the defense. I mean, we still talking about Bukeshu, who's an absolute genius on the Cypher, but certainly an agent that is easier to execute on defense and offense.
Yes, it's and this will be the aspect again whenever usually Cypher has really struggled on that attacking side, because his flank watch isn't as solid in the current meta, and Yoru just crashes past it. Neon can probably find a way to jump over it, let's face it. Like, her momentum and her movement is just very solid, to the point that most Cypher tripwires are not the best angle for. We even actually seen it happen. Splash literally leapfrogging over the tripwire earlier towards that B site, and then you've got the Waylay, who can literally basically use any of her utility to clear that out. It's very shaky for Cyphers to find a lot of love here to make themselves work. So genius is the word I would use here. Vukashu on that 12 and 6. Greeting Spirits, who has 10 assists, double digits on that Yoru. Just goes to show how cohesive DRG are playing with each other.
Yeah, Spirit and Vukashu, the two players that have pretty much performed as expected throughout this tournament, and topping some of these stats for their respective roles. Whereas we haven't seen much of Splash yet. You were talking about him, but once again, he's just been brought down immediately.
Being even less now. That's to be fair, that's a filthy shot. That was good movement. That was a good jump peak from Splash, but the mechanics and the aim from DRG just that little bit faster. Irv now trying to just chill in the smoke, trying to do as much as possible, and there's the ability of Wingman. That's showing you exactly what can be done there. There's no way TYL can make anything like that happen on their side. It's why we lost Irv so early on. If you don't have that Gecko, you have to sacrifice yourself for the spike plant, and now DRG a 5-man advantage, and really everything going their way.
Yeah, still they're gonna try to make this retake work. It's a great shot from Slowly onto Spirit, but Hawkman on the spot, just doing his work. Wait, they're just sticking it.
Dodging bullets.
Are they gonna check him? Are they gonna check him? Oh, pulling out the knife. Bukashu will not let that one slip. Sending a few regards over towards TYL, but what a round.
Hold this. Ladies and gentlemen, why shoot when you can stab? I'm sure someone is going to mention the UK at some point, so I'll beat you to it, ladies and gentlemen. But regardless, TYL popping off with it. The pistol run goes their way. It was, honestly, it looked very decisive, and then it went back away. So a little bit scary there for both sides. But either way, the defense looking solid, and DRG seemingly off the back of that. They want to go hard. They want to pivot towards this faster. At least Cell, that's the case. Meanwhile, towards mid, Flexen gives a side profile away to Splash, but Splash not quite landing the shots here, and it's only game one. Maybe give them time to warm them up, but Crafty, you are right. This is not the Splash that I was promised.
Yeah, maybe needs a bit of a warm-up game here for the side of TYL for him to really pop off. And also Flexen was certainly giving up that fight still, even though it was Splash. He knew, I'm not taking a fight versus that Sheriff with my Ghost. Giving up the position, it looks like they might even rotate over towards A now. I don't know how much they spotted on the side of TYL over at B. It looked like it was enough for them to make this an A execute after all.
Comes through now. Smokes are down. 30 seconds left on the clock. The timer being played around very nicely, but maybe to DRG's detriment. We are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Vukashu still holding that mid, though. Was about to say that rotate comes through and it's gonna get shut down. No concerns there at all. Wingman just running away. Doesn't really need to concern himself with the spike planted, but that's why he maybe should. Splash gets 2. Irv follows him up. It's Vukashu with the 4K. A 1 versus 1 all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen. The pivot here. Blink and you do miss it. Wingman not giving the space. Vukashu calling that it is a fake. Calling that it is a single tap. He is exactly correct. And the swing from Irv shuts down what could have been the wildest clutch of VCT China so far. But it was not meant to be.
Oh, the ace clutch almost for Vukashu. Once again has to pick up the pieces that his team left in this post plan. Beautiful shots there. But what is that? First shot from Splash. Adjusts for the second one. And then it's just him and ERV cleaning up. Beautiful eco from TYL.
Nick, if you're gonna play Gecko, please use Wingman to plant the spike. Why? Like, why are we not doing? Like, I all love, but like, as the most busted ability in the game, I think in a vacuum it is the most busted ability just from all of it, and we're not using that, and that's what gives TYL the win. That swing from Splash. Oh my god, no! Don't use Mosh to then kill your own teammate. That's not what I said.
Bit of a meltdown there for DRG. They find one more, but Splash already up in heaven. Will clean house. That was certainly a round for the side of DRG. At least they got to plant the spike. It was an eco. It wasn't pretty. And TYL are so back in this game all of a sudden.
How quickly these rounds can... Okay, Sword. Okay, Sword. Okay, that first shot. Okay, that's just showing off. That's just a little bit of styling. But it does really go to show just how quickly things can turn on their head. DRG looking so confident. Then all of a sudden, we see Wingman being committed in a very pivotal spike plant situation. We then see just the Mosh. I would love to actually go back and see exactly where that Mosh landed, because I doubt it was anywhere like immediately obvious. So Ackerman just taking that damage and getting team killed is a big deal here. And DRG are experienced. They're not going to let that get into their heads too much. If they do, the timeout is still there. But I imagine that is just we go next, we move on, and TYL are not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, they do have Dimensional Drift available now for the side of Spirit, so some would expect them to use that. Maybe towards Link here. There it is. Wait. No? Wait. He did not move. What is happening? He just used the Dimensional Drift that did not move. I don't know if he immediately exited it by mistake, or whether that was just a fake ult. Either way, Splash now having some time on the A side. Getting that first frag onto Nick.
All of a sudden, the mistakes are piling up here, ladies and gentlemen. What should have been and what was a masterclass of Karoj, suddenly Splash getting fully flashed by that clone as well, and because of that, the push doesn't come through the way he wants to pace it out. Irv maybe not calming that clone's going to get shot, but evidently no preparation for that being the case, and the spike again down without much. Well, it was very much with an incident, but not gunfights necessarily. Just a lot of mistakes here, adding up and piling up. The stress, I think, is pretty obvious. Crafty, it's getting to both of these teams.
I mean, it's still not their lives on the line here. in this bracket, but certainly they are showing some nerves. Beautiful smoke here from Flaxen, giving them no space to really go for the defuse. How are they even whiffing those shots? Spike is ticking so fast. The white swing from Flaxen is not enough, but the time has already been bought. It is double digits for DRG, but in what fashion?
It's, yeah, even, like, I want to go back to that smoke because it's a fantastic smoke. Like, 9 times out of 10, that smoke is genius, right? That smoke just gives barely enough that you can see the spike, but you cannot start diffusing without you see the animation of, like, the little coil, like, rising up, so you know the diffuse is actively happening. But if we get to see it from the angle here, we're not going to, unfortunately. The wide swing just not quite working out there, but we seen that it was very much, they got off of the diffuse of their own accord. Sword 9 kind of jumped off the spike just because they seen a few bullets. They could have easily got the spike to half and then jumped off of it. Meanwhile, that round's forgotten about. Ackerman, though, already in the afterlife, and a very aggressive start from Ackerman, but showing the double-ended sword that Neon is. The rest of your team do not move that fast, and they cannot back you out of a position like that.
Yeah. Not much space taken yet on the map, or DRG either. So they will just have to slowly creep their way up towards mid. It's a good prowler there from Sword 9, giving away some of these positions from DRG. They can just sit that out. Nothing to worry about just yet. Slowly is holding that angle towards mid. Being able to rotate over if this is going to be an A-side hit. Here he spots them. An immediate movement on the A-side. But they are running a bit of a stack here now. Bukashu all by himself.
Arl got spot as well. Unfortunate for him. And this TP as well from ERV's done absolute wonders here. Nightfall as well, the information, 13 seconds. The spike kind of needs to be stuck here. Wingman does just get sprayed through though. So even with these members surviving from DRG, it's not going to be enough. And he is squishy in more ways than one. He's cuddly, but he cannot take many bullets.
And with that, it's over. No way to go for a second plant there after the spam. It's beautiful patience on the side of TYL, and DRG looked a bit lost there after their initial attempt. Weren't quite sure how to recover that round, and with Bukashu losing that 1v1 versus Splash, it's pretty much over for the side of DRG. No pressure on the map. Everyone was there, ready for that fast retake. And that's the first timer for DRG. And understandably so. These past rounds, even the ones they won, looked pretty shaky.
Shaky's the word. Shaky's the word I was going to use, so very much the same wavelength there. And yeah, even these conversions have been a little bit iffy. Now, the thing is, TYL get this timeout as well, and both teams have been making what... At this level, look, if I went on the server, I'd get completely destroyed. Okay, I'm not saying that, but for this level, for this tier of gameplay, mistakes that are kind of rookie, some mistakes that are a little bit just down to the nerves and the, you know, the pressure getting to you. I think the biggest is Spirits 1 kind of popping in to see what the extra dimension was like, and then just deciding not to.
Yeah, I mean, surely that must have been a mistake. It's not an ultimate that you just pop without taking any space, especially with a TP that can get you out anytime. So certainly a misclick there. But coaching staff had some time to readjust now. It is an eco for DRG though. TYL once again looking for one of these follow-up rounds. They do invest the overdrive together with Thrash to get some space, but Splash is beautiful timing in between these smokes. Just sprays him down, is still alive on 3 HP. How on earth does he do it?
Oh, that's daylight robbery. That is theft, ladies and gentlemen. If you notice as well, Ackerman runs over with the overdrive and slowly just tells him to slow it down. Slowly just knocks the pace, the wind right out of his sails. The spike now has been collected, sure, but a 4 versus 2 with such a low buy going the way of DRG. Only one person with a gun here and the dimensional drift being popped. I love this. Yes, it is 4 versus 2, but why give them anything? Why give them the space? Get the information on DRG, understand exactly where they are, and shut them down before they ever have the chance of stealing something away from you, which is done to perfection. Slowly doesn't even need the rest of the crew.
Beautiful ultimate from Slowly. Beautiful awareness then to just drop into A main, pop the flash. Yeah, the first couple shots looked a bit shaky. The versus Flaxen, but then the jiggle peek to spot out Nick. Beautiful stuff from Slowly, who's sitting on 21 frags already.
Oh.
Dude, he's having a map.
I have to ask, Barry, do you think Slowly pops the dimensional drift going, I'll show you how it's done, Spirits? Do you think he was like, this is how you dimensional drift, this is the information you gathered, this is the repositioning you do? Because genuinely, as much as I say that's a joke, I don't think you'll get more of a dichotomy of Uriels than those two uses. And the fact that they were so close together, absolutely phenomenal stuff from TYL. They really are making DRG work for it on the second half.
Looking to go for another B hit though, and is spotted scales already. Has that snakebite available though, and most importantly, Bukashu goes down. The lurker down for DRG gives TYL so much more freedom in their rotation. But that's a great kill. The duel between these two Euros continues. This time around, Spirit is the victor.
I'm honestly, I can talk about it later after the post plant, but very excited just for the following maps here, regardless of the way this goes. Ackerman's looking clean. That shot only really cements that fact. Scales picking up 1 a second, and Splash finally making those waves that we were talking about. Hasn't been showing up as, you know, as much of a fire starter as maybe I'd given them the credit towards, but certainly showing up when TYL need them to. And 10-9 now for TYL, 1 away from equalizing, and it was just off the back of a very, very clean execute, Crafty.
Yeah, beautiful from TYL, using that Viper smoke to its fullest potential to basically isolate these 1v1s one by one. There you can see it in the coaches' faces as well. They are hyped up. Another eco for DRG. TYL on the brink of equalizing this map after what seemed like a dominant start by DRG.
It looked like a showcase. It really did. It looked like a showcase of how to play Corrode and how to play Corrode on defense. It arguably still is. DRG doing decently on the attack, but TYL managing to find their footing here. It's all just this fight towards mid. There's a hero rifle from Bukashu, but Nick's already gone. The way to cheat the spike plan is already down, but Splash falls. Ackerman, a beautiful shot from the Sheriff, a potentially recoverable gun here, especially with the dimensional drift. And that tag, I believe, explicitly going for it. You can see Spirits. I think the cogs are actively turning in his head as to how he wants to try and secure this gun. And it looks like he's just going to hold W over it, which is absolutely the right call. Still going for the dimensional drift, though.
Yeah, does he drift this time around, though? He certainly does. He do be drifting, spotting nothing. In connector, nothing on B side. Scales, most importantly, is fallen back towards elbow already. That snakebite will miss its target. Just waiting for the rest of TYL to rotate over. It looks like they're all gonna flush on site through this choke point. It's not as easy. You certainly have access in heaven. Sword 9 still has a haunt. But does it spot anything? Doesn't look like it. ERV gets the first one. But Sword 9 struggles in the duel versus Ackman. ERV by himself with the 3K. It's the 1v2. Can they make it work? They can. Spirit is not enough this time around, and there's plenty of time left to defuse the spike.
The
TYL
no-scope.
are back 10-10. We're entering crunch time, Medante.
Oh, I can feel the pressure. I can feel everything going through right now. This is a different turn of events than what we were expecting here. I thought surely, I was about to say I thought slowly, surely, but I thought surely slowly could not miss that. 0.63 on that spike, so just
plenty,
over half.
as I said.
Plenty, as you said. No, absolutely, Crafty. That is, if it's anything above 0, it's plenty. The same way, if you're above 0 HP, that's plenty. You can still get that ace. You can still get that 4th K. You can still get that clutch, whether it is 0.01 seconds or 0.01 HP. The difference between that and actually 0, literally infinity.
Yeah, doing some math here over
yeah.
Project Horizon as well. I love it.
Charlotte taught me that 13 was greater than 10. I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll.
You're getting there. Another timeout drawn by DRG. It's the last one. TYL still has one left in the tank. But yeah, I mean, they're certainly not happy with how their attack has been going so far. It was an 8-4 half, only 2 attacking rounds converted so far, and at least one of these they probably shouldn't have won anyway.
Yeah.
So that's an impressive second half here from TYL.
It's a big showing, and again, the defense side here, maybe TYL propping up that just with the aggressive side, with the fact that we are still, you know, in the kind of playoffs, you know, bracket and such, we're still kind of in that playoff side, is a little bit less of a factor here. Those stats still working with the smaller sample sizes. And DRG though, I do love this adaptation, whether it's an adaptation from them or a conditioning from TYL. Love the fact that 4 of them are just staring at that arch. Love it, because genuinely you can kind of tell ERV wants to swing. He just can hold himself away from doing it.
Yeah. There's another smoke ready in a couple seconds though, so certainly you can buy a couple more seconds. Splash once again, holding that angle. Finds the opening. Beautiful shot by the rookie. Knows that there's probably some more players following up. That's such a great slide to dodge the stun. Gets one, and the follow-up from ERV is there. It is the lead for TYL. And DRG are looking lost right now.
ERV taking 3 off of DRG in the way that it should never have ever been. Look at that initial shot. Splash, by the way, I want to shout out trying to shoot the blind side, because that's reaction time and a half. It's one thing to try whenever you could shoot the sky flash out of the air, or, you know, shoot Dizzy out of the air, but going for the blind side, had that been a mechanic, I think it would have worked. I think he actually would have landed that shot, but landing shots, he certainly does regardless. And Splash, I mean, this man was what, like 3 and 12 at one point, or 4 and 11 or something. Like, it's taken him some time, but there's the warm-up coming through.
Yeah, he's certainly recovered from that first half. He probably thought he was the Vito interceptor or something when he shot that blindside. But either way, TYL are looking massive right now, and they're taking names off of DRG. Everyone is falling. Spike has been planted thanks to DRG's best member being Wingman. But other than that, TYL are firmly in the lead. Map point.
Indeed, map point, and a scary map point here, because, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go off of the belief I will always play. For anyone that has not experienced me yap about this game, I am always an underdog man. So as far as I'm concerned, I am a fan of DRG until they either manage to bring this back to OT, or we go to split, and then we can finally go to Pearl. But if we get to Pearl, you know what? No, I won't say it yet. It's not relevant. It's not. We still got this map. We still got a map afterwards. Okay, that's the shot that Splash did on blindside, but onto Dizzy. That is insane. Just from a flash, that's insane shooting.
Yeah, and like the immediate correction to be back on with the crosshair, where heads could be popping out of that smoke. just shows you how talented this young kid is. But is it enough for them to convert this first map point? DRG had another buy. Their pockets ultimate-wise, it could be getting a couple if they find these kills. Both Akman, Nyx, and Spirit is all just 1 point away.
That was all I was gonna say. Oh, a rare whiff. Oh no. I say that's all I was gonna say, but there might be a lot more left in the tank. But yeah, 3 ultimates all 1 ult point away is actually so frustrating for DRG because they have to make every round work, right, Crafty? And they're gonna try to right now. Scales holding firm. The information is aware though, but if they can get the timing, and the support from Sword9, the IGL comes through. A 1 versus 5. It is Bukashu, but I have my bets on TYL.
Yeah, I mean, he has enough bullets to clear them all, but they will not make it happen. ERV finishes it off, and TYL, look at their faces, look at their excitement. Beat DRG on what has been their best map pick throughout this tournament. Corrode is theirs, and with that, they take the lead.
That's scary if you are DRG, and all love to them. I think there's a reason the cameras aren't on them right now, because there is going to just be pure focus, determination, a little bit of a surprise. Honestly, the way they're walking there's not as much confidence. But TYL, the way these players are walking, the posture is high and proud. We're not done yet, of course. We've still got at least 1 more map here, but TYL almost looking a little bit shocked, Crafty, if I may say so. Maybe shocked that they won that map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their faces, they almost looked like they had already won the series. The way they got excited, the smiles on their face. They know how important it is to win versus DRG on a map like that. I mean, if they can convert their own map pick, imagine them going 2-0 versus DRG and sending them to the lower bracket. That would be insane.
So all gamers sent DRG to the middle bracket. Now, all gamers last year had a lot of people that were maybe look at that. Sorry,
that's
look at
so
that.
Sus. That is so sus.
That is actually shaking. Like, that is 2 wall bangs that bullet went through and still finds its mark. But yes, going back to it, all gamers maybe not given the respect that necessarily they warranted last year. They were still a little bit shaky, still finding their footing. All gamers to put DRG down in the mid bracket, that's one thing. But if TYL can do a hell of a run through the middle bracket with the statement of we put DRG into losers, into full losers lower bracket, that might be all they need. Honestly, that level of momentum would be killer.
Yeah, what a performance from Slowly, who has been sort of in Splash's shadow throughout this tournament, but this time around, he was the one popping off, especially on some of these operator shots. Beautiful stuff, but let's listen in on the team comps from TYL.
一场没过。避风烟，我踢到了。
闭门进了，闭进了，闭进了。
地下包了。我把 B 场放了，兄弟们。等着闪光，又来了，来紧来紧来紧。好，我 B 场放了。我先掉了。
来稳到了，给。
我有眼，我走2楼。我有黑。小子全这，拿枪拿枪。有黑，我有黑。你过来给他们推黑，我只有2楼眼，好吧？我们踢了，上楼。没推2楼，没推2楼。来，我开墙了。来了，准备推黑。别，不，黑。2楼下一个。 好，闪眼里，我进来，3、2、1跳。2楼下跟右边，这点。2楼下跟4点，跑点，哎，向中，跑点，过来，快攻，来，还剩1人，可恶！哦，要4个了 ，nice shooting， 漂亮，能，nice 4个了 ，Let's go guys， 漂亮。
I mean, I mean, that was the clutchest no-scope probably of the entire series thus far, and slowly there, as you said, stepping out of Splash's shadow. Splash starting to make amends near the end there, but it was slowly that really could keep this running. 2.1 KDA and 8 multi-kills, and you're going to be seeing those in spades here over these highlights.
Yeah, it was just a perfect display of Yoru util all the time. I mean, he had like, I don't know, was it Spirits or him with insane assists as well? I don't know. He probably had a few of his own, but I mean, in the direct 1v1 versus him and Spirit, he certainly took the spot there. Beautiful plays. Great dimensional drifts as well. Take notes, Spirit. Take notes. I'm so sorry.
No, it's, you know what? All love, Spirits. If you pop by, we do love you, and you've put on a hell of a show. And we're gonna see the stats as well. That in no way did he put on a bad one. In no way. I mean, 1690, 11 assists from your Yoru is insane work. Crazy. It does mean you are supporting your team a lot. It does mean the flashes are coming through. Slowly, though, kind of cutting out the middleman. Only needs 3 assists, but that's because he's the one getting the frags. And that's the difference maker sometimes. Vukashu, of course, basically will always be that team MVP, but at what point does the Cypher, at what point does this lack of flexibility, as we talked about, especially DRG struggled on that attack. You mentioned it, Crafty, like exactly what is going to change when Cypher suddenly goes on attack, because he can't make stuff work as much. And I think that's just a definitive proof of that statement.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at these stats on their attack, they only needed 4 plants. Oh wait, it was their attack. Yeah, they were on defense second half. I was super confused right now. I was like, wait, they only had 4 plants, but that was their attack, of course. Yeah, where they only got 4 rounds versus the Cypher. Yes, but their defense has been looking stellar, and these 2 post plants on the side of DRG speak volumes, right?
Yeah, they do, and Scales just really kind of wrapping by the numbers there. And I still think there's a lot in the gas tank of DRG. I do not think for a second that this has just made it a foregone conclusion. It was fairly close over it. It was like, let's not mince words here. While the occasional rounds were going a bit higgledy-piggledy, overall, a decent performance from both sides. Maybe not what we would typically expect from DRG. And I don't think TYL even expected themselves to have such a confident play. But we will be seeing a map that both of these teams are far more comfortable on, that Viper has started to nestle her way into, but maybe necessarily hasn't found a home just yet. So Vukashu's Cypher could easily be the difference maker going on to that second map, which of course will be split.
Yeah, it is a map, however, that we have not seen from DRG yet this tournament. So I'm excited to see what we're gonna, which comp we're gonna see. I'm most certainly expecting a Cypher on the hands of Vukashu. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? If you want to see another Cypher showcase from Vukashu, you should stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes mean. He gets caught real big, pissed off quick, and if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of bought in. If you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Welcome back.
We're back, and you're back too. Okay, sorry, you take that one. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, boss. Go on ahead. I'm just saying, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to map 2. It's going to be split, and it's probably going to be a pretty fast one.
You think so?
Yeah, the way every other team has been playing split, no one seems to know what an S key is.
I mean, yeah, it's China. It's W gaming all over the place. But there we have it. The first time we see DRG on split this year, and no surprises. There is Wukashu on the Cypher, and we do get the double duelist though between Nachman and Spirit once again. Nick on the Fade, Flexen on the Omen. Yeah, I pretty much expect. Is that the same comp they just ran on Corrode? It is, right?
Nick swaps Fade for Gecko.
Oh yeah,
Gecko
Nick
for
was
Fade.
on. Yeah,
Gecko
for Fade.
for
Okay,
Fade. That's it.
I'll take that one back.
No, that's the only difference, and to be honest, it's a pretty minor difference because Gecko just doesn't do great on split. Like, you're not going to see a Gecko on split, so I don't think anyone's shocked that Nick has changed off. Meanwhile, as I want to say, I think the only difference between Tylu's comp here is splash off the Yoru, or off the Neon and going for the Waylay. So very similar composition from what we've seen on the Corrode side, but very different execution, of course, going to be coming through. And I think I can now say it. So I pointed that there was an interesting fact here. So DRG need to win this map. As you pointed out, Crafty, a map that we have not seen this series, a map that they have not played yet. If they win this map they have not played yet, they go onto a map they have not played since March 2025.
Jeez.
So
that's a while back.
Yes. So basically, we're close to the 1 year anniversary of DRG playing Pearl, and they have to do split before they even can dream of touching that map.
And TYL certainly looks strong in their 2 showings on split thus far, winning both of these maps versus Titan Esports and Nova. Last time that we saw Slowly was popping off, and he certainly had a map on Corrode, so I expect him to be performing again on here. But it's DRG's attack to go first. TYL trying to hold A side, and Sword9 struggles a bit, but finds the first frag. Trade for Flexin, but Sword9 gets another one before he finally goes down. It's a 3v3. Low health bars on the side of Nick and Spirit already.
Nick not needing. Again, the difference between 1 HP and 0 is a big deal. Slowly, eventually making that a 0 HP figure, and now 2 versus 2. It's the collapse here. It's the crossfire. Wukashu doesn't respect it though. Gets a perfect swing onto Splash. 180s. Gets the second one onto Slowly. And the 2 very domineering powerhouses, the 2 duelists, still being shown by Wukashu how it's done on the pistol round.
This man cannot fail sometimes. He's just a monster, especially on these pistol rounds, always finding these one taps. That's what you want to see out of your Cypher on attack, helping you to convert these post plants. But we've seen a good start from DRG on Corrode as well. And they were dropping off after a couple rounds, so not gonna read too much into this pistol. Great push up towards mid though. What they do expect Scales to hide behind that corner, it seems like. They check him, yeah.
A little bit shaky initially, but they absolutely will get that second flick back. And that's, for anyone that doesn't, like, that's again, these are professional players that are close to playing this game to like 7-8 hours a day minimum, and you can still consistently be shocked by how tucked you can get into some corners. Like, you really have to clear that. Scales was very much like, everyone was looking at that angle, but Scales nearly gets away with his life. Speaking of getting away with his life, Ackerman's certainly going to take ERVs, get onto the site essentially for free. I mean, that's the explosivity that Neon grants you, and if you're, you know, you can do cheeky things like that with Yoru's gate crash, but it really needs a lot of support to back it up. The spike gonna go down. Splash disrespecting everything and just takes Nick's life away, but still the spike to be planted regardless.
How was no one holding elbow there while the spike was going down? Spirit finally takes him down. Slowly spotted as well. And Sword 9 already known. Just shorty in hand. We'll probably just try to execute on the spike. Yeah, now they spot him once more. Nothing to do here for the side of DRG as they recover some of these guns and are gonna head into a pretty good looking bonus round with 4 guns recovered.
Does really feel like we have seen, for VCT China specifically, Crafty, it does feel like we've seen a hell of an evolution for like how the last person standing needs to like hold out, because it seems like people are really starting to respect that giving up an ult orb to the offense that are winning, like, yes, you get an ult orb too for dying, but ultimates are great at either breaking momentum or allowing you to maintain it, and especially a team like DRG that are so momentum heavy, that are so happy, so confident to play off each other. The minute you get like that overdrive online, you're going to have aspects, and overdrive doesn't even need to be online. Ackerman's already taken one.
Beautiful execute onto B side again, and they even find the frag towards heaven. Splash in the refrag is traded. How with that? It's B-side taken, just Sword 9, who needs to do some heroics to make this clutch possible. I don't even know whether he wants to go for it. Expect someone to sneak up ropes. They're not doing him the favor.
Guys, it's always a shame when you're stuck saving 2 rounds in a row. Because maybe it's just me, but I always feel like I'm like, oh, I feel like I've messed up my positioning something if I've not contributed to gunfights twice in a row. But of course, Sword 9 more set up towards that A site, just couldn't really get the rotate down, especially with, again, DRG's collapsing onto these sites here. There is very much a... We expect the kill from Ackerman. Ackerman has delivered. Ackerman then dies, and everyone else is already exploded out of garage, already gotten so many different angles, so much set up there done. And I think we're going to see one of the highlights here will be Vukashu sitting in his own Cypher cage here, specifically to get the angle onto heaven. There it is. That's it specific. Like, that is dirty, but it's a fantastic way to adapt. And you can see him dancing between the cages and the smokes again. Very, very clean stuff.
I mean, that is just a masterclass from Vukashu. I mean, the first one is kind of sus through the cage, just randomly getting that one, but he just understands his positioning so well. He knows where to put his crosshair, and he knows when to dip in and out of that Cypher cage to have the impact on the round. And that is a Nico now forced for TYL. They try to get a bit aggressive towards B main, maybe to spot out Spirit, but he still gets one and has Nick waiting in the wings to help him out. Ackerman as well. They all fall apart on the side of TYL. Spirit doing his best bait impression right there. Scales finds the lurk, able to recover that gun, but he's probably just gonna save it.
On that ult orb, is very, very nice, though. Gun, all orb. Well, yeah, frag, gun, and the all orb there. Very big deal. That's like essentially 3 ult points potentially that Scales wouldn't have had to work with beforehand. And yeah, Craft, I believe you're absolutely right. There is a thin line between bravery and stupidity, and I believe Scales would use that as a jump rope if he tried to go for this retake right here. That is just a touch too far, even for some of the greatest players, which we certainly are watching right now. And Fukashi just getting a complete clear out, making sure everywhere is covered, but Scales just down towards that A site elbow. And the executes have been very, very phenomenally clean, and maybe it is actually just down to TYL's here. The defense possibly showing off why you might want that Cypher. Maybe I'm just kind of recency bias, and I'm seeing a Cypher from Fukashi and it's doing well, but it remains to be said that holding B isn't as easy without the dedicated Sentinel.
I mean, you'd love to have even something like a Sage here that can help out with the slows to buy some time for the rest of the team to adjust and to shut down the Neon. But I certainly expect them to pay more attention to that explosive execute, either giving up that space, then retake, or have some more util invested towards these choke points. It looks like DRG are just going to slow it down for a bit. Trading shots in mid with Scales. Just going to use that Viper smoke to keep him guessing.
Dancing here back and forth as well, and really seeing it's a lot of love for the Vandal as well. We'll be getting a lot of the stats up, but just very quickly, especially because we are dancing around so many smokes, it does seem like a lot of these players are preferring the Vandal. It used to be, I mean, it probably still is very kind of even, but just series alone from these 2 maps seems like Vandal very much the preferred gun of choice. And again, if you can hit your heads, there's absolutely no reason why it shouldn't be. But now we are jumping in to this A site here. Sword9, it's down to you with the backup of Splash. Can you hold this down?
Yeah, and you certainly can. If you're TYL or DRG are on the spot, that spike plan was a bit disrespectful. Flexen gets hit by the paranoia, goes down immediately, but Akaman got his back, making that a 2v2. The Nightfall invested even. Only hit Scales, but his position is revealed now. He could potentially use the overdrive as well to create some more chaos. Great timing from Akman on the swing, and it is another one for DRG.
Oh, that looked very clean from Nick and Ackerman. I want to say, because just based off of his sightlines there, so obviously Splash is in that corner, that's fine. The shots all come through, and then the repositioning off the back here, just purely down to Ackerman's double kill, and Nick set up there. Just absolutely clean. Ackerman with the 3k, Nick with a 2k. I want to wonder, did you seen Ackerman kind of tracing the haunt line, and then he's seen it go up towards heaven? Obviously, we knew it was because it was just to go straight down behind the box. But do you think that Ackerman would have known the positioning of that Viper had he not had the backup of Nick? Because I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not. It looked kind of weird from his position. He must have thought that he got hit in heaven. But, I mean, you could always expect him to drop out of it. But, certainly having Nick in A main helped him play that out perfectly. I mean, he was unsure, and he showed like he went back behind pillar, right? So
yes,
you know, I do not have to take the risk to face an elevated duel there for the side of Scales. So great choice there from him. And yeah, it was the first time out from TYL that we just saw. It's wait, what the?
That oh, I mean, okay. Oh, this is particularly around the waylay dash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yes, it is.
Such a crazy tripwire. Dude, if that hits.
The fact is, I mean, we're on the right side. Slowly is on that, or Splash, sorry, is on that, but they do only have the Bucky, so I doubt it will be for this round. But But that's an interesting Cypher lineup to already see, to get a glimpse into the future of what the plan could be. But meanwhile, Ackerman already down to fall there on the mid. Just an excellent opening shot on this low buy as well. This will be a thrifty if TYL can convert this first round. It would be a Hail Mary of one to get their momentum hopefully started up, but DRG not gonna let this go easy.
I think they just spotted the tripwire as well. They were dashing towards A main to clear it out. And I think Splash might have got caught. It's at least off the map now. But TYL with the wrong read will be late to the party. On beat, Fukashu got another one up in advance. That's a beautiful tripwire. Keeping Splash there on the ropes. Clean one taps from Nick, and it looks like this eco round is not going anywhere for TYL. ERV even spotted. He surely will go down as well. Spirit finishes it off with the shorty. 6 rounds in a row for the side of DRG. This is looking like yeah, a quick one, as you said.
Split has never, again, it's very, the only reason it seems right now that DRG are not holding the W key is because they have to turn around to make W go forward again. And that too, I don't think I've ever seen like a double one tap that clean before. And I've seen a lot of Valorant. That was just out of this world level of performance, cohesion, and confidence. And speaking of that, Ackerman immediately wants to say that I can do that too. I'm paying attention to Ackerman, but Splash shutting him down still though, with the backup from Spirit Z1, able to get onto the site and the follow-up control.
It's just impossible. They just don't know what to do. They can just ignore everyone on site. They will always get this opening frag. I feel like TYL really need to respect these goes. They need to give up that space beforehand if they cannot stop the onslaught that is DRG's attack right now. Once again, it's just slowly on his own trying to save his gun, but Fukashu is already behind him, and he will find it. Halftime lead already secured after 7 rounds.
I was half expecting a little Scooby-Doo moment where they backed up into each other.
Yeah.
And then like jumped. Like I fully was expecting that, the way that was going just from the setup. But I mean, yeah, it's been covered. These opening frags here from DRG, the fact that Ackerman is basically always able to at least get a crap ton of space for Spirits, but for the most part is able to take down one in process. I mean, you do not go 7 and 4 as an entry Neon on the attack side if you're not getting those opening picks as well. And Nick really has to be said, like, the Gecko, understandable choice of the agent for Corrode, but the utility and the aim a little bit remain to be seen. This time though, much more confident, much more dominant, and a 9 and 2 definitely reflects it.
Oh, absolutely. Another advance in mid on the side of TYL, but DRG are just reading them so well. It's a great clone. Help them out in A Haben, but looks like they're just going to call it off. Rotate over towards B, but so does TYL. They're reading this at least, expecting this to be another B split. But it's a beautiful opening for Flaxen. Finds Splash. And with that, the neural theft is there to be used as well. They can just take the space towards Vents and hit A side before TYL can do anything about it.
A quick hold of W from Sword9, but you can even see the little pause and elbow. Unsure if DRG are going to commit to this. They absolutely are. The Haunt finds no one. It's a good crossfire here onto the elbow. As soon as the contact is made, of course, there is the trades. But speaking of trades, back and forth, the bodies finally drop. The dust settles. ERV 1 versus 2 with the spike planted down here. Does have the From the Shadows. Does have a lot actually to work with here. 1 smoke, 2 teleports, and the ultimate teleport, but still has to just do this initial swing, and Nick just tucked very deep in the corner, not going to get cleared out. 8 and 0 for DRG Crafty. Now, I have caster cursed one too many times, so I'm not going to say what potentially people are going to start thinking, but the thought is in my mind.
Yeah. Same here. I think everyone is sort of expecting this right now. DRG are just looking so dominant on a map that we haven't seen from them yet. I mean, you could be surprised and think, why haven't they picked this map earlier? Because it looks so clean for them. It's TYL's map pick, and yet they seem to be struggling so much. Slowly, finally gets an operator into his hands after 8 rounds, but misses the shot. Immediately pressured to take his TP offside.
I literally looked away to check one stat, and DRG are already on site. I had to check one stat to see the impact that this was having, and already DRG are not only on site, they're taking this fight into the opposition spawn. The blind sides are going back and forth. The operator finds its mark. The Nightfall goes down, and the Dimensional Drift follows up. Skills as well, just been fragging out on Heaven, but needs to do a teeny bit more. Vukashu, a 1 versus 4 it would be. He does get mollied to the snakebite, and the stun actually as well. The saturate, perfect work from Splash, and it was a hell of a fight back, but finally 1 round on the board.
Yeah, but you can see it right there. It was just slowly positioned and B main with the operator. Yes, he does miss the shot, but most importantly, he's the one who can actually get off site immediately after that missed shot. Is able to wait for the rest of his team to then retake 5v4 or 4v3 rather, after they got those initial kills and elbow. And if you give him that space, you can focus on that retake on defense versus a comp like that, and versus the way that DRG have been playing, and it's working out perfectly. Finally, a defensive round on the board for them. It could be too late, but it looks like they finally figured it out.
Could be too late, or the start of something beautiful here, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you are that TYL fan. As I said, I'm just invested in getting a good close series, and I want to get to that map 3. I'm very excited. If this is, you know, the way that DRG are playing on a map we haven't seen them on this year, then I wonder if they'll play any differently in a map that they have not played on in over a year. Skills, despite getting seized, is led away with his life. Instead takes Ackerman's for his own. Skills, I cannot believe you were allowed to get away with your life there. You've not got anything that can really follow up the C's, I guess, but the gunplay should be there. The team coordination should be there instead, but not going to be the case of Splash. Just darting into Garage, beats Vukashu, who I'm not sure heard the light speed, but doesn't matter, gets the refract out.
Scales there, showing off his 37% headshot percentage once more. But DRG find 2 quick kills to get axes onto B site. Scales is close by, but taken down by Spirit. A flash to clear backside as well. And with that, spike plan is secured. Rest of the team of TYL both positioned up in Heaven. Already aware of that on the side of DRG, it seems. It's a great haunt to reveal Spirit, but they are not expecting the peak from Vukashu and Nick at the same time. Great shots from Nick to finish it off. Goes down versus Sword 9, but Spirit is there to take it, and another one. 9-1 lead. DRG, after what looked like a recovery from the side of TYL, they immediately strike back.
There's confidence there. I mean, again, Skill starts that off, living a life that should have never been lived, but the utility here, that backup, Vukashu's lurk onto Garage, and honestly, this entire round was completely sealed up by that interaction on Garage from Vukashu against Splash, and the fact that Splash just wasn't able to get that kill. Yes, they refract out, but still the damage had already been done, the positioning had been given away. And speaking of that positioning, okay, Skills, okay, just walk into mid and take away Ackerman, keep doing it. He doesn't stop. How can this man just be so not discouraged from doing shenanigans like that? Still takes the frag away, and with TYL's going off of that, we could see another glorious comeback.
I mean, they certainly need a glorious comeback.
Oh yeah,
if they want to make this work. Being down 8 rounds, looks like they're gonna try to retake that space at mid, but it is expected still. 2 kills for the side of TYL. Keeping this even. In an eco like that, it's the best you can hope for. Might even be able to recover that gun now that Splash is wrapping around through B. They just miss each other.
Always so heartbreaking. It's always so heartbreaking. We get to see just how close the engagement was, but this is very patient from both sides. Vukashu's having to clear out a lot here, and the thing is, Spirit still has to get off. Oh, the timing from ERV! Oh, a literal shadow on the wall. You cannot just get any better timing than that. Spirit Team now has to, off the back of that, get this frag, get the plant done. But with the convergent paths, we're going to see the light speed. It's a singular tap needed. Saturate as well. Splash playing the angle to perfection. Double backs on the initial angle from screens just to make sure that that shot isn't going to go any other way.
My God. What crazy events right there in mid first. These fights, I mean, looked absolutely crazy. Good shots are on the side of TYL on the Sheriffs, but to get that timing onto Vukashu, I mean, you can only call that unlucky for DRG, but still the way they play it out, great usage of the Waylay kit there to make sure that this round goes over to TYL. Only 1 round away from a potential 9-3 curse, but so far TYL really needed to do their best to fight so hard to even get 1 on the board. It's another execute on towards B side. It looks like they're gonna fall immediately once again. Slowly, fully blind. Not able to get that 1 kill in the spray down. It's just Scales that needs to keep them in the game right now, and he finds a crucial kill. Another duel over towards Zig. Even gets that one. How did this turn into a 2v1 for the sides of TYL? It's a 1v1. I'm sorry. Where did that frag come from?
You missed it once, and Scales does it. Scales can tip any sort of, well, scales in his favor. Pardon the pun, I had to at least just once, but this, right, okay, the snake has bite. Scales refuses to just die, and I mean that in the best way. Scales takes, 3 separate engagements that just are not his to win. This is the first one here, that spike, yep, he's being held. Swings into, Nico, who is holding him, and then Vukashu has to do that fight. Look at that desk slam for Spirits. He knows how much of that round just got stolen away from underneath him, but it doesn't matter now. It is halftime, and TYL, can you manifest that destiny off of a very clean last round?
I mean, it should have been theirs to take for the side of DRG, but I mean, still a dominant lead off of their attack. But I mean, in some of these rounds you could certainly see some nerves on both sides. How can TYL transfer that momentum into their own attack? I mean, they will have to face Vukashu's Cypher on defense once again, and he is, I mean, you cannot underestimate the impact that he has on a side that he wants to hold, the impact that he has onto this team, the way that he allows them to play more aggressively on other parts of the map, as long as you know that he is alive. Yeah, look at those eyes, dude. Those are, that's a killer stare right there.
That's locked in. That is the, I believe if Cypher were to say, I've got you in my sights, or I've got you, I can see you, and then you just cut to that picture of Vukashu, I'd be scared. I'd be terrified. That is honestly a demon focused up right now, ladies and gentlemen. As we get into it, TYL now has to make the comeback, not of a lifetime. We've certainly seen bigger comebacks. The 9-3 curse does exist for a reason, but against DRG in particular, with Vukashu's Cypher set up, with Nick on the fade playing this well, that's a different story. Scales has been certainly showing up, but the rest of his team need to follow suit. They
most certainly would love to win this round, but DRG do expect this mid clash. Wait, the TP got through, but slowly misses the shots. Nick there to claim the kill and immediately swings out towards mid to find another one. Things are falling apart for the side of TYL. Only 2 members remaining. And DRG doing well not to overstay their welcome.
It would be a heartbreaking turn of events here for DRG if they could somehow give this away, but it is Scales online. Nick and Flexen on a decent bit of HP. Scales on 100 less after that shot. And ERV now the last man standing, trying to just get the pivot towards the A site. Will likely just get the kind of consolation spike plant here, assuming the Cypher trips don't cause a complete heartache for them. Oh, which, as I say, just jump over it. No, just jump over it. Oh, okay. ERV getting really killing a lot of time there, trying to find out where the Cypher trips are. Good information for future rounds, but does mean that you do give up that potential 1,500 credits across for the entire team. Okay, if you can flick like that, at least you get your own, but still gonna fall, and DRG make it double digits.
Yeah, he probably expected someone to be waiting on A still. Didn't want to go for that jump through the cage immediately, but either way, I mean, that round was already lost. Nonetheless, DRG with that pistol forcing TYL into a forced buy. If they lose that one, it's probably already over.
Yeah, well, I was just about to ask. It was like, at this point, do we think this is the round? Because I'm kind of leaning that this is the round, Crafty. I'm kind of leaning that if this doesn't go their way, it will be the end. And it's a back and forth so far. Nick, though, just holding the ground. And even with the force buy here, yeah, that it's very much TYL have expected this will be the case. But okay, Sword 9 and ERV managing just to get themselves onto the site. The timing here would need to be important. It's a good no-scope from Ackerman here. I don't actually think I've seen that Marshall skin before. That's a big gun on your screen. That's a big one.
Yeah, that's a big gun in the hands of Vukashu as well. Scales coming in with the flank. It's a great snake bite to at least keep him off. Good use of the fast lane there as well. And it looks like Ackerman already wrapped around. How did he get the kill? Scales could be the savior for TYL. He needs to land the shots though, and he finally does once again. It's Scales versus them all to keep TYL in this game.
Scales versus the world, and he has everything working for him here. We're gonna see it in a second. That's a beautiful from the shadow. That's a beautiful sound step from Earth. But what I really want to point out is that from Ackerman, you cannot give up a 1v1 against Scales like that if you're not going to hit your shot, because Scales will give it away, and you can see the frustration on Vukashu. The fist bump does come through, but that is aggravation through and through, and understandably so.
You highlighted that play from ERV. That's a beautiful double TP from the Omen on towards Rafters. Something that they will have to be aware of in these future rounds. Side of DRG. But TYL versus this Eco. Taking the foot off the gas, and what a unlucky timing there. Force slowly goes down. Versus Nick, making this a full B5.
Oh, it might be a lot of a smaller number soon. Splash gets in, gets out with the frag. ERV as well. Okay, I mean, I know we're repping that double duelist lineup, but it really has been ERV backing it up. It really has been that initial player just being followed up. ERV, I mentioned that shadow on the wall when he managed to walk past Vukashu's camera, but it just seems to be every player's shadow on his team, always ready to back them up. When the smoke's going down, it's a regress onto the B site here from TYL, but there's people here ready and waiting to greet them, whether they have the guns or not. The crossfire from Ackerman and Vukashu not going to be enough. The spike as well planted. Economy looking solid from TYL. They're answering back very well, Crafty.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. Not a lot of room for mistakes here. Great usage of the Waylay once again. Crazy backstep there, but either way, TYL getting another one on the board. Still, that was their eco for the side of DRG after they lost the follow-up to the pistol. That means it will be their first full buy on defense now. They only need 3 more rounds to take this to a third map, so TYL needs to be very careful in these approaches. I think a lot of it will come down to how effectively can Scales use that Viper to find good timings in his lurks.
I mean, we've already seen it there from that last round, right? I mean, Scales was basically sitting in spawn, very confident a flank would come through. That's exactly what happened. Flexing, though, holding his ground, able to turn a flash back into the Waylay, back into then the follow-up Yoru TP into him. And that's an excellent aggressive setup from TYL, but clinically held by DRG. And with the spike as well in their possession, I think TYL just got to kind of look at each other and say go next.
Yeah, man, it looks like DRG has found the answers to these executes on towards B side a lot sooner than TYL has on their own defense, and it's certainly not something to be excited about if you're a TYL fan. Scales just gonna save that gun alongside his IGL, making that an 11-5 lead for DRG. And that's, I mean, that's basically the best case scenario can hope for as a DRG. You find the answers on towards B side. You know you have Bukashu on A, your star anchor. How are TYL gonna solve this equation?
Oh, don't ask me. I've only just learned that 13's higher than 10. Don't ask me, Crafty. I got nothing. I know 1 is infinitely bigger than 0 and 13 is bigger than 10. That's where my knowledge of equations and math escapes me. I know there's a guy called trigonometry. He did those things with the triangles. That was totally his name, right? But yeah, speaking of trying an angle, Flex and sitting tucked cozy in towards bus stop, relying on Spirit Z just to have that crossfire, and it again just beautifully, expertly played. That solution coming through, and the timer paused for the moment here, just a little bit. Okay, I was gonna say maybe just a tech, but no, we're getting the full TYL timeout.
Yeah, it's the last one, and they certainly will need it. I'm sort of expecting to maybe get a bit more mid-aggression from them, especially if you don't have that Viper on the side of DRG. It's a lot easier to take the space in mid because you don't have that Viper smoke that you can just pop every now and then and control that space with so easily. So these direct approaches, I don't know if they work out for TYL the way we've seen it so far, and then DRG seem to be very ready for it. So yeah, give them something more to think about. Take some more space towards mid. Maybe try to find these tripwires early on the side of DRG, so that Bukashu can't just sit back on A and wait for them to run in. But this is certainly not looking so easy for TYL. They still have a mountain to climb to come back into this map.
Only it's just grown an extra additional peak that TYL had yet to even know they needed to summit. Again, it's that difficulty here. It's that coming through. Okay, well, okay, it's a lot easier if Nick just gets that shot through the smoke. But the TP as well, finding it through. Skills answering back. The Nightfall as well, just for the information, just to see who's kind of lurking on that mid angle. Only hits 1, I believe. I think it does hit Irv's Omen, who does then pop from the shadows to immediately then get the frag on the Flex in here. It's been very map-wide engagements here, Crafty. But now that dust is settled, TYL just going right back to mid.
Yeah, but they got the cam off of Bukashu, giving them some more space. They still leave Akman on A. It looks like the spike is actually going towards B. That's a good read from Bukashu, but he has to give up that position versus the smoke. Great Prowler spots Nick, but a perfect timing on the swing. How does Nick even get that one? He's just spamming. and randomly finds the head. Scales in a 1v2 again. 1v3. My bad. Totally forgot about Augment. He's not even been a part of this round yet. But
he's just 5.
That's a rough one. Yeah, no way he's gonna plant that spike. Nick with the 3K. I mean, I like the approach there from TYL. Exactly what we were talking about earlier. Like, take that space in mid, but then it's just an unlucky kill through the smoke. Like, how can you can't plan versus something like that?
No, you really can't. And then ERVs like that from the shadows as well. Like, it's a lot less informative, the audio, than it kind of used to be, but still a pretty weak ultimate. But I do love occasionally that it's, in my opinion, still a weak ultimate, but in no way does it ever make sense to like TP somewhere like that. So do it. You're at the top level. Why would you do something that like would maybe work in a silver or gold lobby? Because no one has ever prepared around working that kind of angle. Like, seriously, do you think Flexen has ever believed for a moment from holding that mid angle on defense he'd have to 180 towards fence? Oh my days, he's having a 180 now. He has no clue what's happening in front of him. Oh my god, the execute has just happened, and sure enough, execute is the name of the game here. Stinger for slowly, he can't get out, and Scales his lurk up mid. Does a favor, does a solid for TYL, but still one man left to do everything, and he's done nearly enough.
Dude, he was almost ready for that one tap towards heaven as well.
I believed.
After he finishes off slowly. One map point averted for the side of TYL, but there's still a couple more to go, 6 to be precise. I mean, that's just VCT China gameplay once again. They were like, okay, screw tactics, screw like lurking around mid. Let's just go ham again. It's what we love.
I do like the aspect of almost, we know the opponents are going to turn this flash. I'm not going to flash. I'm just going to swing. I know they'll turn it anyway, so I'll just fight the 1v1, which, again, use utility to your advantage, but hey, know your opponent as well, and you might be able to do just cheeky shenanigans like that. And speaking of knowing your opponents well, look at the conditioning here. It's going to be a fast rotate for DRG either way, but the fact they've got so much presence set up towards that mid, TYL need to find a way to survive this utility. The dimensional drift plus the light speed refract should be enough to get this team comfortably on the site, and it does. Spirits, though, just able to take down Splash and not able to dimensional drift away, though. The trade's still even.
Oh, slowly. Might be able to find a timing there. Through the snake bite, that would have been crazy. Wait, Aquaman is still on the spot. How does he get 2 before he's finally traded by slowly? The Nightfall into heaven spots 2 of them. This should be a spike plan for them at least. Gate crash into screens, but it's just fake one. It looks like. Oh, the duel versus heaven is good for a trade. The 1v1 Bulldog versus the Vandal, and the Vandal will come out on top. So does Nick, so does DRG. It wasn't even close, it seems like. 13-6. What a dominant performance to come back into the series.
Yeah, it really was a solid showing from DRG. A little bit close on that last round, but the timing just not working out there. And Ackerman, I want to really point out, you asked how did Ackerman survive in that angle, but genuinely I got thoughts of DDR being played. Like, whenever the arrows are being touched and you see like the last agent like dancing, and whenever you get, what is it with the arcade bundle? Yeah, genuinely, that man was playing DDR in that corner, and the fact he walked away with 2 is absolutely clean. So we're gonna get to see, of course, the highlights here. And it is, yeah, we can actually see it from his perspective. Look at the shimmy going down. Look at that movement happening and able to convert off the back of it. And then that timing, just Nick getting the better of it there. And we'll get to see the highlights just to see how we actually got there, because it was a pretty damn fast one, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, especially on their attack, DRG were just steamrolling TYL. It seemed like they didn't really find any answers to their B executes. I mean, some clean shots here on the side of Ackerman as well. Clean shots, we know they can aim, right? Oh, the one tap from... just enjoyed that one.
So clean.
That is just playing aim labs at this point.
That's just ridiculously clean, and there was a lot of good showing here. Skills as well, though, really trying to hold that side for his team, really just trying to make everything work, and you can see pretty much short of the nails clawing in, really trying to just dig in for something for TYL here, but it really just wasn't enough. DRG, for a map, for Corrode, looking so confidently like their map pick, and it not going their way, to then move on to Split and have the exact same happen, but for TYL, is it's interesting. It's just good back and forth, and we're going to hear that from the comms.
来，打了狗，启动。
这黑吗？
可以了。黑。我去捞中路。
我被换了。
OK。
我开 A 吧。哎，花圃。
爆能器落在 A 区。
3。我来帮你，来，好了吗？
打 A 吧，来。
啊，自己。
被黑了没有？
别急。外靠，啊，都走。
半血出来了，已经。
出来了。
恐惧吧！剩余30秒。
大到了吗？
就在这，你右边，阿克曼。
好。
哎，2楼大到2楼的，2楼下阿克曼，2楼下花坛。2楼下花坛。
打花圃。
休息。
就这把球嘛，
阿克曼。
我要 play。
Beautiful showcase there of the communication between Nick and Akman, and Nick even takes the MVP here on Split after a somewhat, shaking, shook up showing there on Corrode. He is finally back on form. Look at that, 362 ACS, 3.6 KDA. That's my man.
That's a lot of threes. That's a lot of sixes. 27 frags to seal the deal here. And if you can see, a lot of it is just down to those lethal zones. They're very good on the defense, but no slouch on the attack as well. Excellent to kind of keep the space for his team, but really just has to be that support for him. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Is that double? My math is bad. I can't. No, okay, it's more than double. Sorry, the double would be 3.16. He's got 3.56. So, yeah, everything here just being absolutely 7 multi kills versus 3.1.
That's just a perfect hexagon. That's just a perfect hexagon. I mean,
yeah,
11 multi kills. What is this? This man is insane. I mean, on an agent like Fate as well. That's just incredible. I mean, it once again just gets to show how everyone on these teams can step up at any given time and carry them over the finish line, and he certainly did on Split.
The big aspect that a lot of the regions have it to some extent, but definitely last year, it did feel like China as a region was experiencing just what I call star player syndrome, where it was just a little bit of, we really need this person to perform. We really need this person to not only kind of get the entries, get the frags, but like rally the team if they struggle. Now we're starting to see very much a cohesive unit from a lot of these VCT China teams, which is absolutely wonderful to see. 27 and 9. Screw the assists. Just a straight 3 KD for Nick is disgusting. Skills trying to answer back, but it's kind of the opposite of what we said in map 1, right? Where it was Vukashu doing work, but just the rest of the team needed to show up.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, we were sort of looking at Splash, who didn't really have his best showing once again. I mean, is that the star syndrome that TYL is suffering from now? It might be. I mean, he's still an 18-year-old kid, right? He's certainly gonna grow in this roster, especially at the side of someone as experienced as Sword9. But on this map, on their own map pick, they certainly looked like they didn't really find an answer to DRG either on defense, neither on defense nor on attack. And I mean, the numbers are showing it.
There's 11 first bloods, 8 out of 9 post plants converted. TYL not getting many.
That's crazy.
TYL not getting many at all. I mean, 2 out of 3 is good. It's a 66% win percent ratio, sorry, but a lot smaller of a sample size. And one thing that we're kind of hearing through as well is TYL really require those VODs to study, to kind of get that composure, to understand what they're going against. And Crafty, as you pointed out, DRG, this is the first time we've seen it, and there's no VOD going to save you from a map like this. But we now go on Speaking of those VODs, we'll be able to talk about it later, ladies and gentlemen. For the minute, we'll be jumping just to another short little break. When we're back, it's map 3. Both series went. I'm so excited to welcome you back. Just in a sec.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes mean. He gets caused real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Now we are back for the final match between DRG and TYL up in this middle bracket of Kickoff 2026 in VCT China. My name's still Crafty and I'm still joined by Medante. And what have we seen right now? An interesting series. Both teams losing their own map pick. And we're going on to Pearl. The last stand.
We're seeing that. We're going up to Pearl for the last stand, and we've already had a bit of discussion, mentioned it just a little bit previously before the break, that TYL have very much been known to rely on their research, rely on the VOD reviews, rely on a lot of strats that come through. Now, DRG, to be fair, is arguably the team you most want to have that kind of pre-existing knowledge on, mainly because they don't change up very much. I say that he's not on the Cypher, ladies and gentlemen. He's moved. He's unlocked one other agent. Insane.
Surprise Pikachu face.jpg.
Insane.
Okay. Yeah, what the hell is going on? Wukashu on the Vice? I mean, I haven't seen Vice in quite some time, but the comp overall is just What? I love it. I mean, we've seen it in other regions as well. Probably in China too. Like the Phoenix is his name. My God, is such a great agent on Pearl. But after the nerfs to the Vice, I mean, she kind of fell off together with all the other Sentinels, of course, and especially on Pearl. It looked like Killjoy is the way to go. But I mean, Lukash is not going to play Killjoy, right? I mean, I was expecting the Cypher. You can still play him on Pearl,
yeah.
But he goes for the Vice. What do we think of that?
What I think that is down to is I do still stand by for defense in particular. It's great on attack. It is great. I think it's still underrated. But Arc Rose, which is Vice's flash, is so damn powerful. Because if you have it set up before an engagement even starts, you don't have to worry about kind of popping it at like the best time. You don't have to worry about your gun not being active. You can just pop Arc Rose and swing. And if you have the position set up well, you can nearly always play off of it. It's pseudo Cypher trip in that way, which who knows, maybe is exactly why Vukashu looked at Vice and went, you remind me of Cypher somewhat. I'll pick you. Genuinely, I could see that off the back of like the Arc Rose plays off of the Razor Vines, but we can talk about the composition a little bit more because knowing this, it's going to be an explosive start, Crafty, to this final game of the series.
It's just a casual 5-man push in towards mid. It's what you would expect from DRG on defense. You get off this pistol. Sheer is triggered there from Slowly, who can take the TP out. So that at least gives them some pressure towards B, but DRG already after that push, pretty spread out on the map.
Indeed, and now we can talk about the compositions a little more. TYL basically as and it's by no means an insult or anything, but as basic as you would expect now, as fundamental as you would get. Killjoy, double duelist controller from Astra and then Initiator. But meanwhile, yeah, DRG's is going a bit mental. Ackerman on the Neon, sure, makes sense. Spirit Z. Phoenix, I do think Yoru would still be the better choice, but happy to be proven wrong. And then Nick and Vukashu. That Tehu Vi is going to be really interesting. Can see it working out, though. This utility is very strong. Speaking of strong utility, it's strong positioning here. The Tehu, the salvos do create a little bit of a shake up here. Splash, though, dumping in and out of the smoke. It's good hold.
A lot of damage dealt already to the side of TYL, but now ERV is stepping in for his team.
Okay.
My goodness.
Okay.
Clean one taps, and all of a sudden it's TYL's round.
Okay. Okay. You do your ERV. Oh! Okay.
Filthy.
Yeah, that is bonkers. I know, like, that third shot was clean on the spit, but damn! Okay, ERV put 3 on the board. Splash jumping up with that other 2 as well. Beautifully dancing in and out of the Astra Stars on the back of sight. Not an angle that you usually need to worry about because the Razor Vine can have it covered. But just not the case really this time, of course. Not going to be, well, yeah, not going to be positioned for DRG in that way. Maybe not expecting TYL in that backline so early, which, to be honest, why wouldn't you expect TYL in your backline in the first 10 seconds? This is VCT China. The opponents are in your spawn within the first 5 seconds if there's no util.
It's great positioning there from DRG, fighting for that A main control in their eco with just Achman on the... What's that rifle? What's that gun called again? I'm lost. Marshall, my goodness.
The Marshall.
I'm so used to just seeing all these outlaws nowadays. I keep forgetting about the Marshall, but Vukashu doesn't forget about his Sheriff and his aim. 2 kills immediately claimed. Slowly just going for the no-scopes, but the second one is no good. Scales there to help him out. Able to find that kill, and that's a great smoke to cover the cross. Should be there around, but Achman, they have a bit of a timing there. Science to switch back to the Marshall. The smoke fades and it has to take a different angle. Both players just falling back into A main. I don't see him breaking this up.
There's the pre-aimed as well. You can see the killjoy nade as well. Another reason why she is so favored. The post-plant scenario, very solid. Ackerman very much understanding that this is what's happening. He expects that unless he just kind of gets a collat with the Marshall or just two very clean shots, that he's not going to be able to survive that post-plant one way or the other. So the aggressive push does line up, does make sense. And that salvo there to kind of push anyone that's considering poking and prodding at A main to really force them into the engagement. I do love it. It just didn't work out. DRG maybe just not prepped for it as much as they would have been. But that was the bonus for TYL anyway, so this now DRG gonna go into their full buy, and with the way everyone here has been aiming, I'm not honestly sure just because DRG have the better guns that they can convert that to the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's still full rifles on the side of TYL. So, just sneeze at. Third round, very much possibility. Once again, they give up a lot of space on one side to take that space somewhere else. This time around, it's mid again, spotting, scales. This could give an opening to TYL to get onto site. Hawkman trying to pop out of that smoke together with the flash from Spirit. Everyone's either stunned or blind, and it's certainly helping out. What a flick from Spirit to get that one, but he is traded, and 2 for Sword9 on the Ghost. How's it even possible? Spike Planet, and all of a sudden it's a 1v3 scenario for Flaxen.
I made it as a joke when I said, oh, why would you run a flash? They'll turn it anyway. But Sword9 literally looked at Spirit Z1's flash, 180'd back, and then got 2 kills with a Ghost. That's arguably inhuman. Of course it's human. Of course he can bleed. But Sword9 so far in a 4-1, just standing over the spike, knows he will be the sacrificial lamb. But there's guns here. He could potentially get away with one if he so chooses, especially with the RV putting the Astra Star down. The smoke is going to cover him. He does get the gun saved as well. TYL, I don't really think could have asked for a better way for that round to go.
Most certainly not. What a start to Pearl for them. Looking good. I mean, it was so chaotic. The beautiful reveal there to get one. And then that is just some ghost magic from Sword9. Unk's gonna do it himself if he needs to.
Damn straight. Look, age is only just a number and a potential learning of everyone else's strats. It also means that after 2 games of Valorant, your wrist might hurt for an extended period of time, but that's what the braces are for. And speaking of bracing yourself here, Flexen now having to try and hold down this B site essentially on his own. It's a good first frag, slowly a bit overzealous there, and does pay for it with his life. And the capability of Neon, those fast rotates that we've seen time and time again, it's forcing TYL to really reconsider their options.
Yeah, they also haven't really cleared out much of the util on the map for Wakashu, so that wall is still in place in B-Link. And the flash in Art, giving them a lot of presence on the map nonetheless. Looks like they might just want to go for a little lurk here on B. Well, the rest is pushing towards Art, and most importantly, that flash does not give away any information. They can just ignore that one.
This is, I mean, again, there's very little time in Valorant to be concerned. There's very little time given away. These rounds are short, and Flexen's trying his best to make them shorter. 2 beautiful kills.
Oh,
the sheer
no.
plays off. Believe you can jump over it with the box. Yes, I think yes you can there. You can see a little bit of time, but it means Splash has to do all of this while his team try and back him up. Okay,
What?
I say do all of this.
What?
I say do all of this. Splash can absolutely do all of that. 5 seconds left. Spike gonna go down. Nick and Spirit Z suddenly on the back foot, and it was all down to N3 EON. That's Neon.
What is going on? I was about to flame Splash for what he was doing. Just was like running into, leaving his teammates behind, but he just gets all 3 of them. Just dashing in and out of his fast lane. Perfect stun on towards Akman to finish him off. Beautiful display of the entire kit of Neon right there. I mean, just Vukash is just popping out of the smoke right into his face, and then he just finds the perfect 2 follow-up kills. What a round from the young rookie.
That hurt my wrist looking at that aim. That's very insensitive to all of the unks in the audience that could not do that without 4 months of physiotherapy afterwards. Incredible stuff from Splash. And it really does just go to show, if you have confidence in your ability and you know what you can do, the rest of the team can sit there climbing over a Vise wall. I don't care. I'm just going to go and empty the site for them. They'll get here on time. And sure enough, they do. 5 seconds left on the clock. Not quite a buzzer beater, but certainly close. And if you're DRG, you kind of just have to wonder how that slipped by you.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, it was an eco, but still, they were in such a good position to actually convert that round and forces out the timeout from the coaching staff. That should have been theirs, but what can you do if a player like Splash has his moment and just pops off like that? We were talking about individual skills earlier, and these players certainly know how to show off.
There's some styling. There is always some styling. I genuinely think a little bit of styling maybe coming from Splash, maybe realizing, and this is the thing, you know, we do say like young kid and everything, like we mean that as no disrespect, but he's 18, like that is young. That is very young, especially to be playing on a scene, on a stage like this, and who knows, maybe that young attitude's very much saying, no, I need to show up. You've been hearing about me? I gotta prove myself. And he's certainly done that, and if anything's only happening through, TYL just walk onto the A site.
Yeah, it was given away pretty much by DRG. Hunter's Fury invested though, and there is the run it back from Spirit to claim some space. Oh, what a timing though! Almost slowly. Not only does he get Nick, he's also able to end the run it back. That kill versus CRV is gonna hurt in the post plant. It's just tapping the spike already, and Flexen, most importantly, finds the lurker. This should be their first round on the board. The stun is good. How is slowly surviving for so long? Still enough time for DRG, but that was way too close for comfort.
Had Flexen not been there on that second, that gate crash happens, and suddenly you have to take an extra second, 180, and try and get the spray through that smoke. Splash potentially still dies, but kills all the time in the world. Flexen needed to show up there exactly when he did, and absolutely flawless there. A bit of a potential overcautiousness from Slowly there. He got the frag onto the Phoenix ult and then just immediately disengaged. The corpse, he of course maybe didn't know it, but it was right there. It was just on the other side of that wall. If he'd have pushed through, if they'd had that information, then maybe it was just the case. Supposedly didn't have that info, and yet again, we're just going to play for this mid control. DRG do not want to give any space to TYL.
Yeah, once again, we see that 5-man push. It's been something that they've been going for in 3 rounds already. So certainly something to be expected from the side of TYL. They got that great opening in their pistol round. But other than that, TYL just giving up that space, just leaving Scales to hold these angles and then reclaim it once the dust has settled.
Excellent regress onto it, and it's the aspect of TYL and DRG both have been great at just saying, like, okay, the initial engagement didn't work out, but we're not going to lose faith in our abilities from one little push, from one little aspect that maybe doesn't quite go our way. And TYL walking onto this site yet again. The Astro Concuss is good, but no one there to really follow it up. The rest of the team just needs to get through. Splash just deciding that wall is irrelevant. The Sova Dart scan as well. Still able to, Spirits manages to survive, and because of that, the trades are going back and forth. I don't think Sword was even aiming at Ackerman. I think he was trying to kill Flexen, but taking one away regardless is a good start here. The push up from Bukashu's on the wall. The Outlaw's not got the angle, but the flicks, they have to be good. Scales has done this so many times before. He's still needs to get the post plant set up. He does exactly that. Reloads the one shot from the Outlaw. Swings through and gives Flexen a haircut. But it Scales the one to lose his head.
No way Scales is losing that one. He got a bit too excited there. I think he could have played that out a lot more patiently. He already had all his util in place. But then he wants to go for the duel, and Flexen is just sitting there, tucked next to the corner, crouching, waiting for that peek. Immediately finishes it. Beautiful stuff from the IGL here. I mean, he's had to win a couple clutches already now to get 2 rounds on the board for DRG, but he's right there when you need him. But still, even though they won that round, it's got so expensive. They are heading into another half buy here for the side of DRG.
You have to swing this, right? Oh, the orb tap. Okay, excellent disengage. The Outlaw shot comes through, and it might as well be an operator for literally everyone on the side of D. Oh no, Nick and Vukashu can survive a body shot, apologies, but everyone else that is functioning as an operator, and the amount of utility being answered back here, it's very much a commit for this ult orb, but the disengage from TYL's actually been genius as well. I said DRG did it well, but TYL now just backed up entirely. A lot of utility's been emptied, and now they just regress back on.
A different phase that we've seen from both these teams in terms of how patiently they're playing out these rounds, waiting a lot longer, waiting for util to be used from one side to then be able to reclaim the space. Beautiful exchange on a main there, and now that overdrive has run out, they know they can take that side immediately, fight towards dugout. Nick falls to the hands of Splash, just keeps pushing up towards Secret. Has slowly helping him out as well. Those 2 shots missing, keeping Vukashu alive. It's still a 3v4, and Spike is ticking even. The Cosmic Divide invested now to get these players off the side. You would think, but no, they just want to keep fighting. Sword 9 decides to just push through. Steel Guard now even invested from Vukashu. Could be the timing. Splash does not have the wrong gun in hand, and all of a sudden it's Spirit with the 3K. What are they doing? They should have had this round.
Cinema, scenes, tragedy, horror. What genre of film am I currently watching? We had the whole spectrum of emotions in 3 seconds. The Cosmic Divides were down, everyone seemed comfortable, and then Splash doesn't realize his gun doesn't work anymore and swings across the Cosmic Divide, and that happens a little bit late because of the backup. Like, every piece of this can be questioned about. Sword 9 just going in to meet his opposition. Splash literally looking down at his gun, and you can hear the click. Why does it not work? Why is it not firing anymore? It has bullets in the chamber, but either way, DRG able to walk away, and the coaches from TYL really having to step in and go, guys, come on. We can't let that get away from us.
I mean, I didn't see the area that the Steel Garden was covering, so maybe there was even some space left on site that they could have positioned themselves in, but certainly they could have just fallen back towards A main. Yes, there was the defensive Cosmic Divide as well, but I'd much rather sit out a couple seconds behind that Cosmic Divide to then let that Steel Garden miss and flood the side once more in the 4v3, but they just got way too excited to push past their own Cosmic Divide, giving away so many free kills, tanking that Steel Garden. That round certainly should have gone their way.
Really should have, and the fact that DRG now, like, TYL's executes initially, like, the aggression was so clean, and it has just been mainly frags that they've got the rounds out, but it does need to be pointed out here, 3 diffuses back to back. It means that whatever the post plant's happening here, either TYL are starting to really mess it up, or DRG are really answering back, and I think it's a mix of both here, Crafty. I think, I can't just say it's DRG suddenly turning on, but as much as TYL maybe just given a little bit overzealousness, as you've already pointed out, but again, that was in the past. It's down to this initial angle hold. It's just going to be the Yoru clone sent down. Vukashi not going to get baited out at all. And 20 seconds, 30 seconds, apologies, already ticked down on that timer.
Once again, I like that read from the side of TYL. They given up some space at the start of the round. They know that DRG wants to position themselves rather aggressively in these areas, and once enough time has passed, they know DRG are probably not going to hold that space any longer. They want to get some information elsewhere. And especially with Scales now pushing up Arts, triggering that Vice Wall, they might as well force a rotation here. But at the same time, they do trigger the Dimensional Drift. It is answered by a run it back from Spirit. He's just running on side, and he gets one. Immediately falls back to his body. But Flaxen with 2 more kills. The Armageddon for good measure. Site has not been taken by TYL, and time is running out, so that's just going to be a save for them.
As not, and it will not be taken there, Nick. Just again, really emphasizing the kind of the initial kind of discussion that we've had about the ultimates and such, that yes, if you're looking at a round that you should be winning in theory, you know, you get the frags, you get the you know, you've got the man advantage, you've got the positional advantage. Oh, why are you using the ultimate? Because you get it back, and because you can have that opportunity to make the round win even more decisive. Are we likely going to be seeing the Armageddon from Nick before this half ends? Doubt. But it's a good way. It's a good way to guarantee, and who knows how many more gunfights would have happened. Flexing, that's a smoke. You're not meant to do that. How many more gunfights would have happened that potentially gives DRG even more, or gives TYL, sorry, even more of an opportunity to bring this back.
And I'm a bit baffled here by the decision making of TYL. They get that trigger in Arts on the wall, and then immediately pop the Yoru ultimate. I have a frozen stream right now. Can you still hear me?
Still hear you? Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, seems like we are back. Just a there we go. Just a little bit of a delay, and oh my days, it's enough for everyone to die in Art.
Yeah, it's enough. The TP a bit questionable once again for TYL. Vukashi tanking some of that damage to make his way out. It's still a 3v4 in favor of DRG. Only a Bucky and a Sheriff there in the hands for Scales and Sword 9, but they managed to upgrade, but it's a shot onto Sword 9 to further increase that numbers advantage.
It's a lot of creeping in the smokes. No adapt or die just yet. The Steel Garden has a lot more to work with there. Ackerman, I believe, getting spotted out. Okay, no, you're Irv. Just trying to leave that alone, but Scales okay. Just matching it back. We're just seeing
what?
POV, you're watching Scales get the frags, but then suddenly Flexen walks on here. The IGL of dreams right now, ladies and gentlemen. Just absolutely filthy stuff. Who needs defense? Who needs sentinels when you have got this man on Astra performing like that?
That must have been his third or fourth clutch already now for DRG. He's just always there when his team needs him the most. Not only directing them on the map, but also finishing these rounds for them. The lead taken now after an 0-4 start for DRG. 5 in a row. TYL are looking lost.
I have a lot more questions, damn right. They're being asked a lot of by DRG, and so far they are struggling. Slowly though, just answering back, I have a flash, but you'll turn it, so I'm just going to shoot you. I have a flash to deal with the operator, but you will turn that. And again, that attitude really working out. I have a flash to clear this smoke. I'm just going to walk in and shoot you. Vukashi able to answer back at the very least. But that confidence there from Slowly, no one was backing him up, by the way. There were 2 people at the back of Belong watching him do all that.
And Splash got past the sheer. I mean, of course, he did trigger it, but forces DRG to pay attention towards sewers. Someone could be creeping out of that hole. Do decide to leave it unprotected just yet. Nick misses the dart, gives away his position, and Spirit loses his 1v1. Whoa, okay, that's a bit of a tough one for both sides. Both the relay bolt and the special delivery hitting their target, but Splash back on track.
For anyone that can still be described as in their early 20s, that's how gunfights look whenever you go past your mid-20s. That what you just seen there is a great example of exactly what happens when you turn 25. Is everything just slows down by about 30%, and Splash especially being the youngest, I believe just the youngest player of VCT China as a whole, definitely getting some experience for whenever they end up, you know, becoming like Vukashu, the ones with all that experience, the ones with all those kind of trials and tribulations, because this is a very promising start. Even if it's taken them a little bit to warm up, there's still a reason the camera's on them.
Yeah. I mean, what a start to his year that has been so far, as we see those two opening frags for Slowly once more that basically just opened up the whole round. This is just such a goofy looking interaction between the two. but I mean, Splasher makes it work. It's all you need. Great showing once again. And we were talking about how TYL sort of need him to step up, need him to create that chaos to make these situations possible. And it looks like this time around they're taking a bit slower approach here through Art. Nick immediately pops the special delivery and falls back, but he has Spirit and a great flash to re-engage, but Vukashu on his own going for that second peek, a bit too much.
Why would you flash? They're just going to turn. I need to stop doing that bit. But Nick, not caring right now, able to take down Sword 9. The lockdown as well gonna fall. And I want to talk about that art hold very quickly. That was a blindside, curveball, and arc roast. 3 flashes, all with different timings, all with different positionings that had to be dealt with there by TYL. And credit to them, they did. They got themselves onto this outer. They're about to after that lockdown here. But Nick just crouch crab walking his way through the star, able to pick up one, immediately drops, disengage, happy with it. Big frag coming through, the elbow, just the peak there slowly now with the reposition, the gate crash coming through. An operator from Ackerman here, it's going to need to be absolutely huge because there is that aiming and control as well, by the way. Flexen's still alive, still making everything work. The Cosmic Divide is down. Spike still just beeping away. The timing here could be everything. It's a good refrag. It's a good double swing. The operator here, Ackerman, just gonna stick. The bomb cannot be heard. The defuse cannot be heard at all. Slowly, it's just being taken away from you. At this point, just pull the knife out and run. Run away. He swings, but no one to meet him at the other side.
Great ultimate from Flexen once again. This time, he's not the one to clutch, but his, well, that flash was beautiful nonetheless, but Scales just playing this out beautifully to get these 2 kills. But either way, Flexen at the end of the round with this beautiful ultimate, not only separating the team on the side of TYL, forcing them to sort of fall behind slowly, not really sure whether he can take that duel. It's a great timing on the swing from Flexen as well to get rid of ERV. So once again, the IGL for DRG doing all the work to reclaim this lead. It's a 6-5 lead, small one. They could certainly equalize that. TYL looking to work against this operator once more. The overdrive pop, but what is Ackerman doing? Just shoving the shorty into Splash's face. And beautiful taps there from Spirit once more. This round is all but over, and Ackerman finally able to hit one of these operator shots. The 7-5 lead at halftime. DRG have recovered well from their sloppy start.
I mean, yeah, there was one round there. Yeah, that was a good flick, even if it is a shorty at that range, very still. And these taps, you already highlighted, beautiful stuff. Spirit sending them into that Shadow Realm, and with a halftime now 7-5. Still believe timeout on either side. 1 left remaining for both these teams, and Going into the attack side now, DRG just looking like their composition, they really started to fall into themselves. They really started to understand exactly what was needed of them. And TYL initially starting with that momentum, but not able to adapt as fast, which is why we've seen, you basically have to remember, this was answered back 5 rounds in a row from TYL, immediately into 5 rounds in a row from DRG.
Yeah, and this next pistol round could very much decide how that second half is gonna play out. Crowd is also asked right now who's gonna win it. It's a 3v2, 3v3 now. Who do you think is gonna win it?
Oh, don't worry, Charlotte asked me there. Oh, okay, TYL.
Okay,
I'm just gonna say it. How about you?
I gotta go with DRG.
Yes, of course you do. We love it. Who would have fun if the casters agreed on who was gonna win? that would just be boring. But to be honest, it's looking solid from both sides here. I think DRG, though, did really phenomenally on that. Of course, they do have the Vise from Vukashu that was set up to kind of deal with those defensive side plays with the Arc Rose setup. Not going to be as effective here on attack, but I think that's when like Spirits really comes into his own. Will need that backup though from his team again. The blinds or the curveball, sorry, not really good enough on its own to just kind of throw out and swing. Either you just get pre-fired, or again, from what we're seeing, teams are just so comfortable turning that flash and then turning back.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, it's so hard to dodge these curveballs from Spirit. It's like probably one of the best flashes. I mean, outside of the KO flash, if you like time it perfectly.
Oh yeah.
But the curveball's so hard to dodge, oftentimes, especially out of these smokes. And we are heading into the second half. TYL immediately pushed away from A main, thanks to that guided salvo by Nick.
I mean, that's going to be a real difference maker here. Teho is great on defense on basically every map, but he is fantastic on Pearl attack. He is very, very good at just, you want to hide in dugout in secret? No, you don't, because you'll die. If you want to hide anywhere that's just backside, the drone's going to catch you. The special delivery then, just for a good chunk of damage and a stun. Very excellent to work alongside a Neon or to work alongside a Flash, but I'm talking about Nick. It's not going to be him to show up. It's Skills for the first frag.
Great opening for the side of TYL. Falls back, gives up that space where it's DRG, but it will have to be an A execute, and TYL are ready for it. There is that dugout aggression that you were talking about, but that reveal does not seem to hit anyone. Spike has not been planted yet. They're just firing through the smokes. TYL already low on health. Sword 9 sitting on 5 HP. It's a numbers advantage for DRG. And the spike is ticking for them. The star in place from Flaxen, allowing them to play this so patiently.
Good tap. Oh, it's a good tap. But Sword 9 now, 5 HP. Has to get at least 3 shots out here, I would say, if he wants to try and win this. The spike tap 1 has to jump off because of the Astro Star. The double swing from DRG is just so clean. Vukashu and Flexen have been a well-oiled machine. Maybe in the opening map, we weren't seeing as much of these two together, but definitely in Split and definitely here, Crafty, we are seeing a different duo out of these pair.
Yeah, I mean, Vukashu didn't really have the biggest impact on their defense, but that's mostly because TYL were trying to avoid him most of the time, which is to be expected, to be honest, if you're facing a player like Vukashu. But he starts it off with a 4K in their pistol, already halfway towards that steel garden, and now having an outlaw in hand. Looks like it's gonna be that B push. At the same time, making some noise. Oh, what? Slowly? Not able to pull that TP. It's found out. With that, TYL's defense is pretty much split up.
Yeah, I mean, and that wall carving through. By the way, Crafty, just as a point to yours earlier for how little I've seen Phoenix, I forgot that he still heals after leaving his wall now. I forgot that that's like an ongoing effect. I was watching that happen. I was like, why is that number going? Oh, yeah, patch notes exist. So that is a very good frag there from Spirit Z. And I want to talk about that push there from Skeels. No backup supporting him on either Art or Double Doors. Just pushing out naked on his own. And Ackerman kind of taking that kill essentially for free. It may as well be in the market stall. We've ordered up one spike plant DRG. Gonna just take that receipt and run with it. Dugout still gonna get cleared out. Of course, no concerns there for the side of TYL. We know that they are just on their way to deal with this site, but missions all here set up. DRG are looking very, very solid.
Yeah. I almost wouldn't expect them to even go for these fights, but it looks like it. They just don't want to just go for the executes here. Doing some damage. Sword 9 even gets another kill. But that is just more ultimate points for Bukashu. He'll certainly take those. You're a V. Clean shot. Will execute himself. But DRG getting another one on the board. 9-5 lead. I mean, those two rounds, they sort of were expected. TYL needs to step up now in their first buy round.
This has to be it. Yeah, I'm just a pretty... Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it got cancelled by the drone.
Oh! Yeah, patch notes, ladies and gentlemen. Those are patch notes. That is a change to the drone that never... or no, it did initially go through, but the suppress worked a little bit differently. Yeah, that's an insanely unfortunate turn of events there for Slowly, but I mean, you gotta say it's just good utility usage from Nick. And 6 and 12, sure, not exactly the best KD line, and you can see from how quickly Slowly his gate crashed out of it. He has learned from that mistake and he will not replicate it.
That's something he needs to be aware of. Spirit already with another run it back, able to claim that space on site. It's just so great how much space you can take as a Phoenix with that ultimate. You can just fearlessly run into every duel knowing that you will respawn at full health wherever you left off. Using the wall here again to set him up for a good flash play, but it's a nice attempt by Splash to get past it. A bit of a surprise momentum there. Spirit just sitting in that smoke for as long as possible. They need to clear halls, but they're already waiting for them. Spirit has the perfect opening to get out, find 2, and ERV there, but not enough for TYL. Bonus round converted, Medante. This is already spelling doom for TYL, if you ask me.
I was about to ask a round that goes that way, with just the way DRG managed to bring it out. Spirit's getting those 2 before falling, and then that just excellent shot from Flex. And is this the beginning of the end, ladies and gentlemen? It could well be. These teams are both solid, but at this stage, you really gotta ask, what is going to go? How is this going to find itself? Not an immediate kill out of Double Doors this time. Scales not pushing through, Slowly as well, taking some damage, but still walks away with his life. We're watching this slow down. Splash, I say we're watching this slow down. Splash just goes in, takes his shot for free, disengages, but that's going to be a tough gun to save. I wouldn't be surprised if Ackman yeets it off. There we go. There, just juggles it away. Make sure no one walks away with that.
Yeah. Great opening for Splash. Nonetheless. Trying to fake onto its speed. It's just Spirit who just walks onto side by himself. The relay ball to delay the advance for DRG quite a bit. Not enough. It's a 3v3 though. Still winnable for the side of TYL. Scales. Not expected by Bukashu, it seems like. It's not aiming for it, at least.
The legend?
Oh, there it is. It's spotted now. And Scales this time around does not find the headshot. Nick, however, with a good spray. And the numbers advantage And furthermore, the weaponry seals the deal for the side of DRG. 11-5, only 2 more to go for them to take this serious.
2 more indeed. Oh, very optimistic shooting from the shorty but at that range. But if you can get the kill regardless, it absolutely works there. Excellent awareness too. Ackerman, a very good snap onto that right side of the market stall. And as you said, Crafty, we're down just to these last 2. Slowly with the operator. Has had some decent show up, don't get me wrong, and actually did a great job unseating his opposition. I believe it was Ackerman and the operator for DRG, but gonna have to now make everything work for himself here. The flash comes through, the Tejo drone as well. It's gonna give him PTSD about the previous experience he's had. So he has gotten out, he is disengaged, and that push up though. Look at this from Splash here. This time flexing, not swinging. No one gonna swing this without wanting to take that fight. And Splash though, still keeping this control, keeping this composure for his team. Everyone is at least pushed up towards that more aggressive mid angle, but you're all on your own. You have to be able to get out Splash, and thankfully he does.
Just gonna up the pace here. An ult point up for grabs as well. He could go for another run it back. Bukashu maybe getting that steel garden or giving it over to Akman to get that overdrive. Spirit is hovering it already, but it looks like they want to get the rest of the team in towards Arts. Before that, there is the run it back. Immediate special delivery from Nick to keep his Phoenix safe, but he still wants that duel. Splash almost makes it work. But Nick once again there to save the day. Goes down. Where's the Sword 9 though? And slowly, most importantly, finds a good shot from Flowers.
Oh, this is going to be as tight as a round can be, as a conversion can be. An operator online from Slowly. Irv, who has been showing up when he is needed, but this positioning from Ackerman and Flex in here, it's a 1-on-1. Spike tap goes through, gravitational pull, of course, to stop the initial defuse. It's a great first shot from Irv. The overdrive is not going to be enough to save you from Slowly's wrath. It's a huge amount of utility dropped, a huge amount required, but Tyloo able to stem the bleeding from DRG, and DRG not able just to get themselves patched up in time.
Great shots from Slowly to keep them in this game. Just to step out of that smoke versus the overdrive, knowing that you will win that duel, shows how confident he still is, even though they're down by a couple rounds here on Pearl. And this does look like their last timeout. Is that Tyloo's timeout? I think it is, right?
Confident in saying it is. Yes, okay, good. I was a little bit shaking myself. I thought it so, but even with the way DRG are currently playing, you know, just get that. As soon as that round didn't go kind of that way, then that's what you would expect. Tyloo actually opting to go for the timeout on the back of a round win, if I'm not mistaken, then Crafty. Yeah. Usually not the case, but honestly, it means that you can really keep yourself focused. The coaches can also tell you what went well that round. As much as it's good to say what went badly, you know, the previous round, that's why you lost. Sometimes it is good to say, okay, this is why you won that round. This is exactly what you did well. Continue to do that.
Yeah, what I want to see is Slowly having this impact on the operator. We saw him having to use that TP early on B long. Maybe just put someone else up there with him to be able to destroy that bot, to bait out the peak on the side of DRG, to successfully find an operator shot maybe this time around. But they're all positioned up in A main, but the rest of DRG is already running down B long.
They're coming to meet you. They want to have a party with you, Irv. You've been showing up. You've been making a name for yourself, and they want to meet you here. The Armageddon, though, gonna pop through, and it's all down to this positioning here. The flash, the Armageddon to push it through. Elbow's gonna be cleared, but no one was there, so they're safe from the Rapture at this time. But it's Splash causing one of his own. Cashew immediately, though, answering back. No concerns there at all. Overdrive getting cut. Sword 9 and Spirit Z, they trade out for Flex, and Spears 18 HP, but again, if it's not 0, it's enough. The timing is absolutely terrifying. Slowly needs to pop this dimensional drift, get the information, and more importantly at this stage, get a gun that he can actually help Skills out with. I say that, Skills has already fallen, and the operator, he's deciding to save it. It's a 3 versus 1, you cannot blame him, but it means TYL are playing 4 OT, 6 rounds back-to-back required to prevent DRG taking the series.
Yeah, and the way these rounds have been going, that seems highly unlikely. Another explosive execute from DRG. Splash got a bit excited there. Went for the kill, immediately popped the overdrive. I like the attempt, but he was on his own. There was no way anyone could really help him out in that what was essentially a 1v3. Goes down, and with that, their ability to retake as a team after that spike had been planted. I'm not sure whether it was the best decision there. I mean, it was a bit lucky. Wakashi just got the kill through the smoke, but either way, a high risk to take, but it's what you'd expect from this young rookie. But yeah, as you said, I mean, it's a 6-round lead now. 6 map and match points. How can you really fight back here round by round for the side of TYL?
1 foot at a time. And a good start is we're not seeing an immediate engagement up until mid without anyone backing them up. So that's immediately a good start here. You can see that Bucky being held, but behind him is Sword9 with that Spectre. The flash, though, is very clean. It means Splash dies without anything else really supporting him. The Arc Rose goes through. The flash as well. Ackerman doesn't care about the Phoenix wall, just happy to get the damage onto Sword9. This could already be, especially with this rotate here, Crafty, the beginning of the end for TYL's middle bracket run.
Yeah, with that, Sword9's ultimate also off the map. No Hunter's Fury.
Never even seen that. That's a heartbreak, actually.
Yeah. I don't think he's ever used it in second half, to be honest. But it looks like they're just gonna re-hit that A site now. TYL with the wrong lead, giving up that space even. Though there's a lot of info been taken by Scales. Won't be long, but they have to give it up, not knowing that they could potentially pop out, and it will be a plant on towards A side, and it needs to be a 3v6 miracle retake, a 3v5 miracle retake for TYL.
Oh, if you believe in miracles, if you believe in something, a higher power than this is what you needed to grant you an ERV. Slowly as well, they're making 1 apiece here. The no-scope doesn't quite come through fast enough. ERV, despite the flash, still gets the frag. But the Steel Garden, Scales, the man, the myth, the legend, just having to kind of jiggle peek this as well until the gun comes back online. But that means the spike as well has ticked down a lot. The special delivery as well, just to kill any time here. The Razor Vine on top of that. Vukashu still needs to die. It's a double stack setup. DRG avoid the lower bracket, and a phenomenal showing on 2 maps from them that they have not touched in at least 8 months.
Yeah, it's crazy. You were already talking about it. This was almost their 1-year anniversary of playing Pearl. Crazy to see them perform like that. I mean, it just gets to show they haven't really had to show much yet. They still have a lot in store for us. Certainly a strong looking split and a strong looking Pearl, but it also felt like TYL just kind of lost their footing halfway through this map. They looked like they could actually compete with DRG, maybe even take this series, but they just fell short in the end.
I mean, especially as well with like how the corrode was going, you know?
Yeah.
Like especially with how solid that was looking, that DRG maybe they'd eventually get broken down, right? That eventually there would just be too much that this roster, without the Viper, without the flexibility, maybe couldn't offer. But it was not this day, ladies and gentlemen. DRG still running through in the middle bracket, still tried and tested performance, and as they are just walking off in here to the stage to the captive audience, Not a lot really that we could talk about here, but especially with the okay, that was perfect framing, especially with the mascot just popping in there to kind of hype up the team. A very nice work from them.
One dragon wins, another one loses, and goes down to the lower bracket. I love how the mascot's name is just Dragon as well.
You know
very
what he is.
Creative. Yeah, you know what he is. But yeah, it's a relief for all the DRG fans, of course, and I think we do have an interview already coming up, so let's head over, take it over, beat us.
DRG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天邀请到的是 Nick 选手，先来跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 DRG 的 Nick。
欢迎今天非常辛苦的一场比赛，而且来到了突围组，我相信每一场都至关重要。今天你们的对手天路战队，他们是最近势头很猛，并且有很多新人小将，对他们做了哪些准备？
How did you prepare for this match?
我们就是上次输了 AG 之后，就发现了一些比较多的问题嘛，就是可能太浪了，那我们可能就去针对这个部分，然后去做修正嘛。然后其实天路给我们的压力也挺大的，因为他们都是。
It says TYL actually gave us quite a lot of pressure after the last match where we lost against AG. They went back and they found a lot of mistakes.
基本上都是打到屠3，其实让大家看的也很大心脏的。然后再说到最近你们的一些阵容一直在发生变化，从之前的瑞娜到今天，哎，决胜。
They're talking about the many comp changes on many.
想问一下，以你的角度，怎么样看待最近战队这样一种变化？
其实大部分的阵容都是我们队员跟教练组去讨论的，所以并不是教练组一定要我们去玩瑞娜什么。
And he says that the comps usually come from both the players and the coach, so it's not just either party.
所以我们才去选择做一些更换。
有看到你们在不断做出科研吗？而且今天确实在这张地图，你觉得不死鸟幻灵的发挥怎么样？
And how do you think Spurs won played today? The Phoenix.
8杀30个，我觉得他今天发挥没什么问题。
没什么问题，确实，而且最终的结果我们也是看到了你们拿下本场比赛的胜利嘛。再回到图1，其实你们沿海矿阵相当于是你们的一张绝对强图了，并且你们一直在这张图上你会使用盖壳。你觉得这个英雄在这张地图上面的一个不可替代性会是在哪里呢？
Yeah, what is so instrumental about Gecko?
有2次下包的机会，盖克死了，你自己还可以下包。
And he says that like Gecko gives you 2 chances to get the plant down. So even if like some of your teammates die, you can still like try and get that plant
在那个
down.
half time 的时候，你们有怎么样跟大家说一下，稳定一下，最终以这样一个优胜拿下了图2呢？
And you had like a big lead on map 2. Like what did you say during half time?
但是就是怎么说呢？其实训练效果没有到这么好啊，所以。 其实我们有一点的忐忑吧，但是一上来发现大家就是激情嘛，就是大家都打得很好，所以我们就很有信心。确实很久没有见到你们在你们这张地图嘛。但是其实我觉得从今天看下来，你们不但是阵容还是人家的一个状态，就是能够反映出勇气2字，而且确实打得非常好。下一场比赛，我相信也是一场很艰难的比赛，因为你们即将面对到的是 EDG 或者是 BLG 战队，有信心吗？有没有什么话想要对粉丝说的
？And what's your confidence for the next match, BLG
如果
or
想去世界
EDG?
赛的话，谁都要打一遍，所以我想说的是有信心。然后谢谢粉丝们的。
And he says that he definitely has confidence because if you have to go to internationals, you have to beat everyone.
相信你们，那也是再次感谢接受我们的采访。我们今天在现场依旧设有我们的福能掉落的抽奖环节，在比赛期间现场将随机抽选观众获得我们的游戏资产。接下来也是有请那个选手为我们喊开始，然后3、2、1停。
A fire set up, defiance as well from the interview stage, and it's nice to know that Nick knows Gecko can use Wingman to plant the spike because I got flashbacks to Karud where that did not happen. But anyway, that was back then. It was a good scene for anyone that maybe missed that. By all means, go and check it out. Absolute stunner of a show, and now we get to just see the highlights, not only for the not only just for the round, of course, but we will be getting the match highlights. And Crafty, some highlights we certainly had.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you would expect from these two teams. Some absolute craziness coming out of these players once again. I mean, there was a lot of back and forth in some of these rounds. It was certainly a lot more controlled, a lot more patient compared to Split, where we just had W gaming all night long. But Pearl still seems to be a very confident map for the side of DRG, and one that we almost had not seen if they had dropped the, on Split. we saw some, we heard some words from Nick where he said they weren't too confident on their split. I mean, it definitely didn't show, but this could have very well been a series for TYL to take, but DRG just stepping up at the right moment.
Indeed, and a big aspect here of how well DRG stepped up. For anyone that doesn't know, the last time, so as we said, it was, you know, that 11-month period since they've last played, Ackerman wasn't in the roster.
Yeah.
This is Ackerman's first time ever playing Pearl with this team. Despite the fact that Ackerman feels like such a mainstay of DRG, that's just how long it's been since Pearl really has shown up for them. And you can see the boy as well, DRG very good, and really solid stuff from them as we go on to the team comms.
被看到了，兄弟打不了，他飞太快了。没人，就一个飞机，贴过来一个，我左边进来，贴过来一个，阿克曼，不，那谁？靠标。 别，摸你，要不，好接，兄弟们，我加烟，在左边墙后面有人，换线，真的，往里，我也炮，没掉好，炮，我给不了了。Nice 啊！ 他一喷都喷到我嘴里了，兄弟啊，一个滑铲。
Spirit.
What a crazy round that one was. And Spirit, the one to take away the MVP on the Phoenix. He already got some praise from Nick in the interview, and he certainly showed how to utilize that agent.
That's just aura as well on that. That was a good freeze frame. Very nicely done from them. And I mean, yeah, you can really talk more about what Spirit Z did here. The flashes were solid, even if he wasn't playing himself, you know, which he was absolutely playing off of himself very nicely, but the curveball setups from the rest of his team, especially again, having to deal with, and to their credit, TYL having to deal with running into an Arc Rose, a blindside, and a potential curveball. That is a lot of flashes that you don't typically have to deal with. And you can actually see here, both top fraggers going negative?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Flexen was just that. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Both top fraggers, good ACS, but running negative KDs. All right.
I mean, they were pretty much involved into every fight, right? So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if all of them were either first blooding or being first blooded in all of these rounds. But I mean, they were just basically defining the pace of both their attacks and also their defensive aggression, of course, especially for the side of DRG, where they were always trying to clear these spaces or claim these, claim mid or claim art with the curveball.
Yep.
But DRG, I mean, looking stellar. There are the 12 kills that you basically need to convert a round into a victory, and it has been showing on both their attack and their defense.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a series from them, really. And those post plants there, I mean, DRG just coming through 6 out of 7 on the post plants, and it really does also get to show you that their retakes very. He did the thing. He did. I didn't actually even mean to do that. I'm really annoyed because I think I'm going to get yelled at by production now. But anyway, moving on. It really does get to show the highlight though. The retake from DRG, absolutely incredible. TYL only despite getting 10 plants down, only half of those converted is insane, and splashes by the numbers here. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he maybe couldn't do enough for TYL this series, but I think he's made a show for us, and why he's being as respected as he was. Not just myself, but a lot of people. I mean, 3 MVPs, the most performing player of VCT China thus far. I assume that's probably changed.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a promising prospect for TYL, and even though he's in the lower bracket now, I still expect him to be of great value for TYL and to show up some more. Maybe not during kickoff. I mean, it depends on how that lower bracket run is coming, but they certainly picked up a great addition to their roster for 2026.
I don't think anyone is doubting TYL, and I think genuinely you would need to go back and watch those games, because you should not be doubting TYL necessarily. Again, little bit of a warm-up, sure. He's new, he's fresh blood. That's a big stage to play on for anyone that has ever experienced it or needs just a reminder. That is a stressful experience, hearing the crowd, especially, yes, they've got the noise cancellers in, but we were hearing the crowd pop off, Crafty. You know, there were times where there were audible sighs and there were some audible yells from them. So again, to be the players that are on both sides of those, it can be an impact to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, DRG are still not looking as strong as some of us might have expected. They're still showing some nerves every now and then. And even though they didn't make any changes within the roster, you can still feel like they're somewhat adapting maybe also to this new meta. We were talking about different picks and how their comms are a bit unconventional compared to what other teams are putting together. But I mean, when they hit, they do hit. And they have shown once again that all of these players do have the capability of carrying a team if needed. And that's certainly something to be scared of if you're any of the other VCT China teams right now.
Absolutely. Get afraid, because now we're starting to see 2-1s come through fairly consistently, and when it's happening in the middle bracket and a lower bracket as kind of early as this, it does mean we're in for some just banger games coming up, ladies and gentlemen. And those were today's results, of course, if you missed them. Trace kind of coming back on Wolves there. Seemed like it was going to be their set initially, but not going to be the way of it. And then, of course, we've just finished watching DRG come back here. And this is the top 5 for the day, not for the entire series, because some people get a bit surprised and they go, how's there 3 members of the team? But solid performance from these players, and a good shout out to Kai.
Yeah, he was having a blast today. I mean, first in ACS, first in KDA, first in ADR, a 29% headshot percentage. I mean, it's always a bit skewed when you're playing operator a lot, right? Because you're hitting these body shots most of the time. But dude, he was popping off when needed today.
Absolutely. And look, a big shout out to top 2 there. Scales really doing a lot for TYL whenever Splash wasn't quite able to do it. Of course, it wasn't enough at the end of the day, but it does need to be shown the respect it deserves, and we get to look now at the bracket. So at that top performer, it's All Gamers versus XLG. Then at the middle, DRG still waiting to work out who they go against out of BLG and EDG, which should be tomorrow. And that's going to be an exciting sentiment alone, Crafty, let alone what's going to wait for us in the lower bracket, which I don't... Oh, we are going to get a zoom in for. I wasn't actually sure if I wasn't sure if we'd been deep enough into the series yet to warrant it, but absolutely, hell yeah.
Yeah, it is gonna be JDG and Titan Esports Club also fighting for their lives tomorrow, I believe, and they will then face the loser of BLG versus EDG, which is crazy to think that we're gonna get one of these teams in the lower bracket at all.
Yes, I mean, Billy have always been like a fan favorite. Everyone loves Billy. JDG have been putting on a show. However, I think shout out to Volt, who says they have just a 2-1 curse. They cannot go for a series without playing the 3rd map. So Titan Esports Club, we'll see if you can either break that streak by just winning it outright, or if the curse can continue. And then, yeah, EDG and BLG again, the follow-up. So it really feels like if you look at just that top bracket, you go, damn, there's not much Valorant left. And then the minute you zoom out and you go, oh my god, there is so much Valorant left. And I cannot be happier to say that, ladies and gentlemen, because it has been scene after scene here for VCT China thus far.
Yeah, it's incredible to get so many matches in as well in such a short amount of time, thanks to this triple bracket playoff, whatever you want to call it, Kickoff 2026 event. I mean, it's just crazy. All these teams facing each other that early in the bracket is just lovely. And I mean, Master Santiago is on the line, so you know that these teams are hyped for it as much as they can be.
And Wolves have to now do a full lower bracket run if they want to repeat what happened last year. But again, just as these matches go further and further on, I mean, you're going to have to deal with the loser of EDG, or yeah, DRG XLG, then EDG versus like TEC, and then JDG as well. Like, there are so many more rosters coming up that are still so impactful. But ladies and gentlemen, It's been a long set, I think, for everyone here. So I think it's best that we just leave it to wrap up. So Crafty, just before we do, any last final words, farewells, good lucks, etc.?
I mean, kudos to you for sticking around for how many maps? 5, 6 and a half?
We did.
6 and a half is a bit too much, and 2 best of 3s. But yeah, 5 and a half. So kudos to you, sir, for taking us through 2 best of 3s.
Oh, thank you very much for joining, and a big shout out. We've just actually heard Rigor did get his internet back, so hooray! The electricity is back on. Pop off, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, for the meantime, I think we are going to leave it there. Crafty, a massive shout out to you. It's been an absolute honor casting with. I've had an absolute pleasure, and hopefully we'll be joining you on this desk more. Big shout out to production, shout out to BDOS, of course, for the interviews, and shout outs to everyone involved, Charlotte, and of course, and now I forgot his name. Rigor. There we go. I said it earlier and then forgot. It's been a blast, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see you right back here tomorrow for those shenanigans that we just lined up. So until then, stay safe and keep an eye out for more shenanigans from VCT China. Very excited to have you back.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you'll be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your